लोगों ने पिछला एपिसोड तो देखा होगा। आई होप आप लोगों को अंदाजा लग ही चुका है कि यहाँ पे मसालेदार चीजें होती है, ज्यादा मैं बोलूंगा नहीं। बट चलिए आज का दिन का पहला राउंड स्टार्ट करते हैं। राउंड 1, क्लेम योर ग्राउंड। आप दोनों को मैं सिंपल सा रूल बता देता हूँ कि कोई रूल नहीं है। मैं आपसे सवाल पूछूंगा, आपको जवाब देना है। तो हु वांट्स टू गो फर्स्ट?
माफिया भाई।
उनने बोल दिया तो मैं चले जाता हूँ, चलो।
क्या बात है लेजेंड। आपसे सवाल मेरा, आईक्यू टोटल गेमिंग में ऐसा क्या है जो ये हर बार जीत जाते हैं?
मेरे हिसाब से तो इनमें जो प्लेयर्स हैं चारों, और बाकी एस्टेक का तो देखा ही है, और शैंकी भी इनका ऐसा है कि वो अगर उस पर एक्सपीरियंस कम है ना, बट उसका आईक्यू लेवल वगैरह गेम सेंस बहुत सही है, तो इनको ऐसे आईजीएल की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती, फीड नहीं करना पड़ता इनके प्लेयर्स को, खुद का सब दिमाग है, तो ऐसे ही प्लेयर बड़े स्टेज पे चलते हैं।
बट देन ऐसा क्या है iQOO OGxTSG में कमी की इतना बेहतरीन नहीं हो पा रहा है? कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ी सी कमी रह जा रही है, तो
एक-
कमी क्या है वो?
एक्सपीरियंस की कमी मैं मानूंगा, क्योंकि हमारे प्लेयर्स न्यू हैं, तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा मेरे को गाइड करना पड़ता है, इन गेम चीज़ें बतानी पड़ती है, ये करो वो करो। इनमें ये अच्छी चीज़ है कि ये खुद भी अपना दिमाग लगा लेंगे।
चलिए अच्छी बात है, आप लोग दिमाग लगा रहे हैं। और मैं चाहूंगा कि iQOO OGxTSG के खिलाड़ी भी गेम के अंदर, कि वो दिमाग नहीं लगा पाते हैं गेम के अंदर, वो भी गेम के अंदर बढ़िया से करें। तो टोटल गेमिंग में आप, फौजी भाई, डिलीट, और उसके बाद नाम आता है ऋतिक और लेजेंड की जोड़ी का। इनका भी एक भाईचारा कमाल का है। तो ऐसा क्या भाईचारा आप लोगों के बीच में है, और ऐसा क्या भाईचारा बाकी टीम्स में नहीं बन पा रहा है कि हमें उस तरीके के डुओज, उस तरीके के ट्रायोस देखने को नहीं मिल?
क्योंकि हम सबको कोई फेम का नीड नहीं है, हमको कोई ऐसे मतलब कि हम पैसे के लिए नहीं खेलते। हमारा ऐसे कि भाईचारा अपना बनता है, हमारे को एक दूसरे पे ट्रस्ट था। हम किससे सामने से कुछ एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करते, वो सामने से ही हमारे को देता है सब कुछ, एक्सपेक्टेशन से नहीं चलता, वहाँ पे भाईचारा ऑटोमेटिक बन जाता है। ऐसे हम सामने से पोकरिया करें कि जो चीज़ हम है ही नहीं, तो फिर दोस्ती नहीं चलती है। इसलिए मतलब कि आपको एक दूसरे पे ट्रस्ट होना चाहिए मेन। बाकी लोग का तो मेरे को इतना आइडिया नहीं है कि क्यों नहीं चल पाती दोस्ती वगैरह, उनके प्योर्स मैंने नहीं देखा। बट हमारा तो एक हमारे को एक दूसरे पे ट्रस्ट है, तो इसलिए हम इतने लॉन्ग टाइम पे साथ में हैं।
अग्री करोगे आप माफिया के जवाब से?
बिल्कुल सही बात। थोड़ा लाइफ में से सेटिस्फेक्शन मिलना चाहिए कि हम किसके साथ रह रहे हैं, किसके साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मेरा ये है पर्सनल, जहाँ भी रहूँ मैं खुश रहूँ, ऐसा नहीं कि ज़बरदस्ती किसी और टीम में जाऊँ। जहाँ पे हूँ मेरे को वहीं बेस्ट बनाना है।
ऑफर तो बहुत आए होंगे ना?
तभी कह रहा हूँ ना, मतलब कहीं और जाता मेरे को उतना खुशी नहीं मिलता, कंफर्ट भी नहीं मिलता, तो मैं जाऊँ मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि ऐसा आने वाले सालों में ऐसा ना फील हो कि यार फुकट वहाँ पे गया ऐसा करके।
कोई एक नाम बताना चाहोगे बड़ी और का, बड़ी टीम का, जिसने ऑफर किया?
नाम नहीं, मतलब
सब नहीं?
ऑलमोस्ट।
सब ने?
हाँ, एक टाइम पे।
टोटल गेमिंग ने भी किया था क्या ऑफर?
मेरे को आइडिया नहीं, फौजी भाई देखते हैं प्लेयर
साफ।
साहब।
ये मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा इस बार।
माफिया, अब थोड़ा सा सीरियस सवाल मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि काफी लोगों के सवाल हैं, काफी लोगों ने काफी बार स्टेटमेंट दी है कि यार लेजेंड को रिटायरमेंट ले लेना चाहिए। क्या कहेंगे आप इस बारे में?
वही है, कॉइन के दो साइड होते हैं। एक साइड अच्छा होता है, मतलब एक साइड फैन का सपोर्ट है, तो दूसरी साइड हेट तो मिलेगा, क्रिटिसाइज करेंगे ही। अब फैंस चाहते हैं कि वो अपने फेवरेट टीम को ऑफिशियल्स में देखें, बाकी अगर वो डिलीवर नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, जो कि इस बार तो वो अच्छे से कर रहे हैं, तो इस बार आई होप सो कि वो मतलब जिस वे पे चल रहे हैं उसमें वो सक्सीड करे, अपने फैंस को पूरा सेटिस्फाई करे, और उनके फैंस उनको सपोर्ट करती हैं। अभी उनकी एज ही नहीं है, अभी तो रिटायरमेंट के भी तो मतलब अभी ऑफिशियल्स तो बहुत सारे खेल रहे हैं उनको। अभी तो बहुत अच्छा करियर बनेगा उनका, मतलब उनको तो बहुत पहले से अच्छा करियर है, उसको और ऊपर लेके जाना है। तो रिटायरमेंट का तो अभी कोई सीन ही नहीं है।
अग्री करेंगे आप माफिया के जवाब से?
करूँगा अग्री, और ऐसा है ना, जब खुद आवाज़ आए ना कि अब हो गया, तब तक खेलते रहो।
देखो ऑडियंस बोलती रहती है, तो उस टाइम पे कैसे आप उसको हैंडल करते हो?
ऑडियंस अगर कुछ मेरे को हेट करती है या फिर कुछ ऐसा कमेंट पास करती है ना, तो मैं ज़्यादा सीरियस लेता नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे को पता है कि मैं क्या हूँ और मैं कितना टाइम खेल सकता हूँ, या मेरे को क्या चाहिए अभी तक, अभी गेम में आगे। अगर हमारे ऊपर भी कोई देख रहा है ना हमको, तब तक हम गेम खेल सकते हैं आराम से, कुछ बिना प्रेशर लिए। बट जैसे ही वो चले जाएंगे तो अपना भी थोड़ा हार्ड हो जाएगा।
बट मुझे लगता है कि ऋतिक तो छोड़ने वाला नहीं है आपको। आपकी ऋतिक की जोड़ी तो यार जय वीरू की जोड़ी है। अगर इस बार वो ट्रॉफी ना आई तो क्या फीलिंग होगी, या कैसे क्या?
ये क्वेश्चन ही मतलब वेस्ट है। कुछ भी होता है, चाहे मैं फर्स्ट से लेके 8 दिन तभी मैं नॉकआउट स्टेज हूँ, मैं कुछ भी हूँ, मेरे को अपनी टीम पे पूरा ट्रस्ट है कि मैं मतलब इनके साथ जीता हूँ, तो मैं इनके साथ कहीं पे भी रह के खुश हूँ। मेरे को इनसे मतलब ये है कि मेरे को फर्स्ट ही चाहिए, फर्स्ट नहीं है तो टीम छोड़ दी, तो मेरी टीम के साथ मैं जीता हूँ, तो मैं अपनी टीम के साथ 8 टीम्स पे आके खुश हूँ। मेरे को मतलब ऐसा है कि मेरी टीम बस ठीक है साथ में।
यार क्या जवाब दे रहा है माफिया!
हाँ, मतलब पूरा
पूरा
प्रिपेयर हो क्या है।
प्रिपेयर हो गए, पीआर ट्रेंड। कम्युनिटी में ना बहुत लंबे टाइम से एक डिबेट चल रही है, माफिया और पहाड़ी की। आपका क्या कहना है? हाउ टू सेटल दिस डिबेट?
जैसे रोनाल्डो मेसी का होता है, तो मेसी ने वर्ल्ड कप जीत रखा है, ऐसे ही माफिया ने काफ़ी सारी ऑफिशियल जीत रखी है, और कंसिस्टेंटली मेरे को लगता है माफिया खेलता है, ऐसा कभी उसका मेरे को डाउनफॉल दिखा नहीं है। मतलब अगर जो ई स्पोर्ट्स प्रॉपर फैन होंगे वो अभी अभी के टाइम पे माफिया को ही चूज़ करेंगे।
आप किसे चूज करोगे?
मैं भी माफिया को ही करूँगा।
अच्छा, बट आपको क्या लगता है कि यार हम बात कर रहे हैं पहाड़ी की, तो एसएटीएल एलीट में ऐसी क्या कमी रह गई कि वो क्वालिफाई नहीं हो पाए? बिकॉज़ 167 के आसपास का उन्होंने स्कोर लगाया था। सबसे ज़्यादा पॉइंट उन्होंने लगाए थे। ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ जब अगले सप्ताह का आया, वहाँ पे दे वर एट द बॉटम।
अब मेरे को पता नहीं उनके अंदर इन गेम क्या हुआ था, बट ऊपर से तो ऐसा ही दिख रहा था कि उन्होंने ज़्यादा कुछ ड्रॉप्स वगैरह चेंज किए और कुछ नया करने की ट्राई की है। मतलब अगर कुछ करना चाह रहे हो ना आप, तो पहले टेस्ट कर लो, मैं ये कहता हूँ। डायरेक्ट अगर ऐसी स्टेज पे करोगे तो मतलब हो सकता है ऊपर-नीचे, तो उनका उस दिन हो गया। बट आई गेस वही दिन-दिन का फ़र्क था, अब नेक्स्ट टाइम हमको वो दिखेंगे ही। पहाड़ी अभी थोड़ा प्रेशर में खेलता है, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है गेम में। उसको भी फैन्स का जैसे हम लोग को बर्डन है, उसको भी अभी आ गया है बर्डन।
क्या iQOO टोटल गेमिंग ओवररेटेड है?
थोड़ी-सी है।
टीएसजी का पहला ऑफिशियल है, देखते हैं फाइनल्स तक जाएगी या नहीं जाएगी। अभी
आप ये कह रहे हो कि टीएसजी फाइनल तक नहीं जाएगी?
50-50 है।
हमारा ये पहला राउंड क्लेम योर ग्राउंड खत्म हो चुका है। अब बारी है हमारे दूसरे राउंड की। पिक अ कार्ड, हमारा दूसरा राउंड है और दूसरे राउंड के लिए गेस्ट को बुलाना चाहूंगा, हमारे पेट। क्या बात, ये अलग वाइब में है, हमारे पेट बहुत ज्यादा वाइब में है। भाई पिछले एपिसोड में भी तुमने ये सब किया था। लेजेंड भाई, उनसे कार्ड लेके मुझे दे दो यार। आ जाओ भाई, मतलब
दे दो बाबू, दे दो।
कैमरा मत घेरो इतना। थैंक यू, थैंक यू, बाय बाय। चलिए गाइस, मैं इनको शफल कर देता हूँ। मुझे भी नहीं पता इन कार्ड्स में क्या क्या सवाल है, और ये मैं कार्ड्स यहाँ पे बिछा देता हूँ। सिंपल से रूल्स है, एक कार्ड आप उठाओगे, मेरे हाथ में दोगे, जो भी सवाल होगा मैं आपको पूछूंगा। एक कार्ड आप उठाओगे।
एक को ही पूछोगे?
हाँ,
तो मैं उठा रहा हूँ ना, वो माफिया को पूछो।
चलो ट्विस्ट के साथ फिर हम ये कार्ड भी बांट लेंगे। तो यहाँ पे हु वांट्स टू गो फर्स्ट? आप उठाओ, माफिया से सवाल करूंगा। ऑलराइट, विच इज द मोस्ट ओवररेटेड टीम आपके हिसाब से?
मेरे को देख रहा है यार।
भाई
आंसर देना है।
हाँ, आंसर देना है भाई, वो देखना नहीं है।
टीएसजी।
एक ही आंसर है यार।
माफिया, अब आप भी। नॉट सिंपल सा सवाल है यार। विच प्लेयर ऑन योर टीम गेट्स अंडर प्रेशर द मोस्ट?
अब थोड़ा कम हो गया, वैसे आयुष लेता था। मेरे को ही बैकफायर हो रहा है ये सब चीजें।
मैं क्लियर करना चाहूंगा कि ये ना कार्ड्स रैंडमली स्प्लिट हुए हैं यहाँ पे, बट पता नहीं सवाल ऐसे कैसे आ रहे हैं। आपकी टीम में सबसे ज्यादा बेटर प्रेशर कौन हैंडल करता है?
अगर सिचुएशन दी जाए तो गिल्ड वाइज ज्यादा खेल सकते हैं, पर चलिए आई थिंक सो यस।
चलिए बहुत बढ़िया। माफिया, एक कार्ड आप भी पिक कर लीजिए। विच टीम डू यू थिंक डिपेंड्स टू मच ऑन वन प्लेयर?
आई गेस फिर ऐसा है तो हेड हंटर्स हो सकती है। वो अर्श पे मेरे हिसाब से डिपेंडेंट है, बाकी उनके रशर और जो नेडर वगैरह है वो शॉट में उतना कुछ नहीं कर पाता।
इफ यू कुड स्टील वन प्लेयर फ्रॉम एनी टीम, हु वुड दैट बी?
मैं किसी भी टीम का स्नाइपर ले लूंगा, मेरे को रशिंग करनी है। कोई भी मिल जाए, मेरे को कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। T1 में से कोई भी स्नाइपर ले लूँ,
यार ऐसा क्यों?
मेरे को रशिंग भी करनी है। वो है।
आप दोनों ने बहुत अच्छे अच्छे जवाब दिए हैं यहाँ पे। आई होप हमारी जनता को भी अच्छा लगा होगा। बट गाइस, पिक अ कार्ड का राउंड हमारा यहाँ एंड होता है। अब बारी है हमारे तीसरे राउंड की, जहाँ पे कुछ कन्फेशंस हो गए। तो चलिए कन्फेशंस की तरफ, कन्फेशनल शॉट की तरफ चलते हैं। अब बारी है थोड़े से इमोशंस की, बिकॉज हर एक प्लेयर की लाइफ में बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती है, अप्स एंड डाउन्स होते हैं। तो मुझे आपसे ये डिस्कस करना है। लेजेंड, आई विल डायरेक्टली कट टू द चेस। सबसे पहले मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, एवरीबडी नोज लेजेंड हैज बीन इन द सीन फॉर सो लॉन्ग, लेकिन कुछ समय पहले एक ऐसा लो आपने देखा जो किसी भी प्लेयर को, किसी भी इंसान को तोड़ के रख देता है। आई वॉन्ट यू टू डिस्कस अबाउट दैट, अगर आप कंफर्टेबल है तो।
तो वो टाइम था जब मेरे को लगता था कि मैं तो भी खेल ही लेता था, भले कैसा भी था। मैं एक साइड से बोलने भी नहीं होता था तब भी मैं खेलता था।
हुआ क्या था?
ऐसे फेस का ही हुआ था, बट हाफ ऐसे पैरालाइज हो गया था, तो इधर की मूवमेंट नहीं होती थी कुछ भी, एक साइड की।
राइट साइड की?
हाँ, कहीं भी
आपका
मतलब
आधा फेस नम हो गया था?
हाँ पूरा। मतलब मैं पॉजिटिव सोचता हूँ, कुछ भी मेरे को होता है तो।
आप उस टाइम पे भी गेम खेल रहे
उस
थे?
टाइम में मतलब कुछ दिन मेरे को ब्रेक लेना पड़ा, क्योंकि थोड़ा देखना पड़ता है हेल्थ भी। हाँ, मतलब मेरा ऐसा है कि अगर जो हम सोचेंगे ना वही चीज़ आगे होती है। फैंस का पूरा सपोर्ट था, फैंस मेरे को मैसेज करते थे। ऐसे ऐसे टाइम पे मैसेज आते हैं ना, ऐसे टैग्स आते हैं, तो और मोटिवेशन मिलती है कि जल्दी ठीक होके वापस से खेलने जाना है।
आई होप कि ऐसे ही आप लोग खेलते रहो, ऐसे ही आपके फैंस आपको सपोर्ट करते रहे। लेकिन माफिया, अब मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, जब एज़टेक गए थे, बीपीएल में हम थे, आई रिमेम्बर, मैं मिला भी था आपसे। सो व्हाट वर द इमोशंस जो आप उस टाइम पे फेस कर रहे थे, एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे थे, और कैसे कोप अप कर रहे थे, वो डिस्कस करो।
तो हमारे मतलब टूर्नामेंट के फील्ड टूर्नामेंट के फॉर्म चले गए थे, सबका रोस्टर चला गया था। फिर सामने से आता है कि हमारे मैनेजर हमें बताता है कि एक टीम छोड़ के जा रहे हैं फिर से, तो वो उस टाइम पे कॉम्प्रिहेंड करना इतना मुश्किल होता है कि हम एक तो बीपीएल पे इतना फन इवेंट है, तो वहाँ पे हम इतना फन जॉली मूड में हैं और एकदम से मूड पूरा चेंज हो गया। तो वो कॉम्प्रिहेंड करने में मेरे को बहुत टाइम लग गया कि क्या हो रहा है। तो मैं तो उसका जब भी एंगर-वैंगर था मैंने बोला, बट वही है कि अब एक लाइफ है, रोलर कोस्टर जैसा है, इसमें अप्स होते हैं, डाउन्स होते हैं, पर कभी पीछे नहीं जाता रोलर कोस्टर, हमेशा आगे चलता रहता है। तो हमारे को भी आगे चलते रहना, पीछे का छोड़ देना, जो भी हुआ अब आगे फ़ोकस करना है, जो हमारे पास अब हाथ में है उस समय कुछ अच्छा करना है। सबसे मेन आपकी मेंटल हेल्थ होती है इस गेम में, पूरा मेंटल गेम है ये। इसमें आपका कोई आपके बॉडी काम नहीं आएगी इतना कुछ ख़ास, कि मेंटल हेल्थ सही रखो तो आप अच्छे प्लेयर ही बनोगे।
आपकी जोड़ी फौजी भाई के साथ हमने देखी है, डिलीट के साथ, एज़टेक, शैंकी, जितने भी प्लेयर्स हैं, बेसिकली वो जाने-माने चेहरे जो हमारे कम्युनिटी के हैं, उनके साथ तो हमने देख लिया। लेकिन आपके भाई को भी मैंने तो पर्सनली बहुत सारे इवेंट्स में देखा है, तो भाई के बारे में कुछ कहना चाहोगे?
उसके बारे में तो क्या बोलूँ, अगर वो मेरे साथ नहीं होता, मेरा बड़ा भाई नहीं होता, तो मैं शायद यहाँ पे होता ही नहीं। मतलब सच में नहीं होता ऐसे, मतलब स्टोरी के लिए भी नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, कसम से ना। ऐसा है कि मेरा स्टार्टिंग से उसने मेरा यूट्यूब, इंस्टा, अगर मैं गेम खेलता था ना रात को भी थोड़ा लेट हो गया तो पापा से सारी रात वो सुन लेगा, मेरे को कुछ नहीं, मेरे को बताएगा भी नहीं कि ये हुआ। फिर मेरे को अगले दिन बोलता था कि मतलब थोड़ा सा देख लियो, अगर रात को शोर करे तो हल्का करियो। पापा कहते थे कि यहाँ पे आवाज़ कैसे आ रही है, तो वो कहता था कि मैं बात कर रहा था ना तू कॉल पे, तो सारी डांट अपने ऊपर लेता था। जैसे हमारी फैमिली में मैं बड़ा भाई है, तो हमारी फैमिली बिजनेस है, तो वो सारा काम खुद देखते हैं। जबकि मेरी एज भी हो गई है, मेरे को खुद देखना चाहिए, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि मेरे को हेल्प करनी चाहिए, मेरे लिए बहुत खास है वो।
सबसे खास?
हाँ।
आपकी भी लाइफ में कोई है ऐसा खास?
मेरे लाइफ में ऋतिक ही है, जो पूरा बैकएंड सँभालता है, सब चीज़ें मेरे को कभी मतलब कुछ मुश्किल में नहीं आने देता है। आज जो भी नाम है मेरा, ऋतिक के वजह से ही हुआ है। मतलब ऋतिक ने स्टार्ट में अगर सपोर्ट किया ही नहीं होता तो मैं आज होता भी नहीं यहाँ पे, गेम भी शायद कंटिन्यू ना करता। मेरे को यूट्यूब में, मेरे को इंसान बनाने में जो मैं हूँ आज यहाँ पे, वो ऋतिक का ही है।
दिस इज द फाइनल राउंड, दिस इज द वर्डिक्ट। आप दोनों से सिंपल सा सवाल, अपने हिसाब से आपको जवाब देना है। वैसे तो आज के दिन सवालों का सिलसिला चल रहा है, बट ये थोड़ा सा अलग टाइप का सवाल होगा। सबसे पहले सिंपल सा क्वेश्चन, आखिरी दिन पे ग्रैंड फिनाले में विच पोजीशन डू यू थिंक यू आर गोइंग टू गेट एंड विच पोजीशन डू यू थिंक दे आर गोइंग टू गेट? ये दोनों के लिए है सवाल। अपनी भी पोजीशन बतानी है और इनकी भी पोजीशन बतानी है, स्टार्टिंग विद माफिया।
फर्स्ट के लिए उसके अलावा
और इनका
इनका सेकंड हो सकता है।
आप क्या कहेंगे?
चाहूँगा तो मैं कि हम ही जीतें और ये सेकंड आए। ये सेकंड आए तो बढ़िया है,
मतलब आप जीतेंगे, ये सही।
ये सेकंड।
डोंट डू इट।
चलिए अच्छी बात है, दोनों भाइयों ने सेटल कर लिए हैं स्कोर्स यहाँ पे। बट आपके हिसाब से कितने मैचेस में आप गेम खत्म कर देंगे चैंपियन रश एक्टिवेट करके?
मैं एम तो ये करूँगा कि 4 गेम में ऑन कर दूँ और फिर 5th में बूया करूँ।
अपना इज्जत से 15-15, 20-20 पॉइंट का गेम निकालो, और 5 गेम तक भी लोगे तो ठीक है, कोई गलती मत करो एक्स्ट्रा पॉइंट के चक्कर में, क्योंकि आपका गेम खराब होगा तो कोई और अगर आगे अच्छा खेल रहा है तो वो एक मौका मिलेगा उसको, तो उसमें वो ले जा सकता है। तो अपना एवरेज लेके चलो और आखिरी गेम में बूम।
क्या हिस्ट्री बनेगी इस बार? क्या हिस्ट्री रिपीट करी जाएगी? ये तो हमें नहीं पता, इसके लिए तो ग्रैंड फिनाले तक का इंतजार करना पड़ेगा। लेकिन ये एपिसोड नंबर 2, आई नो आप लोगों को काफी ज्यादा मजा आया होगा। बाय, टेक केयर, हैव फन, लव यू ऑल।
हेलो एवरीवन, हार्दिक स्वागत है आप सबका बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल्स के एपिसोड नंबर 5 में। जी हाँ गाइज, और आज हमारे साथ कुछ खास मेहमान जुड़ चुके हैं जो बिहाइंड द ग्लू वॉल से जो है अपनी सीक्रेट्स आपके सामने रिवील करेंगे। जी हाँ गाइज, मेरे साथ मौजूद है द लेजेंडरी कास्टर एरो आईबी। उसके अलावा हमारे साथ आज मौजूद रहने वाले हैं iQOO टोटल गेमिंग के iQOO TG डिलीट AKA द गॉडजिला एंड none other than ज्ञान गेमिंग के जीजी इनसेन द पनिशर। कैसे हैं आप सब?
तो सबसे पहले तो कांग्रेचुलेट करेंगे डिलीट को, साथ ही साथ इनसेन को, कि आप लोगों को जो टिकट है अहमदाबाद ग्रैंड फाइनल का वो मिल चुका है। और अब सबसे पहला और सबसे सीरियस सवाल होने वाला है डिलीट के साथ, कि पिछले साल आप चैंपियन बने थे, आपने बोला था कि मुझे ट्रीट दोगे, तो वो ट्रीट पेंडिंग है, तो वो आप कब दे रहे हो मुझे?
मिलो अभी भाई, जरूर देंगे आपको।
चलिए वो तो मैं आपसे ले लूंगा ट्रीट, बट चलिए यहाँ पे थोड़ा सीरियस सवाल पे आते हैं कि आप मुझे सच सच बताओ, दिल पे हाथ रख के, कि iQOO टोटल गेमिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स पिछले साल जो हमें नजर आई थी, जो चैंपियन बनी थी, अगर उस टीम से आप अपनी करंट टीम को कंपेयर करोगे, वी नो लाइनअप सेम है, बट टूर्नामेंट स्टार्ट होने से पहले काफी सारे इंटरनल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स आए थे, टीम टूटी थी, वापस से जुड़ी, तो अभी जो आप लोगों के बीच की सिनर्जी है, क्या वो पहले से बेहतर हो चुकी है? इसके ऊपर आपकी क्या राय है?
अभी जैसे बॉन्डिंग हमारी चल रही है ना, बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है, और आगे भी फोकस कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमारा मेन तो इंटरनेशनल ही है टूर्नामेंट। तो अभी तो मस्त चल रही है क्योंकि हमारे में कोई दिक्कत भी नहीं और प्रैक्टिस तो बहुत हार्ड करते हैं हम लोग।
क्या बात है। और रॉकी देखिए अभी शैंकी की जो परफॉर्मेंस आई है वो भी हम देख रहे हैं कि जिस तरीके से वीक 2 में उन्होंने खेला 47 एलिमिनेशंस निकाले और इसके साथ साथ जो वो उनके एलिमिनेशन होने के चांसेस थे वो भी बहुत कम थे, मतलब सिर्फ 14 टाइम्स वो खुद एलिमिनेट हुए थे। दैट शोज कि लगभग 3 से ज्यादा का केडी रेट उन्होंने मेंटेन किया। तो जिस तरह के वो खिलाड़ी हैं, डिलीट से बेहतर आई थिंक इनको कौन जानता है। उनका स्पेशलिटी क्या है, इतना कम वो एलिमिनेट होते हैं, इसके पीछे का राज क्या है? गेम सेंस या फिर कुछ और?
भाई उसका गेम सेंस भी बहुत बढ़िया और भाई पूरा ऐसे एग्रेसिव ही रहता है क्योंकि उसको बस ऐसा चाहिए कि भाई बंदा सामने दिख जाए बस घुस के मार दे। और भाई उसका डेली रूटीन भाई गेम प्रैक्टिस 8-9 घंटे का मस्त। थैंक यू। दो
वेल अब बारी है इनसेन की। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर अमेजिंग आंसर्स। डिलीट आप पे भी और सवाल बाकी हैं जो हम दागेंगे जरूर, लेकिन अब शुरुआत होगी इनसेन की। इनसेन, सबसे पहले तो आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा, 3 बैक टू बैक बूयाज और उसके बाद इतनी कन्विंसिंग परफॉर्मेंस के साथ ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए क्वालिफाई। देख ब्रो, सच बताना, क्या वो लॉबी ही इतनी आसान थी या फिर आपको लगा कि भाई उस दिन आपका दिन चल गया इतना अच्छा कर गया? क्योंकि ये मेरा नहीं, ये जो आपके क्रिटिक्स है इनका कहना है कि अक्सर वो लोग आपको क्रिटिसाइज किया करते थे कि देखो ये तो मतलब अंडर परफॉर्मिंग टीम है और सिर्फ पार्टिसिपेट करते क्योंकि मैंडेटरी होता है, बट इस वक्त इतना जबरदस्त परफॉर्मेंस, क्या कहना चाहोगे अपने क्रिटिक्स को?
मैं तो ये कहना चाहता हूँ, मैं तो मतलब ऐसा दिन सबका है, मैं तो बोलता हूँ हमारा ना है, फिर देखते हैं क्या होता है।
रॉकी,
कैसे
मेरा
देना
एक इसी के ऊपर एक काउंटर क्वेश्चन भी रहेगा काइंड ऑफ, कि जिस तरीके से आपने बताया क्रिटिक्स काफी ज्यादा है ज्ञान गेमिंग की, अंडरस्टिमेट किया जा रहा था। इवन मैंने देखा था iQOO यहाँ पे OGxTSG के लेजेंड ने भी बोला था कि वीक 1 में दिन चल गया था ज्ञान गेमिंग का, इसीलिए टॉप 12 में इन्होंने जगह बना ली थी। और इतना ही नहीं, जब सवाल पूछे गए थे कि कौन सी ऐसी टीम है जिसमें कोई एक खिलाड़ी पूरी टीम को कैरी करता है, तो वहां पे भी एस्टेक की तरफ से आया था कि ज्ञान गेमिंग के जीजी इनसेन टीम को कैरी करते हैं। तो इन सब चीजों के ऊपर आपकी क्या राय है? मतलब बाकी अपने टीममेट्स के बारे में बताइए, बिकॉज वी नो कि जब आप इस स्तर की परफॉर्मेंस करते हो जहाँ पे स्टेज ऐसा है कि एक से बढ़कर एक टीम है, भारत की सर्वश्रेष्ठ टीमें कॉम्पीट कर रही है, और वहां पे अगर आप क्वालिफाई कर रहे हो तो वो कोई एक खिलाड़ी तो नहीं कर सकता।
जी बिल्कुल, ये बात से मैं सहमत हूँ आपकी कि सारे जो बंदे हमारी टीम में, चारों प्लेयर्स हैं जो हम, वो सबका इक्वल कंट्रीब्यूशन था। और अगर मैं उस चीज़ का रिप्लाई दूं कि सिर्फ मैं अकेला परफॉर्म कर रहा हूँ टीम से या फिर मैं कैरी कर रहा हूँ, तो बिल्कुल गलत है। क्योंकि अगर देखा जाए तो लास्ट दिन जब हम क्वालिफाई हुए तो उसमें सबसे कम किल मेरा था, सबसे कम किल। तो ये चीज़ प्रूव करता है कि आरूप और शुभा और निंजा तीनों का भी इक्वल कंट्रीब्यूशन।
अब अगला सवाल मेरा डिलीट से रहेगा। सो डिलीट, मैं यहाँ पे स्टैट्स देख रहा था कि डे 2 पे नॉकआउट स्टेज में 153 अंक आपकी टीम ने स्कोर करे और जो सेकंड प्लेस पे टीम थी उनके 92 अंक थे, 61 पॉइंट्स का गैप। देखो ये नॉर्मल तो नहीं है, तो ऑनेस्टली बताना, क्या आपकी टीम उस दिन प्लान करके गई थी कि आज तो लॉबी तोड़ देंगे, या फिर क्लिक कर गया बस सब कुछ कि हाँ भाई सब कुछ सही जा रहा है हमारे फेवर में? सच
जैसे कि फर्स्ट डे जो हुआ था हमारा एलिमिनेशन बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा था क्योंकि हम पोजीशन पे जा ही नहीं रहे थे। तो हमने थोड़ा सा बात की टीममेट से कि हाँ भाई डे 2 में करेंगे, मगर प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट जरूर निकालेंगे। तो हमने ऐसे ही करके खेला कि शुरू में मारते रहेंगे और लास्ट में कैसे भी जोन जाके बैठ जाएंगे। तो यही सीन था हमारा, मारते गए और प्लेसमेंट भी आया और 2 बूजा भी किया हमने।
क्या बात है। अभी करंटली अगर हम लोग देखें तो अगर हम एलिमिनेशन लीडर बोर्ड देखते हैं ना, तो उसमें से टॉप 10 में हमको 7 तो रशर्स नजर आ रहे हैं। तो ये सवाल मेरा आप दोनों से रहेगा, एक सिचुएशन अगर क्रिएट होती है जहाँ पे आप एक टीम के ऊपर रश कर रहे हो, आपका स्नाइपर आपको कवर दे रहा है, आपके 2 रशर्स आगे जा रहे हैं, तो सिचुएशन 1 ऐसी है जहाँ पे आपका स्नाइपर नॉक हो चुका है, अब आपके 3 खिलाड़ी ही वहां पे उस फाइट को लेने वाले हैं। सिचुएशन 2 है जहां पे आपका एक रशर एलिमिनेट हो गया, एक रशर फ्रंट पे है उसको बैकअप देने के लिए बॉम्बर, और पीछे स्नाइपर होने वाला है। तो आपके लिए कौन सी परिस्थिति ज्यादा मुश्किल है? सिचुएशन 1 जहां पे आपका स्नाइपर एलिमिनेट हो चुका है, या फिर सिचुएशन 2 जहां पे आपका रशर एलिमिनेट हो चुका है? बिकॉज अभी तो रशर्स बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, बट ये बात भी हम लोग जानते हैं कि स्नाइपर टीम की बैकबोन होती है। सबसे पहले इनसे
देखो मेरे हिसाब से तो अगर स्नाइपर खड़ा है पीछे टीम के तो वो ज़्यादा बेटर है अपने लिए, क्योंकि स्नाइपर अगर एक शॉट भी कनेक्ट कर देता है तो जो सामने एक बंदा भी बचा है, 2 बंदा बचे हैं, तो मोको आ जाएगी उनको, और नीडर भी अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन दे सकता है, और जो रशर है वो भी सिर्फ एक गोली में किल ले सकता है।
डिलीट।
मेरा तो फर्स्ट रहेगा कि स्नाइपर अगर एलिमिनेट हो जाएगा तो हमारे लिए तो बहुत दिक्कत हो जाएगी, क्योंकि सामने वाले पे रहेगा और वो जब हम रश भी करेंगे तो सामने से शॉट्स आएंगे, तो यही दिक्कत है थोड़ा।
देखिए, सवालों को और मसालेदार बनाने के लिए अब हम बाकी टीमों के प्रश्न भी आपसे पूछेंगे, और ये प्रश्न दोनों से है, इनसेन और डिलीट, आप दोनों से। कि मैं यहाँ पे आंकड़े देख रहा हूँ दोबारा से, फायर आइज गेमिंग को गॉड्स प्रोज ने 41 बार एलिमिनेट किया है, एरोबॉट्स ने 35 बार एलिमिनेट किया है। लिटरली मतलब सारी टीम की पंचिंग बैग बनी हुई थी टीम कि भाई जो भी आए पहले आके फायर आइज गेमिंग पे हाथ साफ करे, ठीक है। फिर भी वो क्वालिफाई कर गए। इनसेन, आपके सामने भी वो टीम कई बार आई, डिलीट आपके सामने उतनी बार तो नहीं आए, बट सामना आपसे भी 1-2 बार तो हुआ है। अब जाहिर सी बात है, दोनों की हो सकता है अलग अलग पर्सपेक्टिव हो, बट मेरा ये प्रश्न है आप दोनों से कि फायर आइज गेमिंग का ये डेथ फॉर इंफॉर्मेशन वाला जो अप्रोच था, क्या ये एक स्मार्ट टैक्टिक है, या आपको लगता है बस नसीब वाले थे जो क्वालिफाई हो गए? स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम इनसेन।
देखो, उनने बहुत मेहनत की है इस सब के लिए, एंड उनने प्रूव करके दिखाया सबको कि ऐसे खेला जाता है। एक अंडरडॉग टीम आके उठ के और मार रही है सबको, चाहे वो मर रही है बट फिर भी उनके पॉइंट इतने हैं, वो क्वालिफाई हो रहे हैं, तो वो चीज़ें मैटर करती है और चीज़ कुछ मैटर नहीं करती। और रही बात, वो इतनी बार एलिमिनेट हो रही है क्योंकि उन पर बहुत सारी थर्ड पार्टीज हो रही है। बिंगा शक्ति पे क्लैश होता है TSG और उनका और हमारा भी, तो हम तो स्मार्टली साइड हट गए, बट उनमें करेज था, वो फाइट दिया विंग पे, तो हेड्स ऑफ टू देम।
यहाँ तो प्रेज हो गया, देखते हैं अब गॉडजिला क्या रिप्लाई देते हैं।
जैसे कि वो बहुत अच्छी टीम है, जैसे हमारा क्लैश होता है पैकेट्री में, और भाई उनका जो कोऑर्डिनेशन होती है, ऐसे कैसे घेर के मारना है, कैसे गन पावर उनका बहुत अच्छा है। वो मेरे को नहीं लगता कि उनकी जो प्लेइंग स्टाइल है भाई, कई T1 टीमों से भी बेटर है भाई उनकी। तो वो मेरे को पहले से लग रहा था, क्योंकि मैंने और फौजी भाई ऐसे प्रिडिक्ट किए थे कि डे 2 में भाई फायर आइस गेमिंग क्वालिफाई कर गई, तो हो गई भाई। उनकी गन पावर तो बहुत अच्छी है मेरे को।
चलिए,
Well
गन
said.
पावर की बात करी है रॉकी, तो K9 स्पोर्ट्स का नाम ना आया ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? तो ये भी सवाल
Absolutely.
रहेगा कि डे 1 पे लास्ट पोजीशन पे आए थे K9 स्पोर्ट्स, और डे 3 पे जब वो खेले वीक 2 में, तो उन्होंने ऑलमोस्ट क्वालिफाई कर लिया था, बट कर नहीं पाए थे, सिचुएशन उनके विपरीत गई। K9 स्पोर्ट्स वो टीम जिसको 4 वर्सेस 4 फाइट्स के लिए जाना जाता है, जिसमें जियान और साथ ही साथ दाफिक जैसे हैवी हिटर्स है, तो इनकी जो परफॉर्मेंस आ रही है कभी अप कभी डाउन, इस मोमेंटम के साथ आपको क्या लगता है ये टीम क्या ग्रैंड फाइनल में क्वालिफाई कर पाएगी? और अगर वो ग्रैंड फाइनल में क्वालिफाई करती है, वी नो की बहुत ही हाई कैलिबर की टीम है, फायर पावर काफी ज्यादा है, तो क्या आप उनको एक टॉप कंटेंडर मानते हो चैंपियनशिप जीतने का? सबसे पहले डिलीट आप।
वो जैसे उनका एक जैसा है कि सारे गेम उनके क्लैश होते हैं पहले तो K9 के, तो वो थोड़ा ऐसे 50-50 होता है कि कई बार एक में मर जाए, पिगट्री में मतलब मार दिए, तो उनका यही सीन होता है कि खेल लेते हैं पूरा, मगर वही है, फिर पॉइंट नहीं निकाल पाते हैं, लास्ट तक नहीं पहुंच पाते हैं। तो अगला फाइनल में मुझे लगता है पहुंच जाएंगे, क्योंकि अब तो जो बड़ी बड़ी टीमें थी वो क्वालिफाई कर गई, तो उनका मतलब ड्रॉप पॉइंट भी खाली हो चुका है 1-2, तो कर लेगी मेरे को लगता है फाइनल में।
और दाफिक, उनका जो रिकॉर्ड है कई बार आपकी टीम को उन्होंने क्लच भी किया, तो उनके ऊपर आपकी क्या राय है? किस तरीके के प्लेयर और उनकी स्पेशलिटी क्या है? एक्यूरेसी, स्पीड, मतलब आपके POV से क्या उनमें ऐसा है जो उनको एक एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी खिलाड़ी बनाता है?
उसका गेम सेंस बहुत अच्छा है, मतलब क्या करना है, क्या एडिट से करना है भाई, उसका गेम सेंस और उसका गन पावर तो भाई वैसे ही है, वन टैप भी सब बढ़िया भाई। तो
इनसेन।
तो हम कंपेयर करें जो परफॉर्मेंस आ रही है उनकी, जो पहला वीक था और दूसरा वीक, तो अभी तो उनका बहुत बेटर हुआ है। थर्ड उन्होंने फिनिश किया था अभी लास्ट, जो टॉप 2 पहुंचना था, तो आई गेस वो हो तो जाने चाहिए क्वालिफाई टॉप 6 में, क्योंकि टॉप 6 आना है तो 3 दिन भी, ऐसा नहीं है कि एक दिन खराब हो गया या फिर एक दिन अच्छा चला गया, तो 3 दिन है तुम्हारे लिए, वो जो क्वालिफाई, जो अच्छा करेगा वो क्वालिफाई करेगा।
अगला प्रश्न आप दोनों के लिए लड़कों, आप दोनों से सवाल है कि कई ऐसे मैप्स के हिसाब से टीमें बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही है, स्पेसिफिक टीमें। तो मेरा प्रश्न आप दोनों से ये डिलीट और इनसेन कि आप लोग भी अपनी टीम के लिहाज से पर्टिकुलर मैप के हिसाब से अलग रणनीति सोच के आते हो, या फिर रिगार्डलेसली आप बस ये सोचते हो कि नहीं हमारा गेम प्लान एक ही है, जैसा डिलीट ने बताया भी था कि प्लेसमेंट के लिए जाना है ना एलिमिनेशन के लिए जाना है। व्हाट इज द माइंडसेट ऑफ अ वेरी गुड टीम कि वो ये दिमाग में रखकर चले कि नक्शे के हिसाब से प्लान करें या अपना जो नॉर्मल गियर है उस पर खेलें? स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम डिलीट।
वो जैसे कि मतलब ये सब मैं नहीं करता, वो ऐसा ही करता, क्योंकि वो पहले से प्लानिंग करता कि भाई जिस रोटेशन में भाई कौन सी टीम आ रही है, कौन सी टीम नहीं आ रही है, तो उस हिसाब से हम देखते हैं। और यही होता कि भाई जहाँ मतलब जिस टीम को हम रोटेशन में पकड़ रहे हैं उसको मार के फिर प्लेसमेंट वन पे जाते, तो यही होता है हमारा कि मार के फिर चले जाओ, एक जगह होल्ड कर लो, यही होता है।
जी इनसेन, आपकी टीम के लिए मैप मायने रखता है या स्ट्रेटेजी ज्यादा सही रहती है कि नहीं एक ही गियर पे खेलना है?
मैप और मतलब जो स्ट्रेटजी है दोनों एक साथ ही आते हैं, क्योंकि जो नेक्स्टेरा, सोलारा और बरमूडा है ये हमारे मोस्टली हाई काउंटर गेम होते हैं। इसमें हम ज़्यादा एलिमिनेशन पे फोकस करते हैं, और जो परगेटरी जैसा जो बड़ा मैप है उसमें स्लो गेम चलता है हमारे लिए, क्योंकि हमारे आसपास इतना टीम नहीं होता। जो टीम थे वो तो एलिमिनेट हो गया आसपास सारे। और जो बाकी के मैप्स हैं जैसे नेक्स्टेरा, उसमें हमें थर्ड पार्टीज मिल जाती है, और सोलारा में भी हमें थर्ड पार्टीज मिल जाती है, तो वो हमारी ज़्यादा बड़ी गेम जाती है।
क्या
Well
बात
said.
है।
ओके, अगला प्रश्न दोनों से ही है मेरा, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम इनसेन दिस टाइम, कि अहमदाबाद में आपका ग्रैंड फाइनल्स होने वाला है, आपको पता चल चुका है। क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है अहमदाबाद की क्राउड से, कितना सपोर्ट आप एक्सपेक्ट करते हो इनसेन?
देखा जाए तो अहमदाबाद में जो गुजरात के अंदर आता है, तो गुजरात में बहुत ज़्यादा फ्री फायर एथलीट्स हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब फ्री फायर के प्लेयर्स हैं जो नॉर्मल लोकल प्लेयर्स बोल रहे हैं और कुछ भी बोल रहे हैं। तो आई गेस बहुत सपोर्ट आएगा, और पिछली बार बीपीएल भी वहीं हुआ तो क्रेज थोड़ा सा और है, हाइप थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा है इस बार, तो मज़ा आएगा, बहुत सपोर्ट मिलेगा हमें।
वैसे तो भारत के किसी भी शहर में हो iQOO टोटल गेमिंग के लिए फैंस का हुजूम आता है डिलीट, बट फिर भी पूछना चाहूंगा अहमदाबाद से एक्सपेक्टेशन क्या रहेंगी आपकी? कितने फैंस आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो वहाँ पे?
जैसे लास्ट टाइम तो लखनऊ का पता ही था फाइनल में कितने आए थे, तो इस टाइम गुजरात में तो आपको पता ही कि क्या है टोटल गेमिंग का, तो उससे डबल भी हो सकते आएंगे। वो क्रेज तो भाई बहुत क्रेजी रहेगा, मजा आने वाला भाई इस लैब में तो।
बिल्कुल मजा आने वाला है। बट इसी का चलिए आखिरी सवाल ये रहने वाला है कि आप दोनों तो क्वालिफाई कर गए हो अपनी टीम के साथ, बट अभी 12 टीमें बची हैं जो कि वीक 3 में 3 दिन आपस में टकराएंगी, तो उसमें से कोई एक ऐसी टीम जो आप चाहते हो कि क्वालिफाई करके आगे ना आए, बिकॉज वो आपके रोटेशंस में आते हैं या फिर थर्ड पार्टी करने आते हैं आपके अगेंस्ट, तो कोई भी ऐसा एक नाम जो आप चाहते हो कि वो तो क्वालिफाई ना करे बिकॉज हमको वो प्रॉब्लम्स देते हैं। वी नो कि हम उनसे फाइट जीत जाते हैं बट कहीं ना कहीं नुकसान होता है टीम का। सबसे पहले इनसे
मेरे लिए तो ऐसी मतलब कोई टीम नहीं है, मतलब जो आ रहा है आने दो, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है सर। और जो अच्छा खेलेगा उस दिन, जैसा कि जिसका दिन अच्छा होगा वो पहुंच जाएगा, वो क्वालिफाई कर लेगा टॉप 6 में, बस।
डिलीट।
मेरा भी तो यही है कि किसी टीम को ऐसे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आती है तो हम तो मार ही देते हैं, तो वही बात है कि भाई जिसका दिन अच्छा रहेगा उस दिन तो वही क्वालिफाई करेगा। जैसे अंडरडॉग का दिन अच्छा हुआ तो अंडरडॉग क्वालिफाई हो जाएगी, और T1 की तो मतलब दिन खराब हो तो भाई वो भी जाएंगे।
This is the final stretch to the grand final, ladies and gentlemen. The 6 games played today is going to determine to us which are the 6 teams will be making it into the grand finals, as 6 already await them at Ahmedabad. You guys are watching TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. With me on the desk is going to be Lucifer, as we're going to discuss more about how close the games can be, because still all it takes is 40 points from the team at the bottom to reach into the top 6. Lucifer, I welcome you for the day. At the same time, I have a question for you. Do you feel the day of the comeback is still on?
I kind of do, because yesterday there were only 2 teams. I would actually not even say 2 teams. I would just say 1 team had a chance of making a leap and a comeback. Everybody else just watched and witnessed the Godlike show. Other than that, nothing has happened. So today there is still a possibility, and as you rightfully said, right, from the bottom of the table at the 12th spot to the 6th position, the difference is around 40 points. So possibility is still there, and we spoke about this as well yesterday, that when we are kind of looking at the overall standings, if every team has triple digits, there is still a possibility on day 3. If somebody is lagging behind that triple digits, it could become a big problem. And surprise, surprise, one of the underdogs who did pick up really well in the first 3 games on day 1 are at the bottom, however, with 100 points. That's for EMZ Esports.
I still have hopes that they can make a proper comeback, but all that I have to do is first target the teams on the top, or at least the middle frame. Don't allow the teams above them to, pick up any kind of points. Be more prominent in what you do. Try to aim at those booyers, because yesterday a team has already set an example in the name of Godlike. They understood how to carry the momentum forward. 4 booyers in a single day and 100 plus points in a single day shows that anybody can do it, because every other team is as equal as they are.
They are indeed. I think after what Godlike did, it kind of, I hope, kind of research confidence in every other team, because hey, let's talk about this, right? When a team does something like that, scores 160 points around on a single day, tells you that there are 160 points to score, and I think that is what teams need to understand. It's not just them. Even GG Instinct yesterday scored 100 plus points, made their way to the top 3. That tells us that if there are 2 teams scoring 260 plus points, which is the safe cutoff we were kind of talking about yesterday, but we'll come back to that discussion quickly. Just going through a brief that, yes, all of you from day 1 who've been with us from the initial city qualifiers, FFC mode, and then when we started the live stream for the group stage, know that this is how we started things. But it is kind of unimaginable that we are already at the last part of our online stage, the qualification for the final 6. That is the 5th of April.
I can't believe you're almost coming to the end of it all. It all started on the 7th of February. It feels like yesterday, and now we are at the last day. That's April 5th. And today is the day where we get those 6 lads, right? And at the same time, those 6 IGLs will be the flag bearers for the team to go forward into the grand finals. With the special announcement coming up after the 4th game, I am 100% sure things are going to get much more hotter as we enter the grand finals itself. The 2 days of grand finals, amongst which one day is the point rush, which is going to be so much more important for people to understand.
So much important is today's day as well, Arka. I don't know how to kind of pour a lot more than 2 cents on this description, that when we started from the group stages, we had 48 teams, slowly cascading to 36, then the best 18, and now we are left with the 12, out of which all the 12 teams will not make it out of the knockout stage. Only the 6 have a chance to go to LAN in Ahmedabad, 25 April, 26 April, point rush and champion rush. But how? Let's quickly kind of give you a gist of what all happened when week 1 started, also kind of resonating with what we saw in our week 1 overall standing. When all these 18 teams fought in a round robin, iQOO, GTSG, Reckoning, all these teams kind of performed brilliantly. But surprise, surprise, those teams are still right now playing in week 3, when a lot of their other counterparts, Arka, in week 2, day 1, day 2, day 3, 2 teams qualified, while 6 are already there in the grand finals.
When I look at the knockout stages, all I can remember is how the strongest teams have fallen, where the underdogs have risen to the occasion. Yes, this is week 3, 3 days of 6 games, and the top 6 qualifiers. As I read these numbers, I can start to feel the jitters. I can start to feel the pressure, because only 6 amongst here are going to move forward to the exquisite, the most prestigious grand finals you can have until now. But at the same time, there's one word which lingers in my head, Sam, that is going to be disappointments. How many disappointments are we going to witness today?
We did speak about the Titans on day one, right? Can they make the race happen when there are 7 of the Titans? Right as now, we could only see around 2 of the Titans in our top 6. And once they make it to the 12, what are they going to be fighting in the grand finals? Again, familiar with everybody, they get a head start point on the first day when they play on the LAN. The 25th of April, all they're going to be doing is fighting to stay on the top of the charts, which they did in the knockout stages. A little familiar land for them. And if they're in the top 6, again, they get an advantage of scoring points. 10, 7, 5, 3, 2, 1 is what they start on the actual finale. The title day, the Champions Rush day is what they'll be fighting on with this advantage. And with this advantage, how much do they have to score? If they're on the very first position, Arka, only 70 points. If they're at the 6th point, at least one head start is there, so 79 points. But once they do that, it is the Champion Rush, meaning now you have your whole and soul opportunity to become a champion.
A simple condition, but still it's hard for few to understand. So let's try to make it a bit more easier for you. If you have to win the grand finals final day, all you have to do is first reach 80 points on the overall standing. As soon as you reach that is when you activate the Champion Rush. So once you're in this activation point, or once you're activated the Champion Rush, all you have to aim is for a booyah. It doesn't matter how many eliminations, it doesn't matter how your team is playing, how many people survive, but as long as you get a booyah after activating the Champion Rush, you're going to be crowned champions, and that's the most important thing. And as my friend already told, 10 additional points the previous day can make things so much more interesting, because they're playing for a big prize pool of 1 crore rupees.
The champions, they take the hefty share of that 1 crore, that is 35 lakhs. Now, while the second place teams instantly gets a slash of it at 17, but this is the grab at the top 6 at 7 lakhs, 5, 4 lakh 30 and 4 lakhs that we end up seeing. Right now, I want you guys at the chat to let us know, who do you think, looking at the current condition? Yes, some of the teams are not yet in the LAN, have not qualified for it, but with the top 6 already who have qualified on week 2, and right now looking at the overall standings, who do you think that could take away the top 6? Because these top 6 only made it to our 26th season when they were in the top 6 at 25. But let's talk about the next as well, because we spoke about this, right, Arka? Every team, once they make it to the knockout stage, they get a share of the prize pool. That is something that they can be happy about. But I know everybody is inching to be in the top 12 to get at least a minimum of 2,50,000, not the 77,500.
But the notion of the day yesterday and today for Godlike was just grabbing the 10,000 rupees, making sure that they have enough money to party until they get to the grand finals. But yes, the grand finals MVP also getting 1,50,000 is an additional pressure, if you ask me. I know there's a boon and a bane for players out there, but eventually it can turn out to be a bane if you consider it as a bit of a pressure. But yes, the point system has made things so much more interesting, whereas the meta tries to drift away from it. So the team walking away with the booyah will be getting 12 points, the second team will get 9 points, the third will get 8, and then it starts to descend quickly until the 11th or the 12th team, or the first couple of teams to get eliminated, walks away with no placement point whatsoever.
Now, let's bring back our discussion of us trying to figure out what today's standings look like at the end of the day of our 18 games, or even if you want to conclude at 6 games when it's done. When we spoke about Godlike sitting at the top of the charts, iQOO, OGxTSG, also with them a new entrant was GG Instinct. When these teams started getting their points, right, how did they pick it up? Yes, with these points in terms of our placements when they got a booyah, but on top of that, they got the elimination. The most unique part was the meta, which you also spoke about it, right, Arka, in between, is once these teams play their spirit in terms of one unique active skill, we have seen the meta being also used to the old meta where players are bringing back Alok. We've seen also the double trouble Skylar and Nero coming into play. So every team has their own play method, which so far has been working when they've picked their respective booyahs.
Absolutely. And to add a little bit of more masala to all the drama which is taking place right now, we are looking at these teams, and 6 among them are going to move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand you see a lot of big names, but please do let us know in the chat which are the 6 teams you feel will be getting into the grand finals. For now, K-Ryan, Revenant, XSpark, Aerobotz, OGxTSG, Godlike, Metaninza, GG Instant, Team Tamilas, Reckoning, WindGod, Forens, EMZ, Oh my goodness, everybody are here, and few of them shouldn't have been here.
Yes, few of them shouldn't have been here, and I'm pretty sure the fans that you're watching, you'll be wondering, why are our favorite teams here in such a situation? Now, when you were watching day 1 and day 2, you were still kind of okay in wherever the position they were in. But today, day 3 being the last day to hit the mark to make sure they qualify, and a lot of heat is on K9 Esports. To be honest, it's a lot more on the fake himself as an individual, because he has, yes, risen to the spot as an individual, where we have talked about him throughout the streams as well. We have had a graphic for him as well as the Destroyer, but all that coming into play as a team to qualify, and especially they've made it to the knockout stage in this 26 season. 25 was not theirs, and still it is not working out. Along with them, it is the same for Revenant XSpark. After I spoke about them that they haven't been on the limelight, but today it seems like when we see day 2's and day 3 comparison, where is Revenant XSpark? What's happened yesterday?
I have no clue, and I hope that they've done their homework well as well, because they need to make sure that they have a perfect answer to the team right below them, because Godlike, they're on the verge of making another statement out here, trying to create another record for themselves, because there was a big statement made by them that they were looking forward to have 450 points in the total amount of games they'll be playing in this week itself. But at the same time, there are a few interesting names out here who have been impressing us. Two amongst them is going to be Team Tamilas and EMZ. These two teams, the way they made a comeback yesterday, and they've made sure that they could be the next favorites in this lobby.
I agree. I think Team Tamilas, with how Konshu, Yogesh, Skript and Kaushik are playing, yesterday was a little consistent for them. They've been grabbing points. However, down the last few games, they did kind of fumble here and there. So I hope today could be another opportunity where 6 games go all in a very consistent manner. On the other end, a big surprise is how WindGod have turned. Day 1 was spectacular. We ended up seeing Gokul and Nim on their best with Kingston and Django. But day 2 was a little off, and I don't know if you would call it up and down as well, because yes, we can again trace back to Godlike of what they did, but WindGod, I think looking at their aggression, they should just continue it compared to what happened to 4Ns and EMZ. Something that I'm waiting for, but waiting for what happened on day 1 to day 2 comparison, how the tables have turned.
An interesting stat, if you ask me. Revenant XSpark were holding the 3rd spot with 104 points, and the second day we see them drop down to the 8th spot, replacing GG Instance position in the first day. And the reason why GG Instance have risen is obviously because, you know, they've been maintaining a very good average. The first day, they had 64 points. The second day, they've added another 110. So that makes it so much easier for them to climb the ladder. But on the other side, Revenant XSpark, with that, you know, I would say a bombastic start on day 1 of 104 points. All they could achieve was just 41 points in the second day.
That's a little heartbreak, and this is the reason I was kind of telling that what happened to Revenant XSpark. Now, we were talking about this on day 2 of X Divine will somehow still find his lot and his team back in the grand finals. He did it in TEZ FFMIC 2025, but here it looks difficult because of how, as we spoke about it, the entire meta has changed of how teams are playing and adapted from the 25 to 26 season. A lot has changed, and right now that survival game that day 2 was tried on comeback was not working. But when we go to the road to the grand finals, and you can see where Godlike is sitting at, this is the day 2's overall standings, where Godlike is sitting at 284, 90 points of a difference from the team who is at the 2nd spot, and you can see Yogi so far ahead from the other 5.
I mean, he's already reached Ahmedabad, if you ask me. He's just trying to have some fun today. Even if they walk away with 0 points in the 6 games played, I strongly feel that they'll still hold the top 3 spots, because that's the amount of points they put up on the board. Yes, OGxTSG as well. They're going to be thanking their stars. They're going to be thanking every single lad backing them, because this is one of the finals they were looking out for. They were questioned, peppered with a lot of pressure every now and then, and now they have the guts to answer back. GG Instance as well, as we already saw the stats, the consistency has been the key for their success.
Now let's talk about this consistency, right? In terms of picking up points, I think day 2 was supposed to be a consistent day and comeback day for a lot of teams, which did not happen. Only the teams who managed to pick up an average of 100 points survived in the top 6, or at least best if you could say around 40 to 60 points, because Revenant ended up getting only 40 points, so them reaching that 60 mark and WindGod sitting at 145 helped them out. And you can see how close by the 145 tiebreaker is between 3 teams. Now Team Tamilas have an opportunity if their game starter looks good. Kingston right now, the IGL, might just end up getting pushed to the 7th spot, and Team Tamilas might take a leap here. Anything could happen. Even EMZ right now, Mr. Ani, has a 4-point difference, Arka, but we know how much of a 4-point difference it is after seeing games which were 40-pointer in total. You cannot just talk about 4 points is okay to have a difference. Not at all.
But at the same time, let's try to shed some light and also make sure that we give a ray of hope for the teams in the bottom. Foreign Esports are 108 points. If they have to make it into the top 6 in the very first game, then they'll need a 40-pointer game in the first one itself. All they have to do is a bit more aggressive, try to understand the lobby, try to understand how they're going to take the whole day, and for that they'll have to be keen on how this map schedule is looking like, game schedule is looking like. They're going to start off with Kalahari, then Solara and Purgatory, then you have a Bermuda to reset things, and then finally have a bit of a tussle in Alpine and Nextera.
Now Nextera to end the day, and for our viewers who've joined us from the very beginning when we spoke about the group stages, you would have seen that after the initial 2 days that we ended up seeing a graphic where Nextera along with I think Kalahari were the 2 highest scoring elimination heavy games. Now Nextera being the end, Arka, it is a very interesting position to see.
And Kalahari being the first one as well.
Yeah.
I think we're going to start off with a banger and then we're going to end with a banger. So it depends on which among these teams are looking forward to, actually come on with a big bang.
Oh man, when you think about all these correlations, the permutations and combinations that could happen on day 3 of week 3 of the knockout stages, and the only motto here is, while we have feel the fire, they are like, today we need to qualify. Let's start with the preferred drop spots, as we are going to be jumping into Kalahari. We see Refinery being challenged as of now, at least theoretically, by EMZ. Might not be the case when we go to the game itself. Metaninza will be seen at the sub. Team Tamilas at the Mammoth might have a change, because we've seen that Aerobotz might decide to go for a jump and a fight because they love these early clashes. iQOO OGxTSG, they've slowly picked up pace, Arka. At the maze, I don't see any trouble, and I hope they don't get lost.
Yesterday we saw Team Tamilas as well, since they were able to execute that 4v4 perfectly at the drop spots. That's one of the reasons why they had such a good run throughout the day. And today, in case they fumble in the first fight, then things can be a little bit different. Refinery as well, I'm looking forward for all those snipers from their respective teams. How much of action can they bring on the table? Because yesterday the IGLs and the snipers have performed so well that the teams were able to put up a lot of points on the table. So I'm looking forward to see which among these IGLs are actually going to be the flag bearers for the team.
When it comes back again to the story of the IGLs or the snipers, right? I think this is the reason we have said from the 25 season to 26, a lot has changed. And in that time, we were talking a lot about the rushers themselves, right? We knew the Fig at that time. We were talking about Nancy. We talked about so many people. We talked about Shanky. But now we've all seen that this entire season was always about the snipers. We started with the new sniper god against Mafia, where Arjun was there. Slowly, yes, a little tussle happened where he fell down, but now he's picked up pace. But right now, what you can do is pick up a ticket for the LAN. The QR code right in front of your screen. All you have to do is scan it. Or if you're not, there is still links in the chat as well as the description. You can click that. Get your tickets right now for the LAN. You should not and would not want to miss this.
Screenshot this immediately. Make sure that you have the scanner. All you have to do is scan that image later. It becomes so much more easier for you guys, and you do not want to miss this, because it's going to be a mega event, because most of the fan favorite teams are qualified this time, and we are looking forward for some more action to take place in moments to come. But at the same time, I would like to bring our attentions back to what we were discussing before. Do you think the teams in the bottom actually have what it takes to pick up all these fights? Because it's starting to feel like things are going to get much closer than we expect it to be.
I feel like there is a chance. We'll come back to it in terms of our predictions itself. Now I can see you've picked up Team Tamilas, who are sitting at the 7th spot. Reckoning on the other end are sitting at the 9th spot. Whereas I've gone the safer route, Arka. To be honest, after seeing what happened yesterday, I've decided I'm going to keep the top 6 itself in terms of the prediction. And again, because we are looking at who are going to be our top 3 survivors towards the final fight. So Aerobotz should be one of them. They've been slowly picking up points. We saw instances yesterday which should have been their booyahs kind of got stolen from GG Instinct. They lost a couple of fights. So I have them. iQOO, OGxTSG, brilliant showdown of what they did towards the end of day 1, and yesterday they've been consistent. And Godlike, I just put them there because they had to. There is no other name that I could have decided that could leave Godlike out.
I mean, 2 teams I'm going with is OGs, obviously because of the consistency, and Team Tamilas because they're proving themselves to be a different team altogether, especially in this week. Now, Reckoning on the other side, I know that it's a bit of a gamble, but I somewhere feel that, under pressure, these lads can actually play well. All they'll need is a little bit of, consistency. All they'll need is a little bit of a push from their teammates, or some early good clashes where they convert those 4v4s. From then on, they'll look forward to dominate. So I strongly feel, this is going to be the scenario. But I would also like to know your predictions as well. And let me remind you one more thing, guys. After the 4th game, there's one announcement you guys will have to wait for. It's a big announcement. Once we were informed about it, we were shocked. Trust me when I say it, we were shocked, and you guys are going to enjoy it as well.
You guys indeed are going to, and that is the reason you have to make sure, let all your friends know who have not yet tuned in into the stream right from the very beginning. Let them join us so that we know who is also going the course of qualification, who might end up having the better opportunity at the start of the very first game, that is Kalahari. While Revenant, XSpark, Team Tamilas, Reckoning, K9, Metaninza, 4Ns who are still looking for an opportunity to come back into the top 6, we start at Kalahari for TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring, where every team feels the fire.
Oh my goodness, it's the deserty island of Kalahari where high grounds are gonna be your priority, where the snipers need to make sure they connect the shots, and at the same time you need to have a perfect spot inside the circle, and then only then will you be able to walk away with a healthy booyah. But yes, all eyes are set on Godlike, as they promised their fans yesterday that they might walk away with the first booyah and a hefty amount of points.
FT points, 450. You even did tell everybody of what they did mention yesterday. Let's see if that is going to be able to happen. As of now, we end up seeing EMZ and 4Ns going towards a drop and might be a clash as well. Team Tamilas and GG Instinct, because Khonshu decided to jump a little further from their team. And on the other end, Old Hampton, which was one team's drop spot, right now completely empty. Command Post as well, a big surprise that I'm not seeing any team at Command Post. Now it's going to get interesting at Mammoth itself, where every team is going to now start fighting it off. But Aerobotz, as 2 players from GG Instinct, thought that maybe we could clash it out here as well.
4Ns picking up things, making sure they're the LM leaders for now, because the early clash seems to be going their way. Rupesh and Cyber shows that, these 2 lads were so close to comfort, but still they're holding on to their horses. I think, evading a fight is going to be a primary objective for all these teams, because just in case they try to get into fights, then things can be a little bit different. Rupesh gets in closer with the shotgun, misses a lot of them as the time turner starting to turn out to be going in his favor, as he puts a player down and gets the confirmation as well.
He's going to be happy, because it was elimination leader started from 4Ns, but Rupesh is stuck in a very bad place. That hut is not going to give him any opportunity of running out. A plushie was also used, position locked in, and then it is going to be a second elimination coming in for the side of 4Ns. They did lose out Avijit in that clash, but it seems like one player from EMZ, right now they're at the top 6. Now, EMZ better understand, if they don't consistently pick points immediately, Team Tamilas, Reckoning, all are waiting for an opportunity. WindGod will get their position even better, and EMZ, another player loses another life. That's another elimination given away. Yesterday, around 260 plus points were picked up by teams, and today, if a similar stake is filled, Arka, anything can happen in the overall standings. A full topper could be seen.
Once you're not under pressure, this is how you perform, and Godlike is showing us that they can still be a menace in this lobby. Look at them just pouncing on everybody possible and making sure they look forward for some more eliminations. 3 is what they've got so far, and Aerobotz were on the receiving end of things, if you ask me. But at the same time, 4 end, I'm kind of worried for them because they started things off on a good note, if you ask me. But then again, now they've been peppered by 2 different teams in 2 different fronts, and hopefully they'll be able to find a footing.
While right now, another team at Mammoth, 4 ends should be able to survive this because they are going to be fighting amongst themselves. Metaninza and iQOO OGxTSG. Exchanges happening. Zap trying to pick up Ayush. A little further along, uses Morse and decides to back off rather than take this fight head on. Might be a good decision because Metaninza are spread apart, and I think that's a call coming in from Jarvis as well because Krish is close by, and Krish trying to make a run. As soon as he hears the footstep, runs right into the opponent. And there is the knock, and Krish's elimination will also be grasped. Metaninza, real good strategy and communication as Ginotra now making his way ahead for a next approach of whichever team he could point out to.
Metaninza coming up with a different formation altogether. I've never seen them play a 1v3 split where 3 assaulters in the front line and you've got Zap in the back lines trying to be that insurance for the team. Nonetheless, WindGod is going to be the next target for that of Godlike as they've come in to knock on their doors. Already got Django down, and Django's been eliminated. And Marco comes in over here, gives that opening, gets another player down. But eventually, he gets retaliated because NYM immediately goes in for a confirmation.
Confirmation, Nim. While he might have gotten that, it has aggressed Yogi. And Nim might be in trouble, and once Yogi sets his eyes, he calls his whole wrath of a team down. And Nim is in trouble. They've got him surrounded, and then there it is. Picked up, confirmed as well. And Nancy also picks one from another team. So Godlike, they're continuing their aggression even now. 8 eliminations already, and they're topping right now the standing of this game.
Damn, somebody stop this team.
Huh?
Whereas the vending machine, you'll have to read between the lines to understand what's happening in moments to come. But for now, it seems like another fight where WindGod are in deep trouble because Reckoning pounce upon them, and the Wolves are able to chew a big chunk of a meat out of WindGod. Django, the last man standing. The core comes in from one angle. Sabo, can he put him down? The glue wall is going to restrict him, but eventually the jump shot lands perfectly as it's going to be WindGod getting taken down.
WindGod, while we were talking about EMZ as well, WindGod in a similar situation. Aerobotz, they pick up eliminations. They're going to be the happiest. One more hit and Mad God confirms it for him. 2 eliminations in his name. 5 in total for the team, but 2 of them have been revived. Johan and Kunal have not yet started their accounts. Kunal, not much to be worried about on his end, but we know when it gets a little too aggressive so far because all 12 teams are surviving and it's still the initial circle. Teams have their time to spread their wings, right? But once it goes to the second and the third, that's where trouble arises, and trouble for Reckoning is not stopping as Team Tamilas, while they fended off WindGod, now Team Tamilas in front.
You need to be careful because Team Tamilas and Godlike have never clashed before at the early stages of a game. And since they were surviving and avoiding fights with that of Godlike, that's one of the reasons why they've survived and had a really good run yesterday. But this time around, it's got to be Nancy who gets taken down first. iQOO goes in for a trade, and Yogesh on the other side answers back perfectly. And now Team Tamilas looks like they have an upper hand as iQOO is running around, directing shots, but eventually Yogesh comes in. But from the backline comes in another team altogether. Reckoning puts an end for Godlike, and that means Team Tamilas, they can survive for a bit more longer. As Yogesh, he understands that there's a team close by, and he's waiting to see from which angle do they approach.
That's a good decision and defense as well coming in from Team Tamilas. As soon as they saw that one of the players were troubled on Godlike's end by Reckoning, there is another team here to trouble them. And Reckoning, realizing that is happening, they decide to move in the other direction. While they might have activated the hit list because you can see they have to eliminate Yogesh. But they're also deciding that we need to get points. We cannot be on a clash with teams who are down in the below the bottom 6, and we have to get points to make it to the top 6. And Reckoning have to make their run after all that they've done. There is so much hope, and they're still here. Is going to be trouble for them.
You know, I just realized one thing. If Reckoning have been a part of a play where they've eliminated Godlike, and with the kind of to and fro going on between these two teams, I think Godlike might look forward to return the favor to Reckoning. And if they do it in any game, in any given game, without them finding an average, Reckoning's qualification itself might come into question.
Correct. But it's an added advantage. Yesterday, to just show some highlight, GG Instinct were able to get 100 plus points because of Godlike being eliminated out of a lobby. And if that is kind of understood from various other teams, meaning their opportunity of grabbing a lot more points is viable right now in Kalahari, especially that Godlike's elimination happened so early, and K9 tracking this move towards Team Tamilas. This is again happening at the edge of the zone. They did find the knock, and that has given them time to get closer. K9, however, did not spot one of the players who's gone a little in the other direction. Another knock being found. They're making a rush and they're not giving Team Tamilas any time. Honey is the one who's going to rush, get closer, give the call, and everybody else pounds upon Team Tamilas with the first opening round on script.
Oh, I don't think so. It's going to stop anytime soon as Sunny and Tawfiq, they're making sure to break down all the walls possible as they've taken down separate players. Konshu has been the clever one as he steps away from this fight. He goes to the nearest vending machine and immediately revives his complete team, looking for redemption. But at the same time, Metaninza, even they are into troubles as they've got WindGod not far away. And the clash has already begun as Ginotro gets into high ground, gets all the information required, and every single lad from WindGod close by gets eliminated.
Metaninza, they're picking up their ways to victory. Something that you guys will also get an idea about when we go towards Game 4. Stay tuned. Right now, Metaninza making sure while we are at Game 4, they also make it to the top 4, not just the top 6. Today seems to be a tad bit better. Already 9 eliminations. Revenant XSpark also in that same enticing situation. Spotted one player. Roshan missed a couple of those shots and therefore Gokul is making a run. He also has electrotherapy. Django with him, but Revenant XSpark have them surrounded. X-Divine wanted to take a shot, but he is getting powered by Django and he knocks him down. Thankfully, his teammates Roshan, they start surging and put the players down, and thankfully Roshan gets a double takedown, and Revenant XSpark will also push their total elimination to 8.
You know, from the get-go, I've been saying that WindGod have been in trouble. No matter which corner of the map they go, they've been challenged and questioned. But for now, K9, oh my goodness, are you serious? K9 gets eliminated after showing such good prowess in a close-range battle. And eventually, that means the teams above them have now got an opportunity to put so many points on the table that both ON and K9 might end up having a big trouble trying to qualify.
Big one. This should put them in a disarray. This should give them a headache if they continue a performance like this. Shouldn't have been an elimination that they should have faced. They looked really good when they eliminated Team Tamilas, but this has always been a problem. We spoke about teams who are playing outside the zone, right? They decide to tank the damage while fighting with other teams, but also do not have a situation of a safe entry. Every other team starts to gatekeep. While being smart, the teams in the circle, as of now, we can see Aerobotz. They're going to be their happiest, but they're open. They're in a platform, so a little bit of a height advantage, trying to scope out a team who are right in front. And I think they already have the information, as you can see how jump spotting is happening from Aerobotz towards iQOO OGxTSG. But it's not only them. There is EMZ and GG Instinct as well in close by buildings. One in the arsenal and the other in the compound.
I think this is the calm before the storm. Suddenly, I can feel like no team is interested to take fights. Yesterday, the scenario was a little different. As everybody were eager to make a comeback, you know, they were looking forward for fights. Or rather, I would say that, you know, Godlike was the only team who were looking out for fights. And that's why there was so much of commotion. With them not in the lobby makes a hefty amount of difference. I know EMZ, after getting a healthy start of 7 points through eliminations, and look at how calm and composed they feel. They want to prioritize the circle. They want to survive, because at one point of time I saw, right, Mr. Ani, the cam which was showing him, he showed so much frustration. He was screaming at his lads, and it was pretty evidently visible.
Right now, visible is a knock on Jarvis. And that will instantly worry them that, oh wait, while we are thinking of fighting with Reckoning, there's another team from above. And this is the reason I said height advantage gives Aerobotz the visual that they need, or in various different directions. And Prodigy is the sniper already ready with his AWM. It's like they're also getting hit upon. So right now, they just have one single container. Well, let's talk about the teams at the standings as well. Right now, the teams who are out of the top 6 race, Metaninza, Revenant, XSpark, they've picked up a lot of points. So they have an opportunity to get back into the top 6. While Reckoning are still surviving, they are also the next best team who should decide which is the fight they want and pick up points. In the meantime, we end up seeing a hit list, and you can see it is pinging Aerobotz' position constantly. But Aerobotz are not deciding to give away this platform. It is a stronghold. They are still inside the circle, and that is a smart decision.
Absolutely a smart one. But again, I'm looking forward to see how Team Tamilas will be able to breach everybody else. As we can see, they're trying to traverse through those nooks and crannies. They've got a vehicle as well. But not far away is also OGxTSG. So it's bound to take place that these two teams might look for a fight. Especially with Team Tamilas having a bit of a high ground. They might look forward to, either take on EMZ or rather trying to take a fight and accumulate more elimination points. Konshu, as he was trying to fly through into the circle, he gets shot at. But at the same time, Metaninza now choose to go in for a push as they come in closer towards the side of Reckoning. Ginotra will be the first point of contact. But before I could complete that, oh yes, the Grenadier is starting to cook a lot of things in this game.
Ginotra leading by example, making a charge. With him now joining is Anshu. Riptide Rhythm from afar, and I think that should be from Aerobotz. So Metaninza, it is not going to be an easy entry for them against Reckoning, but Sabo in a close-up, M590 does the damage. Can he find the blow? Yes, he will, and confirms Ginotra. The IGL is down, but even Ash gets taken down. Metaninza are trying to answer back, but White Fox 9, he picks up one, confirms it. Ash gets put down once again. Metaninza zap, trying to control whatever unfolded. The mess, he wants to get it back in action, and Jarvis is the only one at close-up. He's trying his best, but eventually Sabo again with his M590 puts him down, confirms, and Reckoning are slowly getting their grasp.
And on the other side, we were able to see that EMZ took the best of two teams at one corner. One is going to be OGxTSG and Team Tamilas. All they had to do was gatekeep, expect these two to clash, and then eventually pick up fights as well. But Zap, being the last man standing for the side of Metaninza, he knows he's got a lot of information about the two lads not far away. But at the same time, one slithering snake in this lobby, Gokul from the side of WindGod, he'll have to now move into the circle or else Troubles is just going to follow up.
He was playing smart. He was there when this fight was unfolding between Metaninza and Reckoning, and he's still here. Zap. Oh no, that glue wall should be a giveaway, but they also know the zone's closing and Ash is being put down, and Aerobotz using the platform advantage. Wild Fox 9 trying to make a run, but right next to him is Gokul, and they're trying to fight with each other. In the meantime, Zap, he zaps across into the circle. Gokul barely making it across, confirms another elimination. WindGod trying their best, but his health not proving better, and Zap picks him off. Last man surviving for Metaninza gets to 10 eliminations, but Kunal says no to him, and Aerobotz bring the fight to the last 4.
Now this is where things can be much more interesting with the high grounds and the knowledge they have. They're just going to pepper down EMZ who are trying to make their way inside the circle, and look at how many shots they're being dealt right now. It's Mac who comes out in the open, grabbing all the attention, trying to jiggle as much as possible, eventually gets taken down. Luckily, they're not close enough for grenades to be tossed in. But at the same time, Revenant XSpark far away gets taken down because OGs are also singing the songs of death. Aerobotz now realize there's a team right below them. So first, they're going to take care of EMZ and then think about how to tackle the OGs.
Aerobotz will be kind of happy right now because the zone is shifting in their favor. So EMZ will be in trouble already with so many bullets doing the damage. They don't have anywhere to run. One knock again coming on Mr. Rani. Mac will be knocked out in the open. Aditya gets put down. It's all down to Rupesh. He will also be no lands left to run, and eventually Prodigy puts them down. That's the end for EMZ, but at least gave them an opportunity to cement themselves in the top 6. But now Aerobotz and iQOO fighting each other. One is in the top 2, the other making it to the top 2, making sure they cement their position even better. Legend gets the hit, but Mad God loses a lot more health. Johan very close by, but he gets taken down by Arjun. Ayush also gets one more, and trouble now sinking in for Aerobotz as is up to Prodigy. He's trying to buy time, but can he do anything? The last life and the last leg left.
Oh, I don't think so. He's not alone. But man, God, yes, eventually he gets taken down. And now ultimately it comes down to one single lad. It seems like the apes have woken up. The apes have risen, ladies and gentlemen, as they thumb their hearts. They're looking for a final elimination and they get it in style as the Booyah walks in their favor. More confidence boost. Legend says we are on. And probably after this, they are also cementing themselves to get that golden ticket into the grand finals.
iQOO OGxTSG flex it out, and who indeed, as Ayush is saying to all the other fighters that were there, survivors who tried their best. Tata bye bye, at least out of Kalahari, as they pick up the Booyah. Arjun feeling confident, and today we could actually see a lot more smiling faces from iQOO OGxTSG after what they did yesterday. They feel a lot more comfortable. But let's take a look at the last shot. It all started with how Aerobotz unfolded this in the platform. They caused trouble for everybody. Reckoning, Metaninza, speak about any team, everybody had trouble. EMZ, they were trying to get a lot more points, but eventually in the position they were in, couldn't do much. But as soon as Aerobotz jumped, they were the ones coming from the height down, and that became a problem. iQOO OGxTSG picked up everybody one after another, and Mad God and Prodigy in two different angles. Both isolated, fights picked, Booyah taken.
I think patience was the key for the win from the side of iQOO OGxTSG, because they knew the teams were above, so all they had to do was just try to check the horizon of that bridges, because they knew that eventually the team above would look forward to come down and try to take the fight, and all they did was have that patience game. But one bad thing which Aerobotz did was try to come in with a split. Two players from one side, another player from another angle, and another from another angle altogether, making sure that the apes have an upper hand in that fight. 13 eliminations is what they've got, 25 points. Before this, they were 195 points, and to the 200 marker walks in another team in the name of iQOO OGxTSG.
They're going to be very happy, and right behind them, it is EMZ, not Aerobotz. 11 eliminations, and we saw EMZ picking fights as much as they could, picking up eliminations, and that is the reason we see them with the total of 19. Aerobotz then followed the suit at 18. Revenant, XSpark, they picked up points, meaning they should be slowly grabbing positions out of that top 6 at 17 total points. Metaninza at 16. Seems like a redemption is happening today. We counted Metaninza to stage their comeback yesterday. Did not happen, and Reckoning right in front of them ended up messing either of their comebacks right here on game 1. GG Instinct, however, after so much that they did, not much now that they have to prove in every game. 10 points, but 4 ends. K9, they are out with only 6 points, and out of which K9 needed a lot more to make sure they come back up.
2,478 damage, all it took for Krish to be the MVP. We have seen some big numbers yesterday, but today it all comes down to the team having more patience. 5 eliminations for the 5 assists, and M590, the shotgun in the close range. We see a bit of an Olivia coming out here. I was expecting a Thiva rather, because quick revivals for a close range battle. But again, Joseph for the extra damage, Nikita for the quick reload, and then Oscar. Obviously, right, who doesn't want to dash into the faces of the opponents?
I think very well placed in terms of what they were thinking, and Olivia, I think Krish was concentrating a little more on himself in terms of getting the healing, and that is the reason he's picked up. And we were talking about this earlier, right, Arka, of hey, we have seen MVPs being our IGLs or the snipers, and today I think the Russians have realized that they need to step back into the position where they get the MVP, because if they don't, their teams might be in trouble. But as of now, not saying that iQOO OGxTSG is in trouble. Looking at their position and 25 points that they've grabbed, not much to be worried, but it also should resonate with the other rushers in the lobby when we go and proceed to the next games. Let's talk about the others in the team. Arjun, Ayush and Legend, and we saw how Legend held his own when 2 players from Aerobotz jumped towards him, and Mad God took the brunt of it, which worked in favor of Legend. And with Legend's teammates, they put players from Aerobotz down one after another. Mad God, Prodigy left in 2 different directions, could do nothing there.
Yeah, I still feel like this combination of Skylar, Chrono, Oscar and Nero is a more controlled, aggressive lineup. Whenever you want to play a little bit defensive, you've got that Chrono. Whenever you want to make sure you do a mid-range attack, Then you have the Skylar as well as you got the plushie for the closer mid-range. And then for the ultra close one, we have, some more as well. Now, let's see, we have been seeing a lot of combinations take place, and I think that these are the combinations you need to work out as well. But for now, Legend, being the grenadier for the team, has done 1971, being the least, but still as clinical as possible as he walks away with 4 eliminations.
I mean, when you say least, I don't think once anybody does even 1000 can be or counted as least, because of how well these teams have played with each other, how well they've resonated. You mentioned about Thiva. We did see Ayush have Thiva as a support player as well. Let's quickly jump into the circle analysis and see how iQOO OGxTSG made this happen. We saw them at the maze, which was in the preferred drop spot, moved around Mammoth, which actually failed Arka, and from there to command post, they staged their comeback.
I wonder how the rest of the teams have tried to make it inside the circle, because OG, they were holding the center of the circle for the longest time possible. Look at them right next to Refinery. They hold that position. They want the rest of the lobbies to fight, and when they know the iron is hot, that is when they strike Revenant XSpark. They come to a position from right below that building, and then they take the fight. And that's one of the reasons why they have not got into any kind of fight from the 3rd, 4th or the 5th circle. The 1st circle and the 2nd circle is where we saw them have a minimum fight. And in the 6th circle, after they got that, a bit of hard compound, I would like to call it, or get that footing under the bridge, that is where they unleash their full potential. Aerobotz as well, having that high ground, only the 1st circle they had some fights, and then the rest of it came in the final circles.
And you can see how Kalahari proves kind of disastrous around Circle 5. Generally, yes, around Circle 5, you see a lot of teams getting eliminated, but you could see the amount of teams, WindGod, Metaninza, GG Instinct, Reckoning, Team Tamilas, all of them, because in Kalahari, even though we talk about compounds, there are fewer in number. And especially because there's so many ridges, when you're trying to move from one compound to another, you are always in the open. There's barely any cover, and that gives an opportunity for anybody at height to pick you off, and that's what Aerobotz did. While they did not get the booyah and also did not get many eliminations, they were troubling teams. Now let's see what trouble surpasses in Solara as we have the preferred drop spots. Aerobotz, again, it seems like towards Team Tamilas, have an eyesight at Eco Drain. Aquarium with Reckoning and Metaninza. I don't know what rivalry is brewing between them today, that both of them fighting for qualification and they're still not grabbing as many points we would need. And iQOO OGxTSG and Revenant XSpark seems like this is the fight that we'll see today at Delta Isle.
I'm starting to look at which are the teams who's going to be targeted by Godlike, because they were stopped in their tracks in the previous game, and since they want to end up having a very big number, I feel like they'll look forward for some fights or look forward for third parting any of these fights. So EMZ and Forange, they'll have to be very careful at TV Tower, because Godlike have a tendency to loot quickly and then go in and attack the closest team. We have got Team Tamilas and Aerobotz. It's like a 3-way Mexican standoff from Chennai itself, with Godlike, Aerobotz and Team Tamilas, all 3 of them coming from the same state. K9 could be the team which is gonna get benefited in these fights, in case they do not get at one point of time targeted.
Right now, let's see if there is that situation of a target or not. But one team that was kind of inching towards a target with iQOO OGxTSG when we saw Solara yesterday and day before was WindGod. Today I see them completely the other perspective or other opposite of position where they're holding themselves at Waterfall. So I'm like, wait, WindGod now understanding that, hey, they might be in trouble. They were close to top 6. They did not pick up points. Other teams are picking up points. And right now, we have also not seen overall standings. You guys out there might be just adding points to decide, have the other teams made it to the top 6? Or are they close by? Have WindGod had enough points to hold their 6th position? Because EMZ at least making it a top 3 Arca, they were cementing their position in the top 6, at least at the end of game 1. But game 2 could say a different factor. Now WindGod, I want to see what they do. They were one of those teams when we were talking about Forange and EMZ, right? They'd already taken towards the top 6. So we always, when we were talking about them, it felt like they were amongst the Titans. But right now, when we speak about the Titans, also time to talk about our predictions, Aka.
Yeah, Forange, WindGod and GG Instance, because these are the teams who need to perform. WindGod as well, they showed that they can pull off a 4v4 easily. GG Instance, who did so well yesterday, I was looking forward to them finally finding a composure in the second map they play for, and obviously because I just want somebody to give them some confidence. Yes, we do rely on you guys, but on the other side I see Revenant, XSpark, Godlike. I'm not shocked obviously because they're the table toppers. They'll look forward for a booyah, but Revenant, XSpark,
I think it is basis their preferred drop spot. I mean, I'm seeing them on Delta Isle and they're deciding to challenge iQOO OGxTSG, and we saw them closer in the top 3. They were there on Kalahari. Gives me the confidence that XDivine has understood that, hey, on day 2, a big mess up happened where we had to grab 100 plus points. We ended up grabbing around just 40, and we are in a tiebreaker situation at the end of day 2 on the overall standing. So gives me that boost that XDivine and his whole squad will charge up to get a lot more points going towards Solara. And Solara is that game, right, where you are forced to push against teams. Now, when we speak about Kalahari, we spoke that the Circle 5 is where we ended up seeing majority of the teams falter. But here in Solara, a lot of eliminations go out of teams' hands right from the very beginning because of it being a smaller game.
Now, the most important question which arises in my mind, what could be the cutoff for the top 6? And that itself is going to lay down a storyline for us. So I'm going to leave it to the audience. Make sure you let us know what do you feel will be the cutoff for the top 6, so that we'll be able to, do the calculations and see how many points each of these teams require. Because as of what we had the stats yesterday, it was somewhere around 240 or 220 points approximately. So looking at the overall standing, only 2 teams have already reached that number. So 2 of them might be confirming their spot in the grand finals. 4 more to go if you ask me. So let us know if there is going to be a change, and if there is, what could be the cutoff for the top 6.
And along with this, while you're putting your cutoff as well as predicting which teams could qualify, a pinch of salt that when Arka mentioned, you are heard, the top 2 are almost in the finals, meaning every game that we go past, we are going to start cementing positions because the difference is going to rapidly increase.
Exactly.
Every team catching up to now the top 1, we already said, that is not going to be even a possibility. 280 plus points, even the second team to catch up to them is going to be a big task. It could be only after 6 games are done. So there was a catch-up point for position 2. Now position 2 team also grabbing points around 25. iQOO OGxTSG should give them the second spot because GG Instinct did not grab so many. There is that jump. Now eventually if GG Instinct, who are at the top 3, they start picking up points, they will cement their position. Then you all are fighting for 4, 5 and 6, which could come to 5 and 6 and then only the 6th spot. I am excited going towards the next game. It is Solara. Every team is forced to fight, and better they fight for eliminations.
Hopefully they'll be also fighting for an average, because every single game you'll need at least 20 to 30 points to make sure that you cement yourself into the grand finals. But yes, we have been seeing the teams on the tops are also eager to set some records, to also make sure that they've had a pinch of salt to the gravy we are creating over here. But at the same time, the flight path, this could reveal a lot. Oh my god, for the first time I see a vertical flight path which is going to be dissecting the map into 2 halves.
Half and half, meaning right as if now every team have a half and half. They're a balance. Either they can decide to score a lot of eliminations, or they might just end up getting eliminated. So they better choose which weighing scale they're going to be better on. iQOO OGxTSG, like we saw on the preferred drop spots, doesn't seem to be a clash. WindGod, I predicted they're generally close to Windmill. I did not see why it was at Waterfall. They're going to be again getting closer to a challenge. But before that, they have GG Instinct as a challenge, who are right now chasing towards Windmill. On the other end, we did see Godlike also closer to another team. I think that was Aerobotz. But right now, Django, he's going to be chased by Swaroop. Elimination confirmed with the melee, and they become the elim leaders as we start Solara.
Some fights, some important fights already taking place, and Godlike really wants to have a piece of all these pie. Windmill region trying to be a little more conservative for now, with GG Instincts trying to evade this fight and run away. I see a split happening also with WindGod. One player just ran away from this position, making sure the other 3 will look forward for some fights. So GG Instincts will also have to come up with an insurance plan.
Feels like they kind of have. I don't see all the 4 players here. I only see 2 of them, Swaroop and Power. And finally, I see another one trailing in the mini-map using the tracks. GG Instinct, for the time being, they don't know all the information of every player. But after eliminating one from WindGod, now Kingston, Gokul and Nim they're going to hold this position because I think they've already revived the other player. He's going to jump in the other direction. But Team Tamilas are also here. A 3-way Mexican standoff to decide. And WindGod, they're the ones who will benefit in case they get points. Otherwise, if Team Tamilas play smart out of it, they're going to be the ones rushing right back to top 6. Yogesh tried to charge up. But as soon as Team Tamilas relayed information that I saw a vehicle go past which was not ours, Team Tamilas decided to regroup and now jump back towards the building. And Swaroop and Power, they're isolated. This could be the timing for Team Tamilas to charge at them.
I think they will, but this is the moment for everybody to make sure that they hold on to their horses. Because
What?
Team Tamilas, they're losing all their players as eventually one man stands tall. Everybody, Swaroop was the only lad who gets taken down, and 3 of them, oh my god, it's Swaroop and Power coming together to decimate the complete squad of Team Tamilas.
Well, trouble is not yet over. GG Instinct, they're still WindGod. While Team Tamilas ended up messing up their fight, WindGod were waiting for such an opportunity. Power got eliminated. Patlu instantly revived him. Right now, Swaroop going on a 1v1. He saved it against the clutches of Team Tamilas. Right now, he will not be able to against WindGod. And WindGod, after they stabilize themselves, they'll be happy. Wait, what? Again? Today, I think I'm feeling the heat. I'm feeling the fire. Something's a little estranged, Arka.
You need to read between the lines, and that's what I've been saying, right? The clues are left everywhere in the map for what's coming next. And that's why I say the important announcements are yet to occur, as Patlu right now is trying to do his best. A cat and mouse game going on in his brain as he's not understanding which position to take as WindGod slowly approach. It's NYM trying to lead the fight, and eventually again a second thought comes in their mind.
Him knows the opponent is right across, but they also know more people are gathering around. So they want to be smart about how they take this fight. Nim, jump. I think that should have given him an idea, but there's another player. Swaroop held himself for so long, but eventually will get taken down. Kingston on the other end, he got troubled by GG Instinct. Now Nim as well. Tiger, he's the one causing this trouble, but thankfully they have a Thiva as a passive on Gokul, instantly revive the teammate, and they want to get back in. Cassie's electrotherapy also providing them enough survivability, taking one more player down, and Tiger, before he could help his teammates down, they're going down. Tiger, the last man standing. Can he do anything to survive right now? Gokul and Nim, they're chasing him. GG Instinct had only 10 points, a vehicle, but I don't think he'll be able to get away. He uses the boost to make a run. They're trying to lock on to him, but Tiger, how is he running away? I still don't understand.
My goodness. This is turning out to be something else. As I'm trying to calculate the amount of points each of these teams require, I'm starting to lose myself. Trust me when I say this, because it's so close to one another. There are several teams who have got points in the previous game, but that doesn't mean that, you know, everybody have got a spot in the top 6. But for now, another fight to take place. It's going to be Godlike on the receiving end of things, and before getting taken down, iQOO looked forward to take down, bring in Marco, but rather got punished as Ginotra is starting to step things up, as he's kind of leading the fight, if you ask me.
Ginotra knows he has to work out. Metaninza, we spoke about them coming closer towards a comeback, but it did not happen. Hit list being activated from him, and it's going to be on K9. TV tower, they broadcast the signal towards a hit list. Metaninza, this is generally a position I've seen Revenant XSpark take after the initial draw, but so far I've not seen them on the map. I will wait and see if there is still Revenant XSpark that they want to start and challenge off, because so far, as you can see on the game standings, they've not even picked up a single elimination. Reckoning, they get challenged once again. Team Tamilas. Seems like Reckoning, anytime they want to yield towards a benefit of a fight, they end up getting surprised by a fight invite. And now the invite was coming in from Kaushik. Too many players in front of him. He doesn't have a chance to get away from here. Blue walls destroyed. Tried to survive, but eventually will also be put down. So Team Tamilas, while they did send this invite out, the whole team was not here. So Kaushik, all his undoing was just for one hit and gone. Reckoning, that'll help them though, because Reckoning will have total of 4 eliminations. On the other end, helping themselves is going to be 4 ends. They pick up an elimination on Godlike. And 4 ends, they have to pick up every elimination they can, because they have to. They need to. If they don't, they will not be able to get to the top. That is the intention. On the other end, Revenant XSpark, they are also picking the same. XDivan gets hit, but they were hitting towards K9. FGL used to trouble and aim, buy some more time for the squad because K9 did lose some members. They don't have a chance of a quick revive because the vending machine is in the grasp of Revenant XSpark. They buy back resources, getting themselves better for a fight. The Feek is down. Aim on the top of the roof with the AC-80. Glue wall in place to provide cover, but for how long? Revenant XSpark, they decide to charge up, then it's going to be trouble. Climbing such a height, yes, is going to be a problem, but look at Roshan. He's already closed in the gap. So aim also is all alone here. Therefore, aim is just biding time. This is a little different from a lot of teams that I'm seeing. He takes a dive, but right towards Roshan. Roshan does damage him up. Just meddled shots, just chinking the armor of aim, and he will be able to make a run. Nice use of the boost as well. And they make a pass through for the time being. Revenant XSpark, while they have only 2 eliminations, there's still a lot more scope for them. Godlike on the other end, who were initially troubled by 4 ends, now they're back to troubling them. Avijit tried a 1v1, not with Nancy. The Woodpecker puts him down. Another player, Cyber, gets taken down in 4 ends. After getting those initial eliminations, should have just surged towards eliminating the team or regrouping and getting towards a safer spot. Challenging Godlike again ended up giving them more eliminations, and Godlike are at 7. And every team in this lobby, I know, even though I had Godlike as my prediction, this should be a motto of every team today. Do not go towards Godlike and give them eliminations. The more amount of eliminations you give them, the more you end up losing. But right now, losing in this Solara game is 4 ends. They get eliminated. When they needed points, they were picking up, and their fight continued with Godlike. They ended up having their last player who got spotted, and they're done for. EG Instinct, similar situation. Hemu, he will get picked off, and right as I'm reckoning, I see like maybe they're having a little bit of an advantage, to be honest, because any team that has tried to hit them, it has been as individuals. We've not seen a whole squad. Therefore, Reckoning are picking up all those eliminations. They're making every single thing count. Revenant XSpark, wait, what is this fight brewing? Revenant XSpark on one end, K9 who decided to move away from the position while aim was buying time, and on the other end Metaninza. I like Metaninza's position. They're inside the compound. They have the advantage right now. WindGod on the other end, who put down 4 ends. They are going to be the ones who want a lot more. They're outside the play zone, however, so getting back in is something that they have to think about. If they don't do it, we know how gatekeeping could worry, and we've talked about it. That gatekeeping ends up putting every team out of the lobby.
The top 3 teams, all 3 of them have got enough eliminations to kind of have a better approach. And look at that plushie from a distance hitting the target and making sure that Fox, he gives away most of his HP. Reckoning running out in the open. Zion is going to be questioned, but he gets answered from another angle altogether as Hemu puts him down, and he comes in for a close range battle as a sniper. Honey Sunny on the other side, he also gets a beautiful cover fire, and now Dafik will have to do everything. He gets closer, Hemu gets taken down, the strongest thing cuts off, and that's what they're trying to do. Hemu does get taken down with Dafik's close range shot, and then eventually a confirmation also comes through.
Ash had a launcher. Sabo is getting closer. Wild Fox 9 as well. They're surrounded. Nice destruction of glue wall. That should have been an opening for Reckoning, but Sabo gets taken down. Even Wild Fox 9 and Ash trying his best with the launcher puts the Feek down. This is his opportunity to clutch, and he does it. He puts K9 down, and Reckoning, they are coming up with their own Reckoning today. They want their chance at the top 6, but it is not an easy path. They've just won a fight. Aerobotz, they are also trying to win one such, and that's going to be against Godlike. Yogi is peppering them, and Aerobotz are outside the play zone. Double trouble for them. Zone and an opponent troubling.
Now at the same time, Godlike, look at them, still eager to take fights. Can be, a bit of a bad news for all the teams out there. They're not at all bothered whether they get enough points to qualify or not. They're like, we have already got 301 in our name, and we'll look forward to at least reach 350, because I know 400 is out of reach.
But Revenant XSpark, they've made it to the 6th at 166 points. EMZ at a point of around 10 points difference. But you can see how close the 5th and the 6th points for grab is. Godlike, while they are protecting their opportunity, they're also surging towards, as you mentioned, the 400 marker. Yogi, 17 glue walls broken so far, and there is nothing stopping that man. Skill being used to destroy the glue wall, but nothing yet as a knock being found from Aerobotz. Dashes across again, Marco. Still trying to find the opening. It's only damage and Aerobotz are losing health. And if this continues, if one more bullet connects, MadGod could be the very first person going down. Prodigy trying his best, but it doesn't. Eco with the launcher finds Prodigy, meaning the backline's destroyed. It's going to be a close-up battle. Eco and Nancy get taken down. Marco was there, but Yogi, it's all up to him. Revival is happening. Yogi needs to jump in. The zone's closing in. And there, the zone with Yogi's skill helps to find a knock, but his health is not that great. Glue wall uses the track, trying to make a run. Yogi almost away from Aerobotz, and Aerobotz, they don't let the side survive with EMZ also. And Godlike, what a try that was. Eventually, they will also be out.
I'm kind of impressed with how Aerobotz are playing this game. Trust me when I say this. At one point of time, with everybody having so low HP, they still recover, take down the mighty Godlike, and all four of them are now heading inside the circle. Damn, it takes a lot for everybody to showcase their prowess. But again, we're able to see that from the center of the circle, the story seems to take a different outcome altogether. GGxTSG trying to build a fortress around their position. I don't know for how long they're going to survive that, because a good Riptide Rhythm or even a plushie targeted at a single player, everything is just going to crumble down. But Metaninza, they don't hold on. They're like, Ginotra says, you know what? Just get me closer, and everything else I'll do it with the explosions. And as I said, there's going to be glue wall melters being thrown in from both directions, exposing each other for a frontal battle.
Melters being used. Reckoning, they almost tried to start this off, but the containers help GGxTSG in cover. But on the other end, Reckoning seeing this, they're trying to make a run for it. Both Reckoning and Metaninza are staging a comeback. GGxTSG, if they stay in their positions put, they should have the advantage. Flash freeze being used. Jarvis being hit with a lot of damage. Anshu's opening found. Tiger, he makes their knuckles and knees break down. A quick revive, but their health, that's depleting this fight right at the edge of the zone. Once more a knock. Hemu helping out in between. And this is Reckoning finding an advantage in both the ends. While the eliminated team Tamilas, they're troubling Metaninza as well. But the distance has been closed because iQOO OGxTSG, they've decided to jump in. Metaninza, after losing their player, Zap has decided to make a run, but he's behind enemy lines right towards Hemu. Hemu is trying to do the damage, and Hemu gets taken down by Power. And Reckoning now down to their last three. Sabo, Ash and WildFox9 all together ganged up, and this could be trouble if they're all together, because Aerobotz, iQOO OGxTSG, GGxTSG all surrounding them.
Oh, Aerobotz, they're having a ball of a time if you ask me. Look at them. They have a view of all the three teams in front of them, and all they have to do is just wait for an opportunity to strike. Wait for the iron to get hot. But GGxTSG, they're playing it really smart. They were all clustered together. They tried to approach the enemies. As soon as they understood they might get targeted, they go in for a spread. Retaliation is now their answer against the side of OGs. Look at them rushing in, making sure they put one or two players down, and eventually eliminating the whole squad with a little bit of a help coming in from the side of Aerobotz. GGxTSG, 17 eliminations as 3 of them stand tall. It's going to be Aerobotz coming in closer. MadGod, his position is also compromised, and amongst this all, we see 2 players of Reckoning trying to survive and making sure that they also have a chance for that booyah.
They troubled Aerobotz already. WildFox9 found the elimination, so MadGod is the last man standing. GGxTSG, look at how Tiger is rotating. He knows that if he surrounds them, it's going to be an opportunity. Sabo already spotted, damage being done. MadGod trying to hide, but for how long will he do it? Nero Plushie puts WildFox9 in trouble. Sabo has to finish MadGod or find a way to conclude this fight with GGxTSG. Swaroop trying to surround the containers, protecting each other. MadGod's fight completely given up for the time being from Reckoning, but a shot landed from WildFox9. Sabo tried his best, but Tiger, he protects. Still WildFox9 breathing, but for how long, as the last shot comes in from Patlo. GGxTSG make their booyah sway happen. One last survivor, it's MadGod. Can he do anything to break this? No, say GGxTSG.
And look at that, Power says silencing the lobby is what we are doing, and Patlu says we are ready to fly to Ahmedabad as we have started to get our momentums right. GGxTSG is going to be the next of the teams who have showcased to us that yes, they are worthy of getting that golden ticket. I understand that there's a lot happening in this lobby. I understand you need to stay composed, but with GGxTSG come consistency, which is so much more important in today's day.
and we were just talking about this just before we started Solara, that places are getting cemented. Teams are confirming their positions in the overall standing, and with GG Instinct getting a booyah. And look at how they played. I really like how they positioned themselves. Sent Tiger in the other direction, knowing that from afar as a sniper he can do better. But first they needed to know information. And once Aerobotz' information that they are left with one last survivor, they decided to make that move. Reckoning, you have to give it to WildFox9. He tried his best. He found eliminations in between all that mess up that was happening. But unfortunate that WildFox9, if at least a little help was given over there, could have been an opportunity for Reckoning to find their booyah. Mad God, he tried his best as an individual in a 1v2, but GG Instinct, their intentions were clear. As we spoke, teams are slowly making sure their positions to Ahmedabad is written right now in the starting games itself.
I like how the day is turning out to be, because slowly and steadily those teams who need to perform, who need to stay consistent, are not bothered about big names. I know GG Instincts in this one took it way too seriously. As soon as they understood that this is the time for us to shine, they went all in, fearless, and due to which they have reaped the maximum benefit. Look at that, 33 total points with 21 eliminations. That's no less of a prime example of how you need to take fights in a final circle.
And even you have to give kudos to Reckoning Esports of how they were able to hold themselves off in a position which did not look the best, because when we spoke about Metaninza coming down in a crunch with iQOO, OGxTSG also being there, Reckoning tried their best because 3 of their players after losing Hemu were out in the open. Somehow held their footing, let the other teams fight out, and they picked up points at a total of 23. Aerobotz matching the same. iQOO, OGxTSG, after getting that booyah in the previous game, they know they have to just pick up points right now. 13 in their name. Metaninza, another opportunity lost here on Solara. They tried even in first Kalahari, and now also an opportunity lost. WindGod, they're losing their wind. The sails are being picked up by Aerobotz, Reckoning, and GG Instinct, which is trying to cement themselves. 8 points is not gonna cut even opening for anybody. There'll not even be a small window that you could jump through. Double digits is and should be the only idea for every team, and the entire 7th to 12th are only single digits. K9, no placement, and this is something they've struggled from day one, is not finding placement points. They find eliminations, but they're barely able to make it to the top 5, and one such replication even right now.
I'm worried for the teams in the bottom. Team Tamilas, after having such a good run, K9 was showing some glimpse of comeback. These two teams getting taken down 4-0. I know that they're trying to get an average, but since they're unable to convert fights, things are not looking great. Yes, for today, there are 2 teams who walk away with a booyah, and they're very close to one another. 43 points in the name of GG Instincts and OGxTHW with 38. But amongst them is one ruler. Aerobotz continuously looking forward for some fights and also making sure that they survive until the top 3, giving them a proper 41 points in the 2 games played.
Worried for Revenant XSpark. We spoke about how the tables turn, right? GG Instinct is still on top. Even today, now get a booyah and also make it to the top. On the other end, Revenant XSpark, the first game looked a little ideal, picked up points. But the second game, single digit, and now they're at the 7th spot. I don't know what's happening. I counted on them, at least on Solara, to pick up something, but towards the position that we saw on the preferred drop spots, we did not see them. And the timing they got eliminated, prior to watching them, they were fighting with K9, picking eliminations, and after that, boom, we didn't even see them. What happened? And if this continues, could be a problem for another Titan over there. And right now, just looking at today's standings, Arka, Revenant XSpark is there. We have Team Tamilas and K9 in the chopping block. Godlike I'm not counting because, hey, all of you, if somebody is just joined in right now, they're like, wait, Godlike has only 19? What? This is today's standing, not the overall standings. Don't be confused. But one man who was completely away from any kind of confusions was Swaroop. The way he yielded towards eliminations, the way he concluded the fight when Team Tamilas initially charged towards him and Power, Swaroop was the one who was standing, eliminated 3 of Team Tamilas. Look at that damage, 3,219, 10 assists and 6 eliminations. Oh my god, Swaroop. What a show.
A showman for sure. Oscar Dash, it came into play whenever required, but that Drakey gave him information, right? He knew that which among the opponents are the weakling, and he started to target them. The M590, I mean, if not for him, I don't see a better love story between these two. But at the same time, I really want to see how his teammates have also supported him. A Nero with a Beastin and an Alvaro. How much more damage would you want to do in a mid-range?
Put a Nero, use the Alvaro, Beastion, all the advantage and just keep troubling the opponent. And on top of that, ideal is use Tiger with Morse, and we could see him as the sniper, right? Using the Morse, he would go in another direction nobody even thought of, and from there started taking the shots. Where trouble happened for Reckoning was how Tiger moved. He moved towards an angle where Sabo thought he's open, he can run across, and as soon as he ran, Tiger's shot came in, and he was like, wait, how did this guy go there? They were all together. How does this one person separate? And that is where Tiger's play came in, and as a Rafael also having it, making it even worse for the opponents. They don't know where the shot's coming in from. And that is all. Once you're tagged, there is Moko, there's Maro, more the distance, more the damage. Tiger's the happiest. All going in favor. And today, look at the first two games, Arka. To be honest, Russia's game it is. They have decided that it's time for us. Russians have to do the job now.
Yeah. Even though the snipers are trying to give so much damage and try to still be the damage leader almost, it seems like the rusher have a greater job to do. And not only the rushers, I still feel like, the secondary rusher as well, he's got a lot of job in hand, as not only he's going to give damage, but also make sure that he revives his teammates. And that's why we saw Power having that Thiva being the right kind of support. 2,500 damage is no less, and he gets 6 eliminations as a reward for it, 6 knockouts. Yes, it's the assists which came into play, and that why Swaroop got that MVP.
And look at this, not an easy feat to achieve. 2000 damage minimum by every player is seen in this game from GG Instinct. This is the reason on the very initial beginning itself, when we were seeing the knockout stages on week 1, week 2, I was saying you don't have to worry about GG Instinct. They find their way into the grand finals. They never crumble under pressure. Their problem only is initiation. They don't start off really well to find their qualification. Look at this rotation happening. We saw Revenant XSpark, which I spoke about, which happened towards Studio, which I thought will go in the other direction. At Hub, we ended up seeing GG Instinct and Reckoning having a fight. Somewhere that fight separated. I think it was GG Instinct making a jump, understanding that Reckoning had better firepower there, but once GG Instinct had the position towards the containers and the circle moving, you saw them. Metaninza came closer, iQOO, OGxTSG was there, Aerobotz were there, and there was Reckoning themselves. GG Instinct maneuvered so well, Arka, during this circle that none of these teams could pick a fight directly to GG Instinct. They were finding an approach, a third-party approach, where they could maybe fight with GG Instinct, unless and until GG Instinct decided to fight at the forefront with them.
This was one of the most chaotic map, if you ask me. You can see that in the third circle, there's been several fights. Fourth circle as well, nobody was shying away from it. Fifth as well. So probably it is starting to look like a more of an elimination-oriented games. Probably the final 3 is going to be much more chaotic than what we can expect. But the next map is going to determine which among these teams are going to hit the 200 marker. Because according to me, GG Instincts, the amount of points they had and the 30-pointer they've got now, they were also entered that fray of having 200 points for themselves in total. So that means we already see that 3 teams have done it. So 3 more teams have now got an opportunity. And good to see that Reckoning are trying to wake up as well.
Yeah, slow and steady. I mean, I just hope it doesn't slow down too much, because we've spoke about this, right? Slow and steady wins the race. Yes, a very good, nice, I would say childhood storyline that you could
is
bring
if you're
about,
playing the first of the 12.
Exactly. That's where I was. First of your 18 games, 12, it could have worked. But right now, you have to research. And looking at where Reckoning right now is at Ski Lodge, seems like there could no be clash over there, but we know for sure one or the other team is going to go there. Mount Villa and K9, GG Instinct, this is a storyline that's happening for quite too long, and K9 is not ready to see if there is another opportunity out of this. And GG Instinct, they're having a field day with it. They're happy about it. They're winning the fights. They're already cementing their position. iQOO, OGxTSG, we spoke about them around Brasilia, and they're around EMZ and 4 ends. EMZ still feeling better today about them of how they're picking points, but Arka, 4 ends. I don't know what those loose ends today are. They had eliminations, but they're unable to close games.
I don't know. I guess it's all about the control regression, which we keep speaking about, right? Once you've got 6 to 7 eliminations, try to avoid fights after that, trying to survive until the final moment so that you can pick up an additional 7 more with a booyah, which could be more than enough for you to actually climb the ladder. Because being at the bottom of the table, getting a 30-pointer in one game itself shows that yes, you still have a fighting chance, and hopefully they'll be able to do it in the upcoming game. But K9, if I was K9 at this point of time, I would rather not go into Mount Villa, because I need to make sure that I have enough spots to, somehow survive until the final circles.
I mean, right now we call them survivors, right?
Yeah.
How do they even survive has been a question for everybody. Now we saw Mad God even at a position when we knew Aerobotz are looking better in the top 6.
Yeah.
But still he decided that I do not want to go to a fight, do not want to succumb to damages. While we come down to the top 2, then maybe I'll try my luck. And he tried. It was a 1v2 situation. Could have been an opportunity where he could have grabbed. But GG Instinct looked completely different today. Now looking at differences, let's even talk about our predictions. That's where a lot of difference that we also try to make, seeming to do whatever that teams could bring about, and we see completely different except for K9, and this is something that we've resonated always. One team name that we think always can do the job, but looking at today's, I'm a little doubtful for both of us, Arka. K9, I don't know.
I still want to keep hopes. In the previous one, I kept it for 4 ends and they tried to bring in an average. And this time I want to push that luck to Kane. And I still feel like, they might be able to pull things off. But at the same time, you've got EMZ. Yes, they've been doing well. They've got a decent average before this game. Do you think that, they might look forward to get another average? Because from now on, I can expect teams to target one another, because that's the only way for them to kind of pick up points and also have that breathing space to make it into the top 6.
I think so. I think there is going to be a situation of targeting.
Yeah.
Not sure if it's going to be them knowing that, hey, I am targeting this team. But for sure, because they know the preferred drop spots. While we spoke about preferred drop spots on screen, it's a theoretical one. Teams know it even better that in this game, when they're losing, what is their alternative drop, and maybe they are there. They would go and challenge them. And that situation could happen. And I also have EMZ because of what they did in Kalahari. They came towards the top 4. I feel like the way they're performing as a team and a squad is looking very good. I did not have this expectation on day 1. To be honest, I did not even have them on my charts as prediction on day 1. I brought them on day 2 thinking that, hey, looks good. Now day 3, I am putting them on the charts because they're doing it. Your other predictions, I think Aerobotz and Godlike, again, it's as a buzzer beater as anybody could even make it. Nothing much to be worried between them. Godlike is already running up ahead in the race. Aerobotz are trailing now. See, let's talk about it in this perspective. Game 1, we didn't even have to worry about Godlike. 280 plus points. Keep them to the side. They already have their position. Then we were talking about either iQOO, OGxTSG or GG Instinct. GG Instinct were close by, but iQOO, OGxTSG, they picked up the first booyah. Second position grabbed. GG Instinct, game 2, booyah, grabbed third position. Aerobotz now. They were in the top 4. Is this how it is happening? One by one, teams in the position they were slowly cementing themselves, and this is why I was worried if this happens very early, which is already happening. Trouble.
I mean, I am still trying to, get my mind right with what's happening in this game, because 200 points has become the new normal and most of the teams are looking for the 200 points. But at the same time, the teams in the bottom are still striving to make it into the top 6. Ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for us to look at Purgatory, because this big map is going to bring in a big difference in the overall standing, because one of those teams who will be able to not only feel the fire but also bring the fire to the opponents will obviously look forward to play much more better and get themselves into the top 6.
Getting themselves to the top 6 is not going to be an easy feat. The flight has already taken its due course. The gates of hell have opened up. From here, you decide your fate, whether you're going to be the devils of the lobby or somebody else decides your fate on their books. Confirming their eliminations is what you want, but somebody else could do it to you. For now, Lumber Mill seems to be a cluster. K9 and Aerobotz instantly have jumped there without even giving 2 cents to it. It could be an opportunity for K9 or a big closing for Aerobotz, and it seems like the fight's already broken out. K9 on the other end do not go towards the troublesome position of Mount Villa. They let the opponents go and K9 pick up their own at Aerobotz right here.
still don't understand why they're targeting Aerobotz. Probably it's because they understand that now is the time for them to step up a bit more, make sure that they pick up frags, try to eliminate teams above them, and that's the only way for them to, kind of qualify. Yes, the last man standing for Aerobotz is trying to run away, find that vending machine. He's still running out in the open, sits in a vehicle. The shot doesn't connect, but Aim now has got an opportunity.
Ooh.
One shot connects, the other one close by. I think he can hear those bullets pass by his skull.
PSK, and there it is from Hade. What a challenge, something that the fans of K9 were waiting for, Arka. That was brilliant for K9 to start 4 eliminations, wiping out a squad. Their best decision of moving out of Mount Villa and not challenging GG Instinct again. But challenge is the name of the game. Godlike decide that, hey, maybe we could have our hand at Mount Villa, and they're here after their due looting.
Speak about dual looting. It feels like it's not just 2 teams who are looking for some early fights. I can already see that, several other teams will already started calculating. Look at that. 233, 217 and 203. Aerobotz getting eliminated out here means that EMZ and Revenant XSpark can look forward for a Boya. And if they're able to do it, then the story can be different. But GG Instance, since they know that they need to choke down the Kings themselves, they're going to be targeting them. Yogi, he can retaliate, to be frank, with that XM8. But Patlu, with a similar gun, is trying to run away from this fight.
Godlike, they're surrounding them. GG Instinct might get in trouble while they're trying to fight with only one. But 4 ends, they start making their way here, hearing a lot of noise. Yogi was stuck, but Yogi is still surviving. Whereas GG Instinct players, they're getting knocked. Swaroop is already down, the man who was the MVP. iQOO tried to put another down, but the Nero plushie. But on the other end, Marco says, don't worry, I have the other angle. But Cyber, he causes trouble. While the confirmations do not all go to Godlike, some get stolen. Godlike are still standing all as a squad. But 4 ends, after finding those 4 eliminations, stealing some of it, are ready with their challenge. Charged right in towards Godlike. But Godlike, knowing that they've not stabilized yet for a fight, wants some time to buy. But Nancy is so up close. But Surya is going to be better. Instantly trading on Nancy. Avijit is closer. Confirmation comes through. And 4 ends want to make sure they pick up a lot more. Marco is taken down. iQOO trying his best, but he also gets hit with Avijit's M590, and 4 ends. They are tightening their knots, which were troubling them.
But I don't think so. It's going to be an easy run for them because Godlike still survives with one last player. And once they get revived, they're going to come back and return the favor. So now, Metaninza, they see WindGod right in front of them. And they're looking forward to, take this fight. And that's more important for them because Metaninja as well, since they're placed at the 10th position, they not only need a Boya but also hefty amount of eliminations with it, and that's why they're so much interested. Few shots do connect. Metaninja fall back to come in from a different angle, and that could be a big mistake as 2 players gets taken down. The revival does come through from Jarvis. Jarvis, as he got an angle from where he can do some damage against the side of WindGod, and it seems like he cannot.
Metaninja trying to fight their best. Jarvis, he gets taken down again. Now this is from K9 from the other direction. WindGod, K9, Metaninja all need points to qualify. WindGod is the closest at the 7th spot, so they need to make sure they convert eliminations in their favor. Honey, the Boldmaker call right now is going to trouble him, and he quickly makes a run out of here. Aim on the other end picks up the last few survivors and stragglers who are stuck from Metaninja. And K9 smartly reposition themselves down the hill. And WindGod, they know if they try to decide to charge down the hill, they're going to be easy targets. But if K9 try to run up, K9 is going to be targets. And that is the reason both of them are trying to wait their hold best. Aim with the Riptide Rhythm. His glue wall completely opened up, but trouble is still striking them because K9 are trying to find the other direction. But in the meantime, iQOO, OGxTSG, they surprise WindGod. Django's knocked, and WindGod have to make a run out of here. And look at Nim. That pressure has forced him and his teammate in a vehicle which is not even any more usable. Kingston gets taken down. Nim, the last survivor, is in deep troubles. Rushed right to his face. The fake in a 1v1 barely loses this. Now that also gets confirmed on Xian's aim. K9, 10 eliminations. What is happening right now, Arka? This is helter-skelter in purgatory.
I just love every bit of this action taking place. And look at how Dafik is close to Krish. He sees a fight. Now he comes in from an off angle altogether. Krish in deep troubles. Yes, does miss a little bit of shots. But as he got his active skill, no, it's not there. Due to which he'll have to wait for a bit more longer. Nikita is there for a quick reload. Krish gets revived. An immediate retaliation. Puts one bullet through his skulls. Gets a confirmation as well, with Godlike coming back and making sure they bring troubles to forehand at this point of time. I'm just loving that our luck towards K9 is starting to kick things off.
It is. While we were worried when we made the predictions, both of us, now they're seeming a tad bit different. Metaninza, however, they have not seemed different. Couple of games where they did pick up eliminations seemed like, okay, there is a little hope. But as of now, it is going down, not working out. They're still stuck at the 10th, losing players. They're able to revive them. Thankfully, they're closer to the vending machines, but they are always losing resources. Godlike, well, they only have 2 players. We are not talking a lot about them because they've done their gist. They had what they needed to do done yesterday. They've done their checkbox.
no.
Right now, they're booking their tickets. On the other end, iQOO OGxTSG, while they are also getting closer to book their tickets, K9 are still waiting for an opportunity and they get one elimination. But are they running for a hole?
I think that now K9 needs to be careful. There's no necessity for them to make some unnecessary moves out here. I know they're eager to get more eliminations, and look at that. They need Dafik to survive for the longest time possible. They're pushing against the side of OGs. Dafik gets revived immediately, but again, it's all about survival. 11 eliminations within the second circle is more than enough for you if you ask me.
True, but this has also been in position where K9, after finding double digits in elimination, instantly go to survival instinct. So maybe they don't go to survival, but they slow down of how they're trying to fight out. Because Metaninza's one player did spot K9 and trouble them, and now aim has already been lost. So they are losing players.
Whoa.
However, nice shot coming in from Zian, sending across the Riptide Rhythm, but quick revival doesn't work. Dafik is on the other end, making sure both the players from iQOO OGxTSG are going to be punched. And eventually, that elimination gets grasped. 13 in total. Aim gets revived. And K9, they are pushing even further on eliminations. But look at the 11th position. To them jumping to the 6th position, they need 40 plus points. Meaning this game, they need another 20. And in the game number 4, they need another 30 to get closer to 70.
I mean, even though the calculation seems to be easy, I know how much of a trouble it can be for the lads out there. But K9, they're showcasing some really good rays of hope. For not only for the fans, but also, you know, it seems like Dafik has given all his aggression to his teammates rather. GG Instincts on the other side. I was hoping them to play a little more better. Swaroop, he's got that deadly shotgun, a level 3 as well. Now all he has to do is wait for this glue wall to get destroyed and then eventually go into the faces of the opponents. But rather, he's trying to buy some time so that his teammates get revived. And he does it successfully with EMZ burning a lot of resources just to take down a single player.
They do get Swaroop down. We spoke about him, he's been the MVP, but so far GG Instinct have survived trouble as much as they could. But Tiger from the other end, Rupesh gets his shot and he instantly realizes. Confirmation comes through for EMZ. 4 eliminations, they're closer into going at the circle but compared to their opponents who are trying to fight. GG Instinct. So EMZ should just hold this hill, make their move across, but one of the players have made a jump. That's going to be Patlu, and now EMZ have another opportunity for another elimination, and that's what they do. Mac, he finds Patlu, one more elimination grasp. Now their hit list activated on them is kind of helping them out. On the other end, Metaninza, will it help them? They've made a rush. Ayush is getting taken down. Nice shot coming in from Zap, but Krish is here. Legend also together. Anshu's been knocked. Ginothra in trouble. He's lost a lot of health, but Legend as well, and Ginothra with the M1917 finds. Jarvis needs to trade it out, and he does from above the glue wall. And Arjun on the other end, realizing where Zap was, tried to fight him, but iQOO OGxTSG, their players are all lost. And Legend going out now, all up to Arjun. He's gotten closer, but can he do a 1v1? Yes, with the Trogon. Ginothra now has to fend this off. Sends out the Nero plushie. He sees trailing Arjun get closer, but he's also being hit with the damage because of the plushie. And Arjun, he is now cocooned, troubled. Glue melter being used and nowhere to run as Ginothra pumps him full of shotgun shells, and they get a team eliminated. Metaninza, even on their last leg, still fighting. A long way to go even for them.
I don't think so. It's going to be enough for them if you ask me. They need to not only revive their teammates but also make sure that they make it inside the circle, because the path they're taking right now, there's going to be Godlike. Oh my god, guess what? K9 is where he's going to find Godlike at this point of time, showing their backs, and this is the point where they find Godlike the weakest. But as we all know, K9 needs to survive. They also need to make sure they play it safe. Gnothr on the other side, far away, we can see that he's also trying to traverse away from this position. Honey, Sunny, Dafik says that we might have to take this fight, but Godlike on the other side, they're waiting for that arsenal to open so that they can find a home in that small place.
But it's going to be trouble for them. However, Nancy, he finds an opening. That is K9 in trouble, and especially their main front line, the Feek getting knocked gives an advantage for the opponent to rush up. Aero Plushie was also used in the meantime, and the Feek's revival, they reunite back. Go back to the boulder they crashed into. However, Godlike, they cannot stay here, and this is the trouble I was about to speak. That's Metaninza Zap. He troubled the iQOO TSG, and now they instantly dash in. Slam for a knock. Nancy is taken down. Yogi trying to run away. Vehicles destroyed. He cannot make a run for it. No health over there. And right at the arsenal, which had to be a safe keep, their intentions are lost. Metaninza along with K9 trying to stage a comeback. Honey's been taken down. Anshu wants to get closer. Mac 10 in his hand. But instantly, they understand that revive's been done. They again reunite, re-strategize, ready against K9.
No, I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them because Dafik now decides to fall back, and it's a very clever move. Prioritizing the circle is going to be much more important. But guess what? The circle itself is coming to a cocoon position where you'll have to either rely on making it into a small confinement between the waterways, or you'll have to cross these big waters and trying to survive. Both these teams have done really well. But now Metaninza, they jump into the jaws of death because Revenant XSpark is right in that position. And not only that, K9 is also going to have some crosshairs towards this direction.
What did Metaninza just do? They swim across this, and now they're behind Revenant XSpark. Roshan has been knocked, and his elimination could have come through. Quick revive. Metaninza, they're doing wonders in this game. Vincent trying to spot out players through the window, but Metaninza right below them. How do they fend off anybody who's in so close quarters? And K9, they'll have a better opportunity. But Honey, he'll also be able to spot Metaninza, but he decides also to take a swim. Two monster trucks, but Arsh, nice timing. He spots Honey out in the open. Aim also gets taken down. Arsh, because he's in the open, he instantly gets knocked, but the glue wall will protect him. But eliminations from K9, that is going to trouble them. Revenant XSpark, they also need eliminations. Right at the 6th mark, they need more to confirm their position that they could jump to either 5 or 4.
Metaninza, what a decision they took. They jumped in towards Revenant XSpark, and I thought it was the biggest mistake they ever did.
Yeah.
And suddenly I'm able to see that this is the best decision they could ever take. Below that house, there's a small place which they've called themselves home. On the other side, Zion, he gets tagged off ruthlessly with that plushie. But with this position known, I don't think so K9 can survive for any time longer. A mini launcher can give an opportunity to make it inside the circle, but EMZ, look at that mini map. We see that EMZ is trying to make it inside the circle. GG thinks as well, they've got a lad trying to make it inside the circle. So the final moments, we can expect a lot of action to take place on the western side of the map.
6th position team, that is Revenant XSpark, as you said, at the western side of the map. They are the ones who have a stronghold. And if this works out for Revenant XSpark, and if we end up seeing both the 5th and the 6th position team reach 200, that is going to be better. Divine, as you can see, Nero plushie was thrown. Xian being hit with both the play zone damage as well as the Nero damage. And right behind them, EMZ. But Circle again shifted, and it shifted in favor again for Revenant XSpark and Metaninza. It seems like a mutual agreement, just verbally, or at least by seeing an opponent, has been decided between Metaninza and Revenant XSpark to survive. Not fight amongst each other, because they know there are more teams close by. And Metaninza wants to take a hit at it, but Metaninza doesn't have the height to predict where the opponents are. They don't have enough space to see through. Whereas Revenant XSpark, Divine, you see him, he knows while this agreement was signed a little earlier, it cannot be continued.
Reckoning in deep trouble. Sabo and Wild Fox need to make sure they run away from this position, but look at how much damage that plushie is doing. Eventually, the active skill Nero is giving so much of trouble against the side of Reckoning. The last man standing, can he survive as he runs away from this position? No, it doesn't happen because he also gets taken down, and that was Heimu getting eliminated. Ladies and gentlemen, slowly and steadily we are able to see the teams who need to walk away with the booyah are all present out here in the final circles. EMZ, all 4 men standing, 4 ends. Yes, survival has been their instance for the day. Revenant XSpark on the other side, they are thriving to get this booyah, but can they achieve it? Because 4 end has got the best spot in the house.
Best spot indeed. Raichu's position will give him the advantage with Cyber finding the knock on Mr. Rani. Mac, Aditya and his teammate Rupesh, the last 3 survivors, and 4 ends are jumping right towards the tower. Mac's been already knocked. Rupesh and Aditya will try to fend that off, but Avijit got in closer, confirmed that elimination. Rupesh was knocked. Aditya trying to give him a quick revive. Avijit will also be brought back to life. So 4 ends will have all their 4 players surviving. Revenant XSpark trying their chance to see if they could maybe take a part in this fight, and Roshan says yes. Spots the player who was afar from the 4 end squad, that was Raichu, providing cover with sniper, taken down. And now this is a 3v2v 4v3 situation. Final 4 teams.
I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them because everybody will have to cross the waters, and one with the mini launcher will have a greater advantage. 4 end on the other side. Avjit will be the last man standing as he's trying to fight off Aditya. I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them, but Aditya and Rupesh, they stand tall as they look for another fight. Revenant XSpark, just 4 eliminations. No matter how much of hard work they do, every single thing is getting stolen by Metaninza below them. The rats are stealing the food of the cat, and that's going to enrage them because eventually now Metaninza will look forward to see those feet hitting the water first, and the patience is going to pay off for them.
Inside finally now above the roof, but the zone's closed on him. He doesn't have much space, but finally Ginotra's opening's been found by Arsh. The other players, as you said, yes, now swimming across to go in the other end of this riverbed. Chavez somehow makes it across. Arsh, Anshu, he's also trying his best, and now if he has an opportunity, it would work, but they say no to it. Revenant XSpark. What a difficult, tough race it was. The Tom and Jerry action, as you did mention, but eventually these storms above the river were the ones who grabbed the booyah. And Revenant XSpark, in such a needed time, while every team was closing the 200, they now get closer to it as well.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Roshan knows that they've done the deed. Another team hitting the 200 means... But have they hit the 200? No, I wonder, because before this they had around 160 point or 165 plus. So they might have got another 20 out here, but somewhere it's going to be easy. But Divine says we are slowly climbing up the ladder, and that's a good sign.
It is indeed a good sign. I'm really happy that they did not get flustered by Metaninza of how long they stayed, as well as them stealing their eliminations, right? I think X-Divine is that calm and cool captain who kind of eventually does it. And even when I met him in the 25 season, that's what he's like, don't worry, we'll get it done. I believe in my boys. And he is that one. I don't see him always kind of getting a lot of flustered, pressure on his mind. He knows, because if he's the IGL taking so much pressure, then for sure the squad would end up right now crumbling. As of now, it's not happening. Really good comeback from Revenant XSpark in a time much needed when Reckoning were now grasping on the ladder. We saw Metaninza having such a wonderful game right now. 4 ends almost pick up. So you saw so many teams from the bottom 6 trying to jump up, and Revenant XSpark decided we are going to be the ones doing it better, and thankfully that they are getting closer to that 200 race and getting themselves towards the qualification. They're going to be only a little joyous. I'm not going to say happy, because this was yet done after such a long, prolonged fight where Metaninza troubled them for a very long time. And 4 ends here, after getting closer, they just were surrounded with glue walls, doing nothing, and that became an opportunity for both Aditya and Rupesh. And once Aditya and Rupesh jumped down, they also knew they did not have much. Ginotra, he tried his best, but you have to give it to Vincent as well on the roof above to put the opponent down, and he was the reason as a sniper keeping players at a distance.
I think it would have been better for Metaninza to try and survive for the longest time possible. I know this is the maximum of what they could reap in this game. Even though Revenant XSpark walk away with a booyah, they stand atop of everybody else because they were able to steal so many eliminations. 24 points in total is what Metaninja have got for themselves. 4EMZ Esports have got 22. What a time for them to wake up. But consistency has to be the key for all these 3 teams. Revenant XSpark getting a 20-pointer out here. You know, I was expecting K9 to survive a bit more longer, but I'm 100% sure in case they had survived, it would have been a 40 bomber for sure.
It could have been, yes, but again, you end up seeing them losing on placement points. Only 4 of the game. And this is where they've lacked from day 1 to day 2 and now day 3. Eliminations, I've not seen that it's been a troublesome thing for them. They've picked up 3 or 4 eliminations now and then, minimum 3 that I've seen from them even after going out with no placement point. On the other end, let's talk about Team Tamilas today. They are not in their consistent manner that we saw yesterday, and that's why I got a little worried. Started off really well, and day 2's initial 3 games were always around the top 5, top 6, sometimes in the top 4 in the final fight. But today, we are not even seeing them closer, and that downfall started in the last few games of day 2. And this is continuing. Team Tamilas were the next best, if not for Revenant XSpark to get to the top 6 and WindGod. They're also not at all having their day. They're losing their opportunities. And then we come towards Reckoning. While they looked like their first 2 games was them climbing on the ladder, if Revenant XSpark do things like this, it is going to put Reckoning in trouble.
But the overall standing is going to reveal much more, ladies and gentlemen. Brace yourselves because your predictions might come out true or not. Because the top 6 teams are still fighting it out. Revenant, XSpark find their footing into the top 6. Reckoning not far away, just 20 points shy. And they'll have to look forward for a booyah. WindGod as well. They were looking so strong before this day, but this time they're kind of, not having such a great run. But I would say that yes, having one booyah in their favor, they still have a good run. They're just 22 points away from this. Team Tamilas are 23 points away. Metaninza 23 points away. And that's how close things are.
Very close. This is why we said it is a possibility for everybody, but you have to make sure now that you've already seen Aerobotz at 200, GG Instinct at 230, iQOO at 245, Godlike. Again, let's leave them out of the picture for today. Not of any use to bring them again to the storyline. On the other end, K9 at the bottom, they're at a difference of 60 if you even count like for Aerobotz, right? And there is 3 more games to go. K9 picked up a total of 14 plus, I think, 6 eliminations, 20 points. Yeah, 20 points they picked up in the previous game. If they're able to replicate that in the next 3 plus 25 or something, I feel there could be a little hint. Because look at Reckoning. Didn't have a lot today going on for them, but they started up really, really well. Metaninza were matching toe-to-toe in action with them, but Reckoning proved always better in those fights, and now Reckoning have gotten to the 7th spot. Yes, difference of 20 points still between the 6th position team and Reckoning, but Reckoning have not let that gone too far, and therefore this race is still viable for the teams at the bottom 6. But the biggest surprise, Arka, is in this bottom 6, there are 4 Titans and only 2 underdogs.
Now, that is why I love this game, right? It's going to push you to your fullest potential and try to challenge you there under pressure. And that's how we're able to see few stars rise. But in this game, Harsh did do a bit of a damage, but all he had to do was just trying to survive for the longest time possible, because it was destined for RNTX to make sure that they walk away with that booyah. Because on top of that building, they knew that it's important for them to just hold on to that position, try to get information, but the only thing troubling them was Metaninza below them.
I think Metaninza holding a position like that, Arka, was... I don't know. I mean, that's just a little too smart. I don't know how even that was managed.
Yeah.
But Revenant XSpark, yes, will feel a little heat because of that. They feel the fire of what just happened there. Like literally, it was a fire under their belly that was put by Metaninza, and that is the reason we end up seeing not a lot. MVP might be Arsh, 2 eliminations, 4 assists, 1000 damage coming in from his end. This is why we said Revenant tried to do the deed, but someone else was signing the contract at all times. So Revenant XSpark might be the ones who got the booyah, but they know it's not enough. If that game was elimination heavy, they could have solidified themselves towards Ahmedabad. But Vincent, I'm finally happy to see his sniper back in action, his elimination being seen on the feed. I was missing this. We know how good of a sniper this man is, and I think it was somewhere in this mix of understanding of how to resonate with the other players within the team, he was taking his time. And he's not a man of a lot of words. He's a man of very few words, but he's the one who does the deed with his weapon.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Roshan on the other side, we saw how well he was also giving support to his teammates. 1400 damage coming in from his side. Divine as well. You know, one of those moments where Divine was trying to get out of his comfort zone, trying to toss some grenades below to make sure that they restrict Metaninza from getting closer, was also a crucial position for this lad as well. Yeah. But Revenant XSpark, since they had put so many glue walls behind that vehicle, trying to use it as an insurance policy, they forgot that teams can actually fly in and take cover behind that glue wall, and due to which Metaninza survived. But I would also want to see for how long did Revenant XSpark avoid fights, because from the first circle I just saw them, probably have a fight or two, and then after that I did not see them get into any kind of action.
You can see out of Brasilia, where they initially had the fight, then they found that scaffolding home and kept that compound for themselves at the riverbed. They did try to keep some teams out. K9 were the only successful ones that they were able to keep out, but Metaninza were right under them. Every other team was coming in from the entire western end, and from those teams coming in the eastern being cleared off, Xian being the last player, Revenant XSpark had the control. But Jarvis, you have to kind of I would say confidence for him to kind of run like that in between all the Revenant XSpark players taking shots, and he still makes it across the shore, survives while his teammates were being eliminated. That was, for a second I felt a little dicey because the zone was moving in his direction and Revenant XSpark still not had a leap outside the compound towards the river. And if they did, you will see they were surfing on the water. If they didn't do it and they were swimming, it was Jarvis's opportunity over there to lay everybody out.
I'm starting to understand as to why games are turning out to be chaotic for few teams, whereas the others are trying to play it safe. Because those teams who are qualified, they've got nothing to lose, right? The top 3 teams, right. They're like, you know what? Now we're just going to go bombard the lobby and try to see how much we can ruin the games of the others, or rather trying to challenge the opponents. That's their mindset. The teams in the middle fray, they're like, let's have self-composed, let's try to, get an average in every single game. And again, the bottom fray of the overall standing says that, you know what, I think we need to get into action. I think we need more eliminations. That's why teams like K9 is looking for fights, Forend is looking for fights, and the team which is not bothered about the lobby, who are just playing on their advantages like Revenant XSpark, are just walking away with booyahs. I don't think so I could have asked for a better storyline than this.
You couldn't have. This is literally all of us, while the players, us as casters, all feeling the fire. This is the best way to do it. And on top of it, that we have a surprise for all of you is making it even better for day 3. I'm like so excited for all of us to witness that. Once game 4 is when you are going to be seeing that announcement coming through. And I said when we started on day 1, because this is the final week of qualifications, the final week of the online stage, we are going to be having surprises all throughout these last 3 days, and we have come to the final last day. What is it? You can start putting up your thoughts of what those I would say surprises, your predictions. While we would ask you for your top 6, we've asked for your all of those. You can put it down as well. While we take a break, give the teams also a short break, because after the last 3 games conclude, we have our final 6. Who those are? After this break. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 Spring. Today, we stand on the precipice of greatness. And unfortunately, some of these teams stand on the precipice of elimination. Today, we either make the kings or we break some careers. These guys have been working really hard, toiling away on their phones for the last month and a half. And if they don't make it to the grand finals, if they do not make it to Ahmedabad, all their efforts would be in vain. And since the stakes are so high, I could not be joined by anyone better than Oro to take me through this last few games. And boy, the tension is really mounting up in here. Like, it's getting hot in here. And I'm not talking about the heat. I'm not talking about the summer.
I mean, I can understand and I can completely agree with you, Chris, because the last 3 games are left before we, jump on towards Ahmedabad, and that's gonna happen from 25th of April for sure. But then, for that to happen, we still have to fill those last 6 spots. Who are those teams going to be? That's going to be very interesting to look at, because we know that Godlike Esports have already fulfilled, the aspect of the number of points they already had to, because I am sure that they have crossed the 300 pointer, which is before, I think, the safe spot, which we mentioned as 260. So they are the very first team who are definitely going to get that spot. But who are those rest of the 5 teams? They're still fighting. There are teams who are very close to each other right now, Crips, and one good game can still dismantle the table.
Yeah, one good game can still either make it or break it, and that's why you need to make sure that you don't have a bad game at the very least. Like, you need like there's 3 games left, right? You need to be consistent in 2 of those, and you need to be extremely good in 1 of those. So yeah, this could be very, very difficult. And you guys knew that the stakes were sky high because we are trying to send people to the LAN. Well, guess what? There is a surprise for you guys at the end of this game. And if the stakes were already pretty high, well, they're about to get much, much higher. Yeah, that's all I can say for now. It's gonna really, really be impactful to some of these people's careers, what we're about to reveal at the end of this game. So stick around.
Yeah, Crips, I mean, that's going to be absolutely amazing to look at, with these last 3 games left out. The kind of competition already we are seeing in the server, it's absolutely amazing to look at, because if you look at few teams, how these underdog teams have stepped up already, like a team like EMZ or probably an Aerobotz Esports, even though they got pretty much eliminated very early in the game, they would still want to make their way towards the top 6 teams. They already have the 4th spot, and here comes the preferred drop spot in the map of Bermuda, the very default map, where every team knows the nooks and crannies of this position or probably the map. This is where things can be very interesting to look at. You look at Peak, where EMZ are fighting Godlike Esports. Probably iQOO, OGxTSG might be interested in, doing a third party later on, where they are there towards WindGodxTHW. But Pochinok, Revenant, XSpark, and K9, they are probably interested in fighting towards that spot. This is going to be very interesting to look at. So many probable drop clashes in mill, hangar, all around the map, Crips.
Yeah, and at this point, the preferred drop spots don't really matter all that much, because these guys are going to be fighting everywhere, right? We saw how Aerobotz, Team Tamilas, and WindGodxTHW were just fighting against each other across Observatory and Hangar, even though Team Tamilas have no business going north. We have iQOO, OGxTSG, who land in Bhima Sakti Strip but never stay over there because they always want to interfere somewhere or the other. And then you have teams like EMZ and EMZ Esports, who today of all days have been roaming, lurking around a lot, looking for elimination points. Even K9 for that matter. Usually whenever they drop into Pochinok, they try to go from cover to cover. They try to go up the peak hill only when the circle really moves them, or only when they absolutely need to. But today we've seen them be way more proactive. We've seen them take up a lot more engagements than necessary, simply because they need those elimination points. And at this point, the drop locations are purely cosmetic, because these guys are not going to stay there for very long. These guys, the moment they get their guns, the moment they have just enough glue walls to continue moving ahead, they're going to race up to the next fight that they see. And if they don't see something, they'll start a fight.
And I think I love the way how Revenant XSpark, followed the similar kind of, explanation you gave, Crips, right? They are taking one game at a time right now, thinking that, okay, this game is where we can make a comeback or probably get those elimination points and get back into the momentum. Because during the pre-show today, we showed that they slipped off, right? They started, towards the 8th spot today, and now
making their way back towards the top 6. That's going to be very interesting to look at. And here comes our prediction, who we think can do good in this map. So I feel iQOO OGxTSG, after getting that booyah, they somehow have slipped off. So definitely they again would want to bring themselves back, because see, we know for a fact that they're there towards the second spot, but we know how fans are still expecting them to shine, because it's the grand finals we're talking about. And iQOO OGxTSG and grand finals, that's a different story.
Yeah, it would be absolutely solid if iQOO OGxTSG can actually make it to the grand finals. So far, they seem to be in a very comfortable spot, and that's why I haven't picked them in this particular map, because because they're comfortable. I think they're not gonna bother too much with the fights. I think they're gonna chill. GG Instinct, on the other hand, they've generally been very good in Bermuda. They normally are able to play for the objective, play for the zone, and try to go for the booyah. I think today they're gonna take their aggressiveness a notch higher. I think they're gonna steal a page out of Godlike's book, and in the final circles try to cover as much area as possible around the zone, so that they can actually get that booyah and try to maintain their numbers advantage. Same with Aerobotz. While they are in a relatively comfortable spot now, you can never be too safe. You can never try to have too many points. It's the greed is always a good thing in this game. So that's why I've also picked up Aerobotz over there, and I think you also agree with that particular prediction. So yeah.
I mean, I would be a little scared after what happened in the last game. They did not get any single point. They got eliminated at the very spot by Godlike Esports. And again, Godlike, after yesterday, we thought that they will again come hard today for that extra 10,000 rupees, which obviously Nobita and iQOO promised. But let's find out who the other teams are going to be, who are literally going to flip the script in this game, because they would need it definitely if we are in the spot of Revenant, XSpark, or Reckoning Esports, or you can just name those teams. But definitely these guys need those points so that they end up in Ahmedabad.
Yeah. Everybody needs those points right now, unless you're someone like Godlike Esports. At that point, you don't even need to do anything. You're just going to chill. But everybody else, they are desperate. They need those points. They need the numbers, and they will do anything to get it, including but not limited to drop clashing Mill. Metaninza and EMZ Esports, yeah, they're going to drop towards Mill. But guess who's joining them? It's iQOO and Nancy. They're just going there just to poke and prod at Metaninza. If they can ruin Metaninza's game right off the bat, then they will have one less top tier team to worry about in the finals. That's exactly why Godlike have dropped over here. They don't need to drop clash. They don't need to fight. But will they do so? Yes, they will. Yes, I think this is like the only time Godlike will relinquish their drop spot of peak and go try and deliberately ruin someone else's game.
Yeah, exactly. Metaninza, they're also in the vicinity. They haven't started taking those shots yet, but and Esports, if they still want to make it towards the grand finals, they need to do it really quickly, because they are lagging behind right now. They need a big game. I think from the start of the matches today, we witnessed already, they had a difference of 40 points. They're still there. So definitely they need a big booyah with good amount of eliminations. They have to be aggressive. There is no other option for them. Right now, Avijit, and look at Cyber's positioning. He has been sent off probably as an insurance policy. Maybe he wants to move away from this situation, or is he creating a different angle? Looks like he has been given away. Now Avijit is closing in, throws in a freeze grenade there. Ginotra, he has a different angle with that Kar 98. He definitely can create some damage. But look, okay, Cyber, he has not been going away from the situation. It's different, creating a different angle. And right now, Ginotra would be under pressure.
Yeah, but Ginotra, how will he possibly deal with it? I guess you can deal with it by completely eliminating Godlike. They did go for a split drop. It was a 3-1. 3 members dropped towards Mill, 1 dropped towards Peak, and all of them have been found. Hey, this is good, right? Yeah. This actually opens up the opportunities to a lot of other teams who desperately need Godlike out of their lobby so that they can get something done. So it gives them breathing space. But I don't think Team Tamilas will get to breathe at all, because at this point, iQOO OGxTSG are breathing down their necks.
Metaninza is a different player who's wrapping around 4 ends. It's Ginotra who's using that vehicle. Anshu there. He already took a lot of damage. Zarvis with that Trogon. He needs to fight against Cyber. But it's a 1v2 for Cyber right now. Surya's support is required. Puts in those glue walls. Distance created by Zarvis. But then Anshu is in the spot. He takes 1 down, but immediately gets traded off. Suddenly Metaninza losing out on numbers, and and Esports looks pretty much confident in taking or capitalizing those advantages. Cyber He has a different angle, but we come down to a different fight. This is Hanger we're looking towards, and this is K9 aim, closer in the distance between him and Nim, and probably would take down Gokul as well, but the peak gives him the hand, and he is the one who takes down probably a member from WindGod, but right now WindGod, they have fallen back from the situation. WindGod, Crips, I mean, another team who are right there towards the 8th spot in the overall standings. But if you look at the vending machines, there are something which you can read between the lines.
Yeah, Gidotra, at least he's trying to get the res onto his teammates, and at least nobody's stopping him, right? So Metaninza still have a little bit of a chance. K9 on the other hand, they don't have many chances left. Same with Metaninza, like there's like 3 games left. And yeah, sure, at least K9 are climbing slowly and steadily. They're at like 4 eliminations now, but Metaninza, despite all their efforts, despite everything said and done, even though they had like both Godlike as well as 4Ns drop towards them, they're only able to get 1 elimination out of that entire skirmish. So even though they had a plethora of people dropping towards them, they couldn't capitalize on those fights. Meanwhile, 4EMZ Esports want to finish off what they started. They are chasing Ginotra down to the ends of the earth. Here comes the pre-fire, and Surya, nice headshot with the Max 7, confirms another elimination. My god, both K9 and 4Ns have overtaken Metaninza in this particular game. And I really hope that this doesn't happen, but it seems like Metaninza are just going to be relegated to a constant cycle of reviving their teammates and then losing them. That vicious cycle has been bogging them down since yesterday, man.
I mean, that has been a problem for them, to be honest. We'll talk about that later, but right now it's Reckoning Esports against GG Instinct. Swaroop, who would first give revive to Power. He gives it successfully. Tiger with that VSK94, he finds the headshot onto Wild Fox. He takes him down. Reckoning Esports again. You know, all these teams, you talked about Metaninza again. I would mention Metaninza alongside Reckoning Esports are probably feeling the similar kind of problem. Crips, to be honest, you know, back and forth, probably creating advantage and maybe losing out on those opportunities which they have created. They have their own, they had their own highs in the tournament, but this is where they need to do it. They need to deliver and execute so that they can end up in Ahmedabad. Otherwise, they miss out on a big opportunity. Dafiq right now he dashes in, but then he gets off guard. Ayush was the one with that Winchester. He took him down. While the rest of the members from K9 come in, he's already been taken out, but here comes Arjun. And Arjun was too aggressive that Honey Sunny, no problems whatsoever. Zian with the cord definitely finds an advantage. Honey Sunny, though he got taken out, pretty much easily Zian eliminates a member, iQOO OGxTSG, losing out on numbers. But not the whole team yet, but Team Tamilas, they're interested.
Team Tamilas, they are more than interested, but I hope that their interest doesn't end up costing them too much. The jump shot comes through from Kaushik, but Zian is able to spray down at least one more player before he bites the dust. Unfortunately, it's still not enough because Team Tamilas are able to get all the reses possible. And now they've spotted Dafiq. Khonshu is able to take pot shots at him. Does he know that Krish is also on the horizon? Krish just flew in. Yeah, Khonshu's trying to take pot shots at him midair. He won't connect, but that's okay because iQOO OGxTSG did not plan on sticking around over here for very long either. They just wanted some information.
I mean, I was just looking at the overall standing scripts. You know, whenever I look at it and whenever I see a team's POV, I feel that, okay, they still have a chance. And that's how the competition has been throughout this knockout stages, week 3, to be honest. Now, this is the last day, the last 3 matches. I mean, you can say that Game 4 is already online. You only have 2 opportunities if you are a Godlike. But they are definitely a way through to grand finals. But right now it is Crave using that shotgun, but he could not connect the shot. Dafiq once again gets taken down, but this time by Kaushik. His elimination has been secured. Dafiq here and there taking those knockouts. Not good signs for K9 because he has been the Mr. Dependable for their team. He needs to step up. Right now K9 is in a very spot of bother if you look at their positioning.
K9, yeah, they might be in a spot of bother, but I just hope that nobody focuses on them. Luckily for them, at least Aerobotz and iQOO OGxTSG will no longer be a threat, even though they were coming towards them in their general direction. And now even Team Tamilas is flying into third party in on this fight. So that means all the attention is taken away from K9, and this is a lifeline extended towards them. with Team Tamilas landing right on top. Aerobotz are stuck inside the house while iQOO OGxTSG trying to surround them from the other side. Oh my god, they no longer stay on the top. They try to get inside. The grenade launchers are going insane. Aerobotz are trying to find more players of Team Tamilas. They're trying to figure out where the remaining players are. But I think they've now been kind of surrounded. And at this point, Script and Kaushik, they take no prisoners. Yogesh jumps in with the Chrono Shield up close and personal, takes down Krish as well. Team Tamilas are indiscriminate. They don't care if anybody's in front of them. They don't care if it's iQOO OGxTSG or Aerobotz. They will wipe out everybody. And Team Tamilas, given how fishy this situation was, given how many variables were involved, I'm actually surprised none of them died.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't have to respawn any of their players. Yeah, sure, there was a knock or two, but they were able to just get the revive by just picking their players up from their knees. They didn't even have to spend any money to get the res from a vending machine. Revenant XSpark, you are in danger as well. Luckily, X-Divine is not the last member of any sorts. So even if he goes down over here, there's still his teammates who can get the res onto him. Nice shot. That's a juicy 150 damage. But Cyber can... Nah, he doesn't get the follow-up.
Yeah.
X-Divine gets away.
He actually gets away.
Then again, even if he died over there, it probably would have been fine.
Exactly. Right now, it's Script who's fighting, still fighting. You know, Team Tamilas have shown promises and they are doing it actually. Delivering at the very right moment. Script. He comes back inside the compound. He knows that the rest of the two members were alive for iQOO OGxTSG. Arjun, he gives revive to his teammates. So the vending machine available inside Katulastiva helps iQOO OGxTSG. Revenant XSpark, they are also in the vicinity. I can already see them. They're flying in and around. So if they're interested, they can again do a third party. Right now, Tiger finds Pandit's head. Okay, so there's a change already I am witnessing because Pandit was not playing. Who has gone out and Pandit has replaced whom is the question. Is it Legend?
Yeah, I guess you'll be able to see once iQOO OGxTSG are actually on screen. It is low-key wild to get someone in. Yep, it's Legend. You were right.
Wow.
So I guess he's just going to sit behind the team and IGL from, you know, over their shoulders while everybody else gets a chance to play. I guess you can afford to take such a risk when you are in a rather comfortable spot.
Right. Script right now. He is creating a lot of pressure. Krish has been taken out once again. iQOO OGxTHW, I think they have never found the momentum in this game. Whenever we see them, they're either getting taken down or completely shattered. Whenever they have been trying to get advantage, they have not been able to pull things off. Right now, Team Tamilas, once again, doing those back and forth movements. And I love the way how Country is playing with that VSK94. He has been creating that, diversion. And again, Arjun finding himself in a position where he has to deal with three players. Never easy. GG Instinct, they are also in the vicinity, understanding the importance. They also need points. And if GG Instinct, makes their way towards Ahmedabad, they would be the first team to do it from city qualifiers. But right now, things aren't confirmed yet. But right now, for Mad God, the confirmation will come in. And Team Tamilas, they're looking so good. They're looking so confident. 7 eliminations for Kaushik already.
Yeah, amazing stuff, right, Kaushik? While he continues to plunder and just absolutely ravage his opponents, there's somebody else who's also on the same mission. It's 4EMZ Esports. It seems like Team Tamilas and 4EMZ Esports both have just come alive in this game. And they're both just trying to get as many points as possible. They are both feeling the fire and actually adding more fuel to it to fan the flames.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, did you see that?
I got flashbanged.
Yeah, that was a vending machine, but I saw something unique on it. And I'm sure that our producers won't show us the vending machine for no reason, right? It's not like there's somebody waiting over there.
Correct.
Was it about something that's actually on the vending machine itself? I guess we will find out after this game when we reveal the surprise to you guys, if you haven't figured it out already. But right now, K9 are taken by surprise as Reckoning completely rushed them. They thought that they would be the one to invade Reckoning's house, but nope, Reckoning get out of their hiding holes, and now they've got 3 players down. Heimu is able to get Sabo back up on his feet, and now Ziyan is the last man standing. Needs to get away from here, but I don't think there's any escape. He can't get away from safety. And he will be taken down. K9 Esports are on a mission, but that mission is unsuccessful. Hold up, Aerobotz have arrived on scene, Oro.
Absolutely, and they are interested in this fight. But wait, Kunal, he runs away. You know, the way Reckoning handled that situation not only challenged, a team K9 and eliminated them, but Aerobotz also, they were interested for a moment, but defended that position pretty easily. Now, Reckoning Esports, how will they move inside the circle? Do they have a launch pad which they can use? Because the circle isn't far away, and so is for Aerobotz itself. Aerobotz, they also need to prioritize the circle, and that's where a Metaninza can come in and, have the last laugh. Probably put in those damage. Yep, they have a launch pad, so it's gonna be easy for them going in towards the tower. And here comes the shots from Aerobotz. They were waiting for this. That is why they did not want to converge. And now Metaninza, they can also create some pressure. And I can also see, Crips, that EMZ and Forehands have started fighting. But Reckoning Esports, the focus is on them. They're under pressure.
Yeah, they are not just under pressure, they are literally under the microscope of every other team because they're in the center of the circle. It's a very risky move going in the center because everyone can shoot at you, and that's why they've gone for a 3-1 split. 3 players in center, 1 player somewhere out there in the corner, and that 1 player is Hemu. It's his job to stay alive and hopefully ruin the game of everybody else. He has Revenant XSpark in his crosshairs. He can also see Aerobotz on the other side. But as of now, he doesn't have the angles to take them down. Johan will be able to shoot down the X-Divine. And while all of this is going on, the circle shifts massively towards Revenant XSpark. And this could be a massive advantage for them. But GG Instinct are pushing up against WindGodxTHW. They want to force this fight. They want to force the issue. And WindGod might just get sandwiched between them and Metaninza. Swaroop tries to find the angles. He goes from outside the zone to get all the possible players down. But Django has cooned himself inside the blue walls. He's hoping to survive, but he will not be able to thrive. He gets taken down and EMZ are out. GG Instinct continue to plunder, but Metaninza have turned the tides of battle against them. Swaroop hiding and biding his time. He's gonna be engulfed by the blue zone while Metaninza fight against Team Tamilas. This is a furball of a cartoon fight. It just keeps on escalating, and now even Reckoning Esports are jumping into this fight. They just simply cannot catch a break. Nobody is stepping out. Nobody is stepping down. GG Instinct finally crumble under the pressure, but Team Tamilas, after recognizing that they have the advantage, race towards the zone. They know for a fact that this is the only chance they will get to get inside the circle scot-free and without any casualties.
It's a chain reaction, Cribs. Feels like a Thanos circle where we've just snapped our fingers and so many teams have just gone out. Right now, Zap is the lone warrior for Metaninza. His position is spotted, and how will he survive is the question. Some monster truck coming in as a temporary cover, and here goes Sabo with that SVD. He finds Zap there. Metaninza eliminated. Revenant XSpark also surviving with a solo player, but this is Reckoning Esports right now making them move towards Team Tamilas. Team Tamilas players, they're biding their time with the glue walls, and Reckoning Esports have gone inside the circle. They want to prioritize it, and Aerobotz, the focus have shifted towards them from Team Tamilas. There's so many spam shots coming in from Yogesh's end. The Woodpecker, will he use it to his advantage? Yeah, he does. Finds Johan's head, busts him open, and elimination towards his weight. 16 eliminations already. And Crips, if I am right, if they convert this game into a booyah, they will definitely enter the top 6.
And that's exactly what they need. They need to get that booyah. No second places, no second thoughts. Just one focus and one goal in mind. Get into the finals. Book your tickets to Ahmedabad. Hemu, lovely connection onto Kunal. He will be able to get that confirmation. Prodigy somehow hoping to survive while Johan stays inside the sniper tower and will be succumbed by the play zone. Reckoning Esports now turn their attention towards Team Tamilas. Team Tamilas do enjoy the high ground advantage, but Reckoning Esports have neutralized all of that. They try to go around the other side of the cell phone tower. Nades, glue walls, everything being deployed. Even the UAV light has been deployed to reinforce those glue walls, but Reckoning Esports are very concerned about Prodigy. So they will assign Ash on a mission to take care of Prodigy, while Wild Fox and Sabo continue to deal with Team Tamilas. The Team Tamilas, they recognize that they have Reckoning Esports pinned in that corner, and the Reckoning will not be able to find a way out. So Team Tamilas will now try to gatekeep them. Sabo busts through by the Oscar dash. Konsu connects mid-air, and Yogesh will be able to use that M590 to get another knock. Script continues to plunder with that Shogun. Sabo and Ash might be able to turn the tides, but it's Konsu who delivers the final blow. Team Tamilas have secured second position minimum, and now Prodigy has the chance to pull off a 1v2. Can he do this one? Riptide Rhythm exposes Khonshu, but he dips behind yet another glue wall. The UAV light once again deployed to make sure that Prodigy has a very difficult time busting open those glue walls. And in this one, 1v2. They've given him enough space to work with. Can he convert this? Can he pull off the clutch to keep the hope alive for Aerobotz?
He has given space to Team Tamilas. He wants to buy time. Look at him. He has only one glue wall, 11 first aids, and one grenade. He is the sniper of the team. He has clutched it yesterday against Godlike, where it was a 1v1 against Marco. But look at Khonshu. He's already has the angle. But right now, Prodigy again creates a different angle. Goes under the bridge, trying to grab the higher ground. This can be the better opportunity. Mac 10 in his hand. Right now, he would want to isolate this fight. Team Tamilas, the fight for the survival inside the top 6 still continues. Now they come in tandem and they eliminate him. True gone from Scripps' end, and he finally delivers. They had to get the booyah. They deliver it at the very right moment. 4th game it is. Team Tamilas have delivered, and Khonshu smiles and the relief comes in.
Yeah, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Team Tamilas was so stressed. You could feel their cortisol levels rising in their bloodstream through your freaking screen. But now, after having secured this booyah, and that too with a massive number of eliminations, Team Tamilas might just have done enough to book their tickets to Ahmedabad. But they are not out of the woods just yet. There is still the possibility that if they have a bad game in the next 2 games, they might not get to go to Ahmedabad despite doing so well over here.
Yeah.
But you have to give credit where it's due. Script and Khonshu, lovely footwork in that last circle. They broke Reckoning's ankles, basically not letting them any room to work with. And Prodigy tried his best, but unfortunately that 1v2 is just a little too much. Team Tamilas stick together and basically make sure they don't give him 3 individual 1v1s which he can turn into duels. And that's how you play the numbers advantage.
Absolutely.
Clinical, calculated, and cold. Team Tamilas might just have made it to Ahmedabad.
Team Tamilas, have they? Because right now, there are 2 more games left out. Let's have a look at the game standings. How many points did they collect? Because when I saw the perspective, they already had 20 plus eliminations, and it is 21 eliminations. Imagine the impact they would have created inside that overall standing already, right, Crips? Because now with that booyah, they have cranked up the number to 33. Definitely it's going to give them a big jump. Previously, they were lurking in that 8th or 9th position. Now, they would have given them a chance to enter up to the top 6 position and probably can defend themselves. But GG Instinct, did they play well? I mean, the way they handled the pressure, 15 eliminations. They got eliminated pretty early, but then the amount of eliminations they secured before getting eliminated, it's immense. And absolutely we have to praise Reckoning as well, because they're also there, Crips. So definitely they're keeping themselves in that game, where one good game from Reckoning Esports can also give them the chance of entering towards that top 6 spot.
Yeah, one good game, that's all they needed. And I mean, this is an excellent game, right? 33 points for Team Tamilas. GG Instinct, 20 points, tied up with Reckoning Esports. I'm actually more interested in Reckoning Esports now, because they were in a little bit more danger than Team Tamilas yesterday. So yeah, Reckoning Esports with 20 points, that's still pretty damn good. And all they needed to do was overtake WindGod, and at least in this game they have done that. WindGod also still keeping themselves afloat at 14 points, which isn't bad by any stretch of the imagination. It's still just enough. It's a consistent performance from them as well. For EMZ Esports though, they need to step it up. 13 points might have been really nice if this was like day number 1, but with like 2 games left, 13 points is no longer enough. And now I'm even more concerned about Metaninza and K9 Esports. I don't think they can possibly come back with this one. Okay, maybe Metaninza still has a chance, right? If they get like a massive game and Team Tamilas, they don't get any single point, they might just be able to make a comeback if they have like a massive 30-point game. But Team Tamilas, Revenant, XSpark, both just 1 point away from each other. One of these teams is going to make it.
Imagine the amount of pressure on Team Tamilas, Crips. After getting a 33-point game, you still don't end up in top 6. Imagine the kind of competition is still on in TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring. This is the knockout stages, week 3, last 2 games left. What is going to happen? Look at Reckoning Esports with 187. I mean, that's not very far away from Revenant XSpark as well. So you can still have a chance. And even for WindGod with 179, one good game, you can still make your way. But that game is coming when is the question, because there are no more cushioning left out as in the days, because this is the last day and the last 2 games are left out. WindGod and Metaninza, they are having a little struggle with their own team of not being consistent and not being able to convert those important situations. They have been, slipping away, and that has caused a lot of problems. And K9, once again, when things mattered, they have not been able to show up, Crips.
I don't think they can show up. I mean, there's a 50-point deficit.
Yeah, correct.
That's nearly impossible to cover in 2 games. You're going to need 25 pointers each. And that is assuming none of the other teams move up at all. Yeah, I think this is it. This is shutters for K9 Esports. At this point, I do not believe they can make a comeback. Metaninza, chances are slim, but with like 2 30-pointer games, they might still be able to overtake everybody. But let's be honest, the real MVP, Team Tamilas script, I want to praise him. I really do.
Yeah.
6 eliminations with 12 assists and 2,947 damage is really impressive. And I really want to praise him, but I just don't think it's enough.
Exactly.
Like, that's the harsh reality about this game.
Oh, wow. Imagine how much more these guys have to put on the line to ensure that they enter the TEZ FFMIC 2026 spring, the grand finals. To imagine, or probably to be in their shoes. It's good that we are on a different side, right, Crips, and watching these matches unfold. But right now, these players are, under tremendous pressure. Even though Team Tamilas got a big booyah, look at Khonshu, these setups have not changed. But Kaushik, he has changed a bit, of course. I can see that Tatsuya coming in. So, these slight changes in the combination of the actives, it's just helping the team because absolutely they have cranked up the numbers, that's for sure. And now Olivia is coming in as well. I am seeing few teams interested in that passive ability of Olivia, where you can again help your teammates. And with the Thiva also there, and now you bring in an Olivia, I somehow feel that script, is he playing a different role than I imagine? Because it's clearly showing me as a rusher, but I think he was a support player.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have to be hybrid in this kind of a situation. I mean, especially when Khonshu isn't just the dedicated sniper, he's also the flanker and the lurker of the team. Somebody has to pick up a secondary role. They have to wear multiple hats.
Yeah.
They might even have to wear multiple helmets in this case, because everybody's got a target on their backs now. Kaushik with 8 eliminations. That is super duper impressive. Even though he wasn't present in the last battle, he has done more than enough to keep his team alive through that hailstorm of a fight, which was Team Tamilas versus Reckoning versus Metaninza versus Aerobotz, and God knows how many teams just jumped into that battle. You know how in cartoons you see 2 people fight and then 3 more people jump in, and at that point they're no longer fighting. It's just a cartoon furball. It's a little dust cloud over there.
Yeah.
That's what that fight felt like if you look at it from afar.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, circle analysis. Look at how Team Tamilas, started things off in Observatory. They were fighting towards that western end. They went in towards Shipyard. They started a fight against iQOO, OGxTSG. They continued it until they ended things off. They again came back probably towards the center of the circle, where it was probably Cthulhu Thiva or XSpark. They started again fighting against them. They did not want to stop. That's the best part, because they know that they need points at this very moment. They cannot play passive. They cannot control the aggression, because that's the only way you can capitalize those spots. And you see them fighting all the way, just like how Godlike did it in day 1, to be honest, Crips. And it feels like their blueprint, because that is the only way or the only option available for a team like Team Tamilas. And also maybe if you see a Revenant XSpark, because they're not sharing actually, but there's only a 1-pointer difference between those teams.
Yeah, there is only a 1-pointer difference between Team Tamilas and Revenant XSpark. So I guess you know which 2 teams to keep your eyes on.
Yeah.
Revenant XSpark, we already know how they basically traded positions. Now, we had this whole situation where they were, in like a 8th spot and then exchanged those spots. But right now they're on the edge. 6th spot, just enough for them. And with both these teams just separated by 1 point, only one of them can make it to the LAN. Unless somehow both of them manage to outperform Aerobotz by a miraculous, comeback. And unless that happens, only one of these teams will make it. And the unfortunate part is Revenant XSpark are full of such amazing, talented players. It would be weird to not have these people at LAN.
Yeah.
Even K9 and Metaninza for that matter. I mean, Ginotra, I met him during the last LAN,
Right.
and he's so cool. And it would be just unfortunate if he just cannot make it to the LAN. And guess what? It's not just the LAN spots at stakes. The 12 teams who make it to the LAN will have another opportunity to do something better. I think you know what I'm referring to, ladies and gentlemen. You guys have been asking for it since January. You guys have been hoping that India gets to unfurl its flag over the rest of the continent and showcase its supremacy. Well, the time for it is now. It's time to reveal the big surprise, ladies and gentlemen. We present to you the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational.
Wow, I mean, Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 spring. This is the second time we're going to see this, right? The first time we saw it in December when it was 2025 season. Right now, this is going to be very interesting to look at. And the tagline says, rise through the fire. After we feel the fire, it will be time for us to rise through the fire, because definitely it's going to be the Indian flag who definitely you would want to see it flying high. And it starts from 8th of May till the 17th of May. So lock your calendars, because this is going to be absolute banger.
It's an absolute banger indeed. 12 teams make it to the Free Fire Max India Cup 2026 spring finale, and out of those 12 teams, 9 of them get to go to the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational 2026 spring. The fact that the word spring is in there implies that there will probably be one more such Asia Invitational later on in the year, but for now we keep our focus on the things at hand. Step number 1, qualify to the LAN, go to Ahmedabad. Step number 2, end up in the top 9 over there, and then you get to play in the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational as well. 9 slots for India is actually insane, because then they get to go up against the best in Asia. We know what happened last time. In the last Asia Invitational, even though Avida XKDC were the victors, we saw how Godlike Esports was giving everybody a tough run for their money. We saw how most Indian teams, even though they weren't able to get a lot of booyahs, were getting a lot of eliminations. And that was just India playing an international tournament after a few years.
Yeah, correct.
Imagine with the game, being in its current geopolitical situation, Indian teams not getting to go international. Despite lacking practice and experience in the international lobbies, Indian teams were able to do well. But since the last Asia Invitational, all the Indian teams have been practicing day and night. In fact, there is an international tournament going on right now as we speak in these few days. And the Indian teams over there are doing pretty well for themselves. Imagine if they get to do the same thing in an actual official tournament at the Asia Invitational. It would be epic.
I mean, I still cannot forget how, Godsley and Pros played in that Clash Squad final, right? It was a very big moment for us. They almost stole that, but then we will definitely get an opportunity to witness it again. For that to happen, Crips have definitely given you the blueprint that how can these teams make it towards that stage. But before that, Game 5 is important, because for these teams to make it towards FFMAI 2026 spring, they need to go through the LAN first. For that to happen, they need that top 6 spot. And here it is. Alpine, K9, they have loved this map always. But can they do it? That's a very big question mark, because Crips have already gone out loud and said that, it's going to be very practically kind of impossible for them to, cover up that distance, and also ensuring that Revenant, XSpark, or a Team Tamilas, or even Reckoning Esports and even EMZ, they do not get any points. So that's a little bit difficult, but what is happening towards Militia and Sunside? I see a 3-way fight, or probably 5 teams towards the northern end. 4 ends, EMZ, Aerobotz, Team Tamilas, and Metaninza. What is happening? I mean, if this happens, this is going to be a chaotic situation.
Oh yeah, I mean, we already saw a glimpse of what chaos looks like in the end game segment of this Bermuda battle. It was the same few teams, man. It was Team Tamilas, it was Aerobotz, it was EMZ, it was it wasn't 4 ends because they got eliminated early on. Metaninza could have been there if they held on to their cards, if they played their cards well. And yeah, basically all the fighting that we saw in the Bermuda endgame, that might just happen right at the beginning over here in Sunside. And then, of course, you got teams like Reckoning Esports, K9, and GG Instant, who might just duke it out over Blue Will. Reckoning Esports in a slightly more favorable situation than the rest. But Revenant, XSpark, up north near Snowfall, they are the real teams that you need to watch out for, because Revenant, XSpark can either make or break their journey to the LAN in this particular game.
I mean, I would just want to bring in a point that you will definitely see some target painted on these
Oh yeah,
things.
100%. 100%, bro. Undeniable.
I mean, this is the best possible way to, you can take out your competition before land. I mean, you are a team which causes headache. Okay, my friend, you can go out. Probably I will directly come into your position and I will, challenge you and eliminate you. If you can take us
That's
down.
what Godlike has been doing.
Exactly. I was going to point out that same thing, that Godlike has been taking those fights. Godlike knows that, there is no way that anybody can catch up to us. So we are definitely qualifying. We can now, challenge the other teams. And who are they? Actually going towards is the question. They have been showing some interest. We have seen that, in the last map as well, but they got pretty much eliminated there where they had a 3-1 split. But let's bring in our predictions, and you guys can also give your 2 cents that who do you think can dominate in this map, where we're also going to talk about the top 6 predictions, where we in day 1 as unified caster prediction came in, right? That's going to come in handy, Crips, because I see a lot of Titans going to miss out on that.
Yeah. A lot of titles missing out would be low-key sad. I mean, it would be a very lackluster land without the big names. But hey, I'm all in support of the underdogs. If they make it, nobody's gonna be happier than me. So that's why I've picked Godlike in this particular map, because I know they don't have anything to lose. Even if they get 0 points in the next 2 games, they will still make it to the land. So they don't care. They're gonna target Revenant XSpark. They're gonna target Metaninza. These 2 teams have LAN experience. These 2 teams can actually be a big problem for them in Ahmedabad. They're gonna target one of these 2 teams. They targeted Metaninza in the previous game of Bermuda. They dropped into its mill. Yeah, they got eliminated early, but that's a different story. But they will still continue attempting to ruin their games. Reckoning Esports is the next team that I think you guys need to keep your eyes on. Given their drop spot near the southwestern part of the map, I think they are not going to get sandwiched in any of these third-party situations unless they overextend. So they have the opportunity to get a lot of eliminations without getting trapped without a way out. And then last but not the least, I've picked up Team Tamilas because... let's be honest, just vibes.
Correct. They're playing good, Crips. Only 1 point
They're
difference.
playing well, yeah.
1 point difference between them and Revenant XSpark right now. We already said that those 2 teams are going to be facing a lot of competition in the lobby. But I kind of regret the pick of K9 right now. But since it was Alpine...
I was about to ask that.
Exactly. I mean, since I saw Alpine, I thought, okay, K9 definitely have played well on this map. This is the only map where they have kind of dominated. But, looking at the situation, K9 seems a little bit off, but definitely they will have their own highs in their own time. So they would need a lot of rework and I think re-strategizing. That will happen for sure after this, knockout stages are done with. But definitely GG Instinct and Revenant XSpark, 2 more teams who definitely have that perspective towards, qualification. So definitely these 2 teams are going to be the teams to watch out for, where GG Instinct are focusing on elimination. I think whoever have, absolutely gone out loud and almost secured that qualification, for example like OGxTSG or a Godlike or like GG Instinct, they can play for booyahs, because at the end of the day, during the grand finals, the practice of getting those booyahs is going to come in handy, Crips, because there's no other way of winning TEZ FFMIC 2026 spring.
Yeah, you need to get prepared for the champion rush condition as well, because that's a real acid test for a lot of the teams. I mean, the main thing that it tests for you is your shift in mentality, because you have to go from the racing mode to get a lot of points to the conservation mode to get the booyah. And shifting that mentality, changing your game plan like that, while you're sitting on a stage surrounded by thousands of people watching you, where you can barely hear your teammates, you can barely hear your own thoughts. Doing that is very, very difficult. And that's exactly why it is going to be so difficult for these underdog teams to perform at LAN. I mean, sure, the fact that they make it to LAN is a very big deal. And it's amazing that underdogs will get to see their fans live in person. And that's amazing. But the stage pressure is something that nobody can underestimate. It is a completely different environment. It's like you're not even playing the same game. The stage pressure changes everything. And that's why Godlike are just so hell-bent on eliminating Metaninza, eliminating Revenant XSpark, because these players have been on the LAN. They've been at the previous FFMIC in Lucknow. And You saw how Ginotra became a beast over there. The rest of his teammates may or may not have been performing, but Ginotra alone was a beast in rotations. You saw how the members of Revenant XSpark were performing at LAN. These guys, led by their coach, they were reading every opponent like a book. And even though they didn't end up getting a lot of points, even though they were nowhere close to the top of the table, they know how to handle the LAN pressure, and they will only get stronger from here on out, which is why these guys are priority targets for Godlike.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the teams who have now qualified, like the top 6 teams, they are going to watch these matches very closely, that who are those top 6 teams who are going to make it, and who we are going to meet for the very first time, and who we have faced earlier. So there comes your point, Crips. You know, whoever has the LAN experience, that's going to come in handy. You know, and that's where I feel a team like a GG Instinct, they were playing with a very different name in TEZ FFMIC 2025 season. That was versus Esports, when their players like Patlu, they had that LAN experience. They played really well, of making it towards that spot. They once again have done it. So doing it consistently, it's not easy, because you're not the big names in the community. You don't have the fan base, you don't have the limelight, you don't have the star players, but you are in the making. You know the process, and that's why I think a team like a GG Instinct is going to be very dangerous, because now they know how to be calm under pressure. And here comes one more team bringing in a contrast, who have never made their way towards grand finals, and that is iQOO OGxTSG. Their fans would be super happy, and they absolutely are going to be off the roof. But then, do they have it in them to win it? That's going to be a bigger question. But for that to be answered, we still have to wait until 25th and the 26th of April.
Yeah, I mean, iQOO OGxTSG will be literally a living paradox. On one hand, they are one of the most loved teams in the country, even though they don't have a lot of achievements to their name, even though their official track record has not been very impressive. They still are the bastions of so many fans. They still carry the hopes and dreams of all these people. That is a lot of pressure, man. That's the thing about being a fan favorite team. You can get a lot of love, but if you fail, you are also going to receive a lot of hate. And at the LAN venue, when all the fans are no longer just random commenters on the internet, no longer just random names without any display pictures, when they are actual human beings looking and screaming at you, oh boy, you're going to be sweating and shaking. Forget iQOO OGxTSG, alright? They've never made it to a LAN. Let me talk about the defending champions. Total Gaming. Shanky, his hands were shaking last time. Like, his hands were literally shaking while he was playing. And if, till the end, till the last game, his hands were shaking. So if the defending champions can feel the pressure, I can't imagine any other team being immune to that kind of pressure. So, they better get used to it, man. The second last game of the day will put on a lot of pressure on you, but it's only a fraction of what you will feel in Ahmedabad. I am not exaggerating when I say this. You better believe that Ahmedabad is going to put the screws on you. So you better be ready to feel the fire. Because if you're not used to the fire, Ahmedabad will feel like a furnace.
That's for sure. That's very true right now. Plane path is pretty much towards the center, crossing over Forest Red, and teams have shown interest. Revenant XSpark, maybe 4ND Esports, they can fight, but wait, it's Metaninza Zap, who is also in the vicinity, but he has rotated his parachute. And look, what is happening in Sunrise and Base Camp? There's so many teams, half of the lobby is there. Dude, did we miss any memo, right, Crips? I mean, I was not expecting this.
I mean, we kind of saw this happening on the preemptive screen about the preferred drop spots. But seeing logos on the map and seeing players in the lobby is a completely different thing. These guys are fighting with each other with their Uzis, man. They don't even have time to get actual weapons. There's K9, there's 4NZ Esports, there's Metaninza over here, there's 3 teams. Forget being in the same POI, they are literally in the same few houses. At this point, Dafiq is like, nope, I'm just gonna get out of here. Honey, hop in the car, we're going on a drive. They don't even pick up Zian. They're like, screw you, Zian. You're gonna have to find your own way home. We are out of here. We don't have time to stop over here. Maybe Zian is like, okay, wait, I found a gun. I have a parafil. I stand a chance of fighting against these people. Sabo finds a cord. And now it's like the big bully. He's bringing the big gun in front of all these people who are rather unarmed. so it's 2 easy eliminations onto Metaninza for him. And he alone has picked up 4 eliminations. I guess that's what happens when you find the guns before your opponents do. And you find your opponents too. Oh, Xian hiding on top of the roof. Sabu hasn't seen him yet, Oro.
Hey, Zian, I mean, nobody can see you through that chimney, right? I mean, that's the best possible cover you could have found in the map. I mean,
I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not.
yeah, I am. How is he, thinking that that can be a cover? Okay, maybe, yes.
Forget that. How have Johan and Surya not fought each other yet?
Exactly, they're in the same compound. I what is happening inside this map of Alpine right now? Xian, he knows where Johan is. He still doesn't want to take a shot. He's waiting. The trigger
Surely Johan can see him, right?
No is the answer right now. He can't. Uses the Riptide Rhythm as well. Inside the time turner, he tries to use that side in desperancy. Now comes 4ND Esports, Surya as well, and Xian. He fights both of them. Delivers the finisher. Now, Xian had been left off by Sunny, right? Honey Sunny. Now Duffy comes and K9 seems suddenly interested. And that's what Alpine do to K9.
Oh my god. I hope it keeps doing things too then, K9 desperately need these points. You clutched a 1v1 at 5 HP against a shotgun. That's insane, bro. Prodigy. Nice shot onto Jarvis. Wait, Metaninza are no longer here, so this is a different fight that Aerobotz is picking up against them. Metaninza did land over here, but then they left. Even K9 had left, but somehow Honey Sunny has come back now. He hopped into a car, went and got some guns, and now he comes back. And this time, instead of finding any weak teams, he finds Godlike Esports. They thought that they were going to come back and find some of the weaker teams, but nope. They are actually doing the work against Godlike. They're putting the screws to them. This is the K9 that I wanted to see right from day number 1.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see them now, but it might just be too little too late.
Correct. WindGod, the chasing Tiger, the lone player was spotted from GGxTSG's end. Gokul wants to chase him, and somebody has picked up a vehicle and wants to close in the distance. Yeah, and that is Django, the IGL himself. Oh wait, he closes the distance and he is the first one to be taken down. And Tiger uses that same vehicle and he is probably gonna run away. Wow, what on ends of earth was Django thinking? He's definitely brought back, but that's an advantage for GGxTSG. He steals away that elimination point very cheaply.
I mean, at this point, there's nothing cheap, bro. There's no dishonor among thieves. There is no unwritten rule over here saying that you can't do certain things. Do whatever it takes. Do literally whatever it takes. You want to take the cheap shots? Take it. At this point, beggars can't be choosers.
Right.
And both these teams desperately need the points. Team Tamilas, you know that there are K9 people around you, but they're still trying to make sure that they can fight a one-directional battle. They don't know that AIM can actually flank them. They heard Honey Sunny's script was still caught off guard. He loses his life. The Trogon helps out Honey Sunny, and now he dips back out of cover, hoping to find the angle onto Yogesh. Time turner deployed inside the house, which forces AIM into a close-range battle. He's pre-firing every single corner, and the weak with the Max 7 also gets one more. Team Tamilas might just be done over here. They've got one more player left. He needs to escape. No, there's 2 players left. Okay, that's better.
Yeah.
But this vending machine is under control of K9, so they're not going to get through it over here. And they've got the tracking onto Khonsu with the hit list. So Khonsu better separate himself from his last teammates, because if he gets hunted, both of them are out.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Aerobotz versus Godlike. Now, this is going to be a nice fight. See, both of these teams have plenty of points. None of them have anything to lose. So this is a completely different fight where you will see them play without pressure. And the vibe is different when you can smell the desperacy.
Exactly, and I think look at how Johan is making the movement. I mean, knowing the fact that Aerobotz still have their own battles to fight. iQOO. Wait, he was allowed to give that player revive? I mean, Prodigy was slow there. Now, he had an XM8. Can't blame him as well. You know, we don't see that weaponry being used. It's almost gone
it's
extinct.
one of the least.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's one of the least used weapons in the game at this point.
Probably that's the excuse he's going to give. I had an XM8.
Yeah, I mean, it is still very early game, you know. I wouldn't blame the players for not having ideal loot.
My God.
But then again, that's something out of your control.
Hmm.
What is in control is your positioning. And right now, K9 are positioning themselves smack in the middle of the Aerobotz camp. They might just be surrounded on every side, but hey, the knock-on prodigy makes sure that there's no flanker available. So the remaining members of Aerobotz are all clustered inside this compound. I hope K9 don't overextend. I hope they know that they are walking into what could potentially be a lethal trap.
Hey, did we speak early? Because K9, we know what they can do. They have that potential. Right now, they're fighting against Aerobotz. Oh, wait. Aim got dealt with. Mad God will use that finisher to eliminate him. 10 elimination points for themselves. Duffy, he gets shut down. Pretty easy for Aerobotz right now. These isolated fights are not helping K9. Suddenly, K9 lost the momentum, but before Xian lands that woodpecker shot, Johan, he comes in for the trade and he comes in and eliminates K9.
No.
I just wanted to say that K9 is a team who has that potential or a talent of converting probably a 30 or 35 bomber game. But before I could speak, they got eliminated. And that sums up the story of TEZ FFMIC 2026 spring for K9.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's rather impossible for them. The last game is going to be fairly inconsequential to the overall outcome for K9. I guess that's what happens when you put all your eggs in one basket, when all 4 of your teammates just try to rush down this one particular team. I mean, if one of the players was slightly far away, maybe they could have gone and rezzed, but then again, then they will be caught in the constant cycle of dying and reviving, dying and reviving. I guess a swift end is better than a prolonged and painful one. It's a mercy killing at this point. But for EMZ Esports, they haven't given up yet. They are far more gone in terms of hope when it comes to qualifying, but they still don't give this yet. As long as they have breath in their lungs and HP on their health bars, they're gonna keep fighting. Well, at least until they get shot in the head by Rupesh.
I mean, that car got stuck on those tires. He kept on trying before his head got blown off. Painful to watch. But then EMZ, right now, in the driver's seat, they have a comfortable spot, but not too comfortable. They would want those points definitely coming in. Aerobotz, 14 eliminations already, and Johan, you know, another player who's stepping up. And this is definitely going to be a story to watch out, right? EMZ Esports got named with Aerobotz. Definitely, they have been stepping up all the way right now. Khonshu's head being blown off. Mac under pressure. He needs to put in the glue walls, but 3 players are chasing him.
Yeah, he's dead. No escape from this one. Where's the rest of EMZ? Why aren't they backing him up? Rupesh gets a knock onto Yogesh. That's nice. Rupesh with the double. He confirms Yogesh and Kaushik as well. Wow. It's a pretty much a 1v2 he just pulled off over there. That's impressive. But yeah, Script now has to go around on a revival mission, gathering coins, gathering his teammates through vending machines. Meanwhile, Godlike is just doing Godlike things. They're targeting Revenant XSpark. They've been wanting to target Revenant XSpark since last game, and they finally found their targets. iQOO sprays down Arsh, gets the confirmation. He is still taking control of this one house with the vending machine, making sure that Revenant XSpark can't get the reses. And the grenade launcher helps out X-Divine just a little bit. He helps him get the elimination onto Marco, but I don't think it will help him win the overall fight because he runs away from Nancy only to be sprayed down by iQOO. Yeah, this is pretty much done and dusted for Revenant XSpark. Now they just have to go ahead and rely on Vincent to revive everybody else. And where is Vincent? Godlike have no idea.
Look at the
To be fair,
overall.
even I have no idea.
I mean, look at the overall standings, right, Cribs? 200 and 200. No more difference as well. So, since these teams are surviving already, Revenant XSpark and Team Tamilas, every point is going to count.
Yeah.
And
same for Reckoning as well. 7 points behind Revenant XSpark.
Exactly. And if you want to consider WindGod as well, there is a chance. 184, not too much behind with only 17 points. You know, we have seen these teams getting 30 or 35 points just before this game started. We saw Team Tamilas with a 33-point game.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be a big game for them. Hey, Metaninza still somehow in this one. I remember these guys had lost a lot of their players and now they managed to get back in. Jarvis even had the money to upgrade his car 98 to level 3, so I guess that's pretty cool. I guess Metaninza have the luxury of controlling not only this vending machine, which just happens to be like 1 inch inside the play zone, but they're also the first team to land inside Militia, so early advantage for them when they settle in. Revenant XSpark though, can they continue fighting? Because I see them trying to roam around in vehicles, but I don't think they're fighting anyone just yet. Who are Aerobotz shooting at? Is that Metaninza? No, it's Godlike
Godlike.
Esports. Never mind.
In the vicinity. Actually very close. I mean, oh, wait. There's another team in the vicinity, and that's iQOO OGxTSG. I mean, that's a fair distance. You can call it a long distance
3,000
fight.
away, yeah.
Exactly. And the Nero plushie slowly comes in. I thought that the distance would be made, but it's at the very wrong location. Arjun, he's trying, but Team Tamilas, probably they're shutting down 4ND Esports. Right now, Nancy using the healing gun to an advantage. He is Yogi there. But this is a fight to watch out for. iQOO OGxTHG, Aerobotz, and Godlike fighting. Probably EMZ might seem interested. All these teams still comfortable. They are inside that top 6 spot, so they will love this if they are, getting those points
Absolutely.
in their bag.
Yeah. iQOO OGxTSG, Aerobotz, they not only enjoy a favorable position on the points table, but also in this current zone. I wish I could say the same for WindGod and Reckoning Esports, but both of them are kind of trapped on the edge. And oh wait, at least Reckoning doesn't need to move away from the circle, right?
Yeah.
They are still in a rather
Correct.
safe spot. It's WindGod who needs to invade the circle, and I don't like their odds. Oh no, Team Tamilas got eliminated, and they died to the blue zone. At least they didn't give away their points to a team that desperately needs those points, but this clears up the path for Revenant XSpark.
Exactly. And they will be very happy. They are literally in the center of the circle right now. They just have to control these two teams, WindGod and Reckoning. They are the only ones who can cause headache from behind. All teams are right in front of them. They have a good picture, but right now it's Kingston using that AC-80 to an advantage. They're taking those shots, but not finding any value as such onto Godlike, who are unmoved. Just putting in a few glue walls and went inside the compound. They should focus on moving inside the circle. The question is how? Is glue walls the answer? Because that's also going to be very difficult, because Revenant XSpark are waiting, and so is Reckoning Esports, and maybe Godlike, who they poked just a few seconds ago, they would also be interested. Mac, is he the last man from Team EMZ? If that happens, again, Reckoning Esports and Revenant XSpark would be licking their lips.
Oh. Yeah, licking their lips, just salivating at the thought of getting all these eliminations. While EMZ are slightly ahead of Team Tamilas and they have a decent enough buffer of 9 points, getting eliminated while there's 9 teams still alive puts you at a very disadvantageous spot. GG Instinct and iQOO OGxTSG forced into a close quarters battle while Metaninza take to the skies. Where will they land? Will they land in someone else's crosshairs? I don't know, Vadon, but Krish, he's doing really well. Up close shot with the VSK helps him get that knock. Django, meanwhile, he's taking another fight against Reckoning, and that's a completely different stakes fight altogether. Power with 1 HP. No, he thrones down. I don't think he will survive against the zone. He needs to run.
He doesn't.
But somehow iQOO is still alive. I guess that's cool, but I don't think he will get to survive anymore. Everybody knows where he is, and as soon as this reinforced UAV breaks, his glue walls will also break. Not unless he can break everyone else's skull before that. He's just laying down that fire with that M249. This, again, is one of those guns that you don't see a lot of, but I guess when you are this desperate, you will use anything to get the eliminations. Finally, it's Aerobotz that get the confirmation on him, and that's the end of his team as well. But Revenant XSpark are still in the center of this zone. I'm actually surprised they haven't been flanked yet, but the moment I say that, Aerobotz start making their moves.
They are the honeybees protecting the honey, and all the others want those sweet 4 points. And look at Metaninza, Aerobotz, and Reckoning, and WindGod surrounding them. How will they survive? Revenant XSpark, they're under so much pressure, and all the other teams are getting eliminated in and around them, and that's very surprising. Right now, Wild Fox is barely surviving, streaming with that HP,
Oh my
Vincent
God.
connects that Kar 98K shot, and the backlines are cleared for Revenant XSpark. They are suddenly alive, and Metaninza and Aerobotz would be interested, but they need to find their own timing.
Yeah, the circle shift actually forces Aerobotz and Metaninza away from Revenant XSpark, away from the center. So now that the backlines are clear, they only need to focus on the front ends. But unfortunately, they're being shot from both the directions. Revenant XSpark have now just become the fish in the barrel that everybody wants to take. At this point, Aerobotz and Metaninza are not even competing against each other. They're just competing to see which one of these teams can get those 3 points. Zap gets the knock, but can he steal the elimination? Yes, he can. And that's the end of Revenant XSpark. Metaninza, this could be an absolute game changer for them. A booyah would be absolutely pivotal for their journey in this tournament. But they are up against Aerobotz. While Metaninza have the numbers advantage, Aerobotz are already sitting at 25 eliminations and they have the superior firepower. And MadGod proves that he's better. Another elimination. Kunal also strikes Jarvis. Can Aerobotz pull off the 3v4? Ginotra and Zap kind of separated from each other.
no!
MadGod finds the flank onto Ginotra and Jarvis really cannot do much. It's somehow up to Zap to zap his opponents alive with the lightning, but he's not quick enough. Aerobotz take the booyah and they add a cherry on top of that cake.
I mean, not only do they confirm the booyah, they almost now have booked their tickets
Yes.
to Ahmedabad. And
Yep.
Kunal just shows you that they are coming to Ahmedabad to play
Yep.
their first LAN of the year. First, and yeah, definitely you can do that. Wow.
Yeah, Kunal can definitely do that.
What a
Using
storyline,
the
Crips.
airplane thing, yeah.
What a storyline.
Yes. It's probably one of my favorite storylines in all of esports across my 8-year career. I have never seen a bunch of underdogs perform so bloody well that even the top tier 1 teams bow down in front of them. And they make them take their knees by force. Aerobotz definitely are a force to be reckoned with. And I would love to see what the land pressure does to them. Diamonds are forged under pressure, legends are forged in the fire, and right now Aerobotz are the ones who are absolutely on fire. I would love to see them in Ahmedabad.
I mean, no credits taken away from Aerobotz, but imagine if Metaninza could have converted that game, Crips. You know, every other team would have been biting their nails because EMZ got eliminated pretty early. Revenant XSpark got eliminated, even though they also had a chance. And Team Tamilas also got eliminated. So, maybe, and if we also consider Reckoning and WindGod in the race as well, so all these teams got getting eliminated and Metaninza converting that game, they desperately needed that. Ginotra would be broken, shattered. What would be, 15 points.
41?
I mean,
What? Bro, these are the kind of numbers we needed from teams like Revenant XSpark and Team Tamilas. You know, we need these teams, Metaninza, we need these teams to put up the big numbers. Aerobotz don't even need 41 points. What are they going to do with all of this? I guess Kunal can now, use his hand to gesture an airplane, signal that he's coming to Ahmedabad. He's probably going to minimize his game and, start Googling about all the things to do in Ahmedabad, all the places to eat at and all the things to see. So yeah, start behaving like a tourist at this moment. But let's actually come down to brass tacks. Let's actually talk about the teams that are somewhat in danger. Reckoning Esports, while 16 points is not bad at all, it's also not enough. iQOO OGxTSG don't need to worry. They're in a pretty safe spot and 15 points just keeps them afloat. Metaninza, this might just be one of their better games because they have been struggling to get more than 10 points in a single game. And 15 is definitely a breath of fresh air for them. Unfortunately, it's too little too late. Godlike Esports also, they're just trying to play spoiled sport at this point. They don't even care if they get eliminated early on. That's why they only have 4 placement points. And you can see that don't care attitude, that devil may cry attitude that Godlike Esports harbor right now. Yeah, they're just looking for eliminations at this point. And I'm pretty sure that all these 10 eliminations came in the first 1 or 2 circles. They didn't even survive past that.
Exactly. And that's how Godlike has been playing throughout in today's matches. But, to be fair, Aerobotz are looking towards being the team of the day. They would need that extra cash, right? Since you mentioned that they want to do those touristy things, would want to visit places in Ahmedabad. So you need that cash, right? So that's the spot. Team of the day. Get that extra 10,000 and get that momentum before you land in Ahmedabad. So definitely Aerobotz are doing and bringing in those numbers. But Metaninza, even if they would have got that Puya and the last 4 eliminations of Aerobotz players, they still wouldn't have crossed the 200 pointer and it wouldn't have helped them. 187 points for them. But look at Revenant XSpark, 209. Reckoning Esports has surpassed Team Tamilas, 203. 1 point of difference between them and Team Tamilas. I mean, see how time changes. Previously it was Team Revenant XSpark and Team Tamilas, 1 point of difference between them. Now it's Reckoning Esports and Team Tamilas.
1 point difference between them.
Yeah.
Revenant XSpark also, they're not that far ahead, bro. There's only 6 points between them and Reckoning Esports. EMZ also 2 points ahead of Revenant XSpark. Okay, so now we are getting to see a more clearer picture.
Exactly.
You see, the difference between GG Instinct and EMZ Esports is massive. There's like more than 40 points.
Correct.
So I guess it's safe to say that GG Instinct will definitely make it to Ahmedabad. Right?
Yeah,
I think
correct.
it's safe to say that.
Correct.
Now, in the last game, we need to keep our eyes on EMZ, Revenant XSpark, Reckoning Esports, and Team Tamilas, because out of these 4 teams, 2 of them can still make it to Ahmedabad
Correct.
and 2 of them won't.
I mean, I would still slightly want to give WindGodxTHW Esports also a chance, since they have 192.
It's a long shot, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, not impossible. You know, if you remember how Team Hind qualified, it was again a 30+ bomber game which they got, and they qualified by elimination difference. You know, those tiebreaker situations are never easy to
That
handle.
would be super intense.
Exactly. All these teams should understand. And Revenant XSpark and Team Tamilas, you see their booyah counts. They also have 1-1 booyahs each, and even WindGod has a booyah. Reckoning Esports, they might get caught off guard if they don't get a booyah in this game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so they can't afford to go for a tie. They need to be ahead in terms of overall points. And, okay, wait, guess what? Forget about the lack of booyahs. They also don't have eliminations more than Team Tamilas. So they absolutely cannot afford to tie. They need to get more points than Reckoning, Revenant XSpark, and EMZ.
Correct. They have no other option. The only available option is, you know, to climb up the ladder, you have to score more than them and probably end up with a booyah. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult if we are in Reckoning Esports shoes. But so many permutation and combinations, right, Cribs, for EMZ, Revenant XSpark, Reckoning Esports, and Team Tamilas, and maybe even for WindGodxTHW. Metaninza, I mean, it's not impossible. So I still would want to count them, but it's again very far away. But not far away from Johan. He is definitely the MVP. 41 pointers, and he did contribute with 9 elimination. And look at the damage. We have seen snipers giving away 5,000 and 4,000 plus damages. This is a rusher we're talking about. With that M590, he did it pretty well.
That just tells you how much firepower Aerobotz have in them. I think most of this damage came in the last circle, where Aerobotz actually had a plethora of targets to shoot at. Before that, Aerobotz were trying to pick up fights here and there, but they only found like one team at a time. They never got into a third party situation, so they never had that many targets to even shoot at. Yeah. Let's take a look at the rest of his team. No surprises over here except for Andrew. On Mad God. Why would you pick Andrew? Is that character even good anymore in OB52? I mean, I haven't used Andrew in a while, so I've literally forgotten how good or bad that character is. Luna makes sense. Joseph makes sense on an Oscar, so that's pretty nice. On Johan, he's playing like the hard support character, even though he calls himself a rusher. He's playing the J-Beebs, Nikita, and Chrono, so with J-Beebs and Chrono, he can be a decent supportive player. Prodigy, there's definitely probably an error over here. He's supposed to be the sniper, given the fact that he has Skylar, Maru, and Moko. But for some reason, the game says that he's the dedicated support guy. Either way, it doesn't matter, because the main contributor to this fight was Kunal with those nades. 2,412 damage. He set up players like Prodigy and Johan for a lot of success.
Absolutely. You know, they have the numbers to show, right? Imagine if they would have converted these knockouts into eliminations. Johan had 11. He only converted 9. So there's a difference. So 3 eliminations probably could have been converted. Prodigy had 9. He got 8. So the conversion rate is good. Not that bad enough, because they had, you know, so many elimination points to showcase. They almost ended up with a 40+ pointer game. You know, this shows the dominance this, you know, team has, the kind of mindset this team is, you know, getting into. And probably Kunal being the only experienced player, the way he has led this team is amazing and impeccable to look at. And this is going to be huge for them, you know, specifically Mad God, the kind of storyline he has given us, you know, with the kind of, you know, playing atmosphere he has been facing with his wrist. So, you know, now coming in land, definitely his parents would be proud, his friends would be proud, and he himself is going to be very, very proud, Crips.
Yeah. I think at this point, Aerobotz, they have the right to rejoice. They definitely should be proud of themselves. But I know that these guys are people who hold themselves up to higher standards. They
Yeah.
won't be satisfied until they win the whole championship.
Mhm.
Let's take a look at their journey in this particular game, because they were all over the place. They went to Vantage, they hunted down 4EMZ Esports. They went out of the way to pick up fights against Team Tamilas, but they didn't find all of the members. So then they were like, okay, we are hitting a lot of gunshots near the other end of Forest Red, so let's go there. Then they run into Godlike Esports, they run into other teams like Revenant, XSpark and Metaninza as well. So yeah, these guys are just basically listening to the sounds of the gunshots and then going wherever it follows. Except for the fact that they chased 4EMZ Esports all the way to Vantage, these guys were only following where the fights were taking place. They didn't even bother with the zone all that much up until the 5th circle.
Exactly. Knowing the fact how we started things off in Alpine was so chaotic, right? You know, almost 4 or 5 teams jumping in a single spot, and then we saw so many teams, chipping away with elimination points. And definitely, it was a game where Aerobotz, dominated. But there are so many more options available now for these 4 or 5 teams which we already mentioned, and that's where the game number 6 is going to be very, very interesting to look at. We have spoken about the fact that Nextera has given us bigger numbers, or probably is maybe the highest among those elimination points. So this is going to be very interesting to look at, with eliminations now on the cards for Team Revenant, XSpark, EMZ, Reckoning and Team Tamilas. They need those elimination points. They overall need survival points. So it's going to be very important for them to play that survival game. And I won't be surprised again if few more teams are going to go and target these teams out loud.
Yep, I'm absolutely in favor of all the hard targeting over here. I mean, the storylines for the finals are already developing over here, right? When you start targeting these teams before the finals even begin, that seed of rivalry is sown, and it will bear fruit by the time we get to Ahmedabad. Look at how stacked the southern part of this map is. You got Godlike in Plazaria, Decker Square, Aerobotz versus Team Tamilas. I mean, we've already seen that before, and we know that fight doesn't really pan out until some other team comes into third party. Revenant, XSpark and iQOO, OGxTSG also don't end up overstaying their welcome in Mudside unless they get third partied as well. I guess the only team over here who can decide their outcome decisively is Metaninza, because they are at Boxing Gym uncontested for the time being, and they have the luxury of picking their poison. They have the luxury of deciding where to go. They can either go Decker Square to third party over there, or they could go to Mudside, or they will go to some place in the middle of these two places, because all the teams are going to be focused on that spot. So yeah, things can go absolutely brilliantly for Metaninza if they play their cards right and if they're able to third party really effectively. But if Godlike shows up, then that's the monkey wrench. Then things will start to go wrong for them.
The predictions are here. I have gone on with the
Nice.
Godlike. Probably this is the last game of the knockout stages. A good way to end before we see them on land, and Aerobotz as well, because these two teams have maybe also GG instinct. So I've picked the 3 teams who have already secured the spot for land, and I see Reckoning Esports. I can understand the perspective, and also Revenant, XSpark. So you have gone on to pick those teams who still have that opportunity, or you would want to see them on land.
Yeah, that's why I picked Reckoning and Revenant, XSpark over here, because I mean, I might be wrong with my predictions, but frankly, I don't care if I'm right at this point. I just want to see these two teams fight it out, duke it out.
Exactly.
Because let's be honest, these two teams are the only ones who can give us an actual lovely storyline. Them and probably Team Tamilas and EMZ, right? These are the 4 teams that we need to keep our eyes on. So that's why I picked up Reckoning Esports and Revenant, XSpark over here, because whether they win or not, they are going to give us one hell of a game to cast. And it would be the perfect way to end the knockout stage. It would be the best way to set ourselves up for the LAN.
Revenant, XSpark, the last year's invited team, Reckoning Esports, this year's FFC mode qualified team, and Team Tamilas, this year's city qualifier winner team. So we have all 3 formats or the stages covered, right, Crips? City qualifiers, FFC mode and invited. Who is going to win that race? That's going to be very interesting to look at.
Exactly. And while you can say that Metaninza were a team that deserved an invite, they still had to fight through the ringer of their city qualifier. They still had to go through the hardship of a mini LAN already. Meanwhile, you have a team which has never faced the pressure of LAN. Forget even the city qualifier mini LAN. They've never even been on a small stage, let alone the big stage. They might just be able to do well over here, but will this result in them getting prepared for the grand finals? There are so many variables over here that they can make your mind melt. But at this point, there's only one thing melting, and that is gonna be the phones of these players, because things are so hot and so intense, their fingers will start burning when they feel the pressure, when they feel the fire. Let's hop into the last game of the knockout stage, ladies and gentlemen. Just one game to decide which 6 teams will be flying to Ahmedabad and which 6 teams will end their journey in this Free Fire Max India Cup 2026 Spring right here. And off we go. The plane path going from Placeria to Twin Bridge, bisecting the map diagonally, giving everybody a chance to go to their preferred drop locations. As expected, Godlike go towards Placeria, Revenant XSpark go towards Grab Labs. Aerobotz? Oh, wait a second. Aerobotz are uncontested in Deca Square.
I mean,
They don't have any drop clashes heading towards them.
Revenant XSpark, they're actually feeling the pressure. They have left Intellect Center. Imagine, they have never left Intellect Center. They have always been very loud on, opting for a place like Intellect Center. Now they have decided to go to Grave Labs because they knew that probably Team Tamilas would have come there to, contest them. And Team Tamilas are there. They're also fighting. Look at their positioning. They've lost one member. They need to be very careful. They are in the race and they just might get taken off guard. Kaushik is taken down. Script, he needs to find Zian. Zian gets taken down. He now finds a breathing space. He can revive Kaushik, but the rest of the 3 members are running in, and so is 4 and Esports. They're also in the vicinity. I would definitely want to know that where is the last member from Team Tamilas? Is he away? Yeah, he is. He's there toward Intellect Center. So even if they get eliminated, they will be brought back.
Yeah, Khonsu is camping that vending machine, hoping that his teammates survive this onslaught from Revenant XSpark. From K9, forgive me. But Abhijit, he's also over here. What are 4N Esports doing over here? It seems like K9 and 4N, the 2 teams who don't have a chance of making it to the LAN, are now trying to make sure nobody else makes it to the LAN. And K9 bow out very early. They were a very entertaining team to watch, and I hope to see them again in the next tournament. But for now, their journey has come to an end.
Yeah, absolutely. Godlike, they're interested in boxing gym, and immediately comes out the Homer drone. Yogi, he still has the Riptide Rhythm which can be used, but probably right now he wants to use his AT. He uses the Riptide Rhythm there. Johan, after getting the MVP, he's pressured by 2 players. And it's Marco who uses the M590. Actually, it was iQOO who connected that shot. And Aerobotz under pressure. Godlike is controlling the vending machine, so no way Aerobotz can, cheap away with those revivals. Prodigy, he needs to run away. Otherwise, Aerobotz can be eliminated. One more player who's surviving towards the rooftop. Yeah, the rooftop is still being controlled by one of the member from Aerobotz.
But does he need to get down from there?
He needs to.
I mean, it would be nice if he could keep tabs on everybody else, but with both Godlike and Aerobotz in boxing gym, I don't think anybody's gonna come to this place to access this vending machine. They'll end up losing their players more than gaining.
Exactly.
So yeah, this vending machine is off the table.
Oh.
Cannot be claimed, cannot be
EMZ.
disturbed.
EMZ are fighting, Crips. That's happening somewhere else, and Team Tamilas are also fighting EMZ. And EMZ, if they get eliminated, their run can be in risk. Right now, Godlike players are using those glue walls to make a ladder. They want to so badly take down Kunal. Now Kunal's position is spotted. Marco dashes in. But where is Kunal? He jumps down. He escapes. Yeah. Probably the best possible way to run and go and give the last member revive, and Prodigy. He finds the head. And Marco goes down as well. Nancy suddenly would feel the pressure. Mad God on top of his head with the Bison. He dashes in and Nancy deals with it. He puts a headshot of that M590. Kunal has closed in as well. But there's support. iQOO is also there. The freeze nades being utilized. Playing in and around those glue walls from the backlines. Prodigy again using that VSK94. But this time, Aerobotz are looking much more under control. These glue walls are just helping Prodigy, but not for long. He also gets dealt with.
Double takedown.
That was a very good display of teamwork from Godlike Esports. They used 3 glue walls and 1 teammate's shoulders to climb up on top of that roof. It's almost like they're playing Dahi Handi over here, just trying to climb on top of each other's shoulders and get to the top of that roof. Very creative.
Correct.
Caught Kunal off guard, but yeah, neither of these teams need the points. Both Aerobotz and Godlike are pretty much going to make it to the land for sure. EMZ now. I am very interested to see what happens to them because we saw them in a fight against both GG Instinct and Team Tamilas, and somehow, even after clashing against two big names, they survive. And EMZ Esports have all of their players back up again, even after losing so many of them. So, yeah, man, these guys, their heartbeats are beating strong.
I don't know, I'm sitting with a calculator open, my calculations aren't great. I'm not calculating whatever points
don't
they're...
bother.
I'm just calculating the points whichever they're securing right now. 3 eliminations for them, I see that. But WindGod, they're also converting eliminations and they are pounding on EMZ players. What is happening with EMZ? They're, getting taken out in different places. Have they taken a big split? That's going to be very, important to look at because their perspective is what we need to understand. But wait, right now we have WindGod. They're the dark horses right now. If they get a big game, they can also convert this into a comeback of the history. Probably would end up in land. For that to happen, we need to wait and see how WindGod perform. Revenant XSpark. Wait, what kind of a split is this? 2-1-1 and they're fighting against iQOO OGxTSG. Revenant XSpark, they need to understand that they have not qualified yet.
Let them cook, bro. Let them cook. Don't question their logic just yet. They might just end up getting a lot more points and information this way because they have such a large amount of area under their control. They have the advantage of getting more information and getting more angles, but also if any of them go down, they won't be able to res each other and they won't be able to provide each other backup. They're also using the portals really well.
Correct.
Vincent gets Krish and then he dips back into safety. While Roshan and X Divine are pushing up close, you've got Arsh providing backup from afar, and Roshan ends up biting a bit more than he could chew. He thought that he would be able to isolate Pandat, but both Arjun and Pandit are present over here, so now he's trying to isolate the 1v1s and use the glue walls to get one single player at a time, but Arsh finds the angles, he takes down Arjun, and the backup has arrived from the Revenant XSpark members. The cavalry is here, and they deal with the immediate threats. 8 eliminations strong, and still they don't need any more revives, they don't need any more respawns, and they've got control of the vending machine. That's amazing. Now that they control Deca Square, they should be able to force a lot of these teams away from the action.
Double takedown.
They're fighting Kaushik. He finds Kinotra and Zap, both of them taken out. Wait, Metaninza eliminated, and with that, their hope of qualifying also closes. Oh no. So we already see one giant out of the picture, right, Crips? We actually expected this to happen. And K9 and Metaninza are the first two teams who will get eliminated of the last game, and their spot are also gone. But Revenant XSpark, they haven't confirmed their spot yet. With 9 elimination, they are looking towards 4 ends. With grenade launcher in X Divines, and Surya gets taken down, but Surya also had the launcher, so it's very important for X Divine to get that trade. Cyber in a different angle. Arch knows his positioning. Probably can utilize the Oscar's dash. Oh wait, he doesn't need that. He utilizes the Winchester. Puts in that headshot and converts. One more elimination. Make it 11.
Yeah. And the numbers just keep piling up for Revenant XSpark. Team Tamilas are also doing well for themselves with 5 eliminations, but they are playing a little more conservatively. Meanwhile, Revenant XSpark, it seems like they've got their pedal on the metal. They're just pushing to get as many eliminations as possible. They're not even trying to play Free Fire anymore. It's almost like they're playing some sort of a racing game. They're trying to race ahead of their opponents. And yeah, they are driving a little recklessly, if I speak metaphorically. But even Team Tamilas are pretty much on the same path. They are also running around helter-skelter looking for fights actively. I mean, at one point they knew that Boxing Gym was occupied by at least 2 teams. They knew that Aerobotz was fighting over there. They had no idea that Godlike was also present, but they could have made an educated guess. But by the time they get to Boxing Gym, that entire area is vacant. And now they're like, bro, where is everyone? We need more eliminations. We need more points. Oh, wait. Revenant XSpark might just find a few points over here. They use the UAV. They find that there's one player of iQOO OGxTSG. Oh, but EMZ get to them first. And now Revenant XSpark, they hear the gunshots behind them. They know that there's one team behind them. And they also find Reckoning ahead of them. lot of information available to Revenant XSpark, and they need to make a decision. Which fight do they commit to?
For a moment, I thought that OGxTSG are giving away points. Wait, for now, it's for ND Esports. They have been chased. And Surya could not deal with Kaushik there. He definitely wins that battle. Yogesh also utilizing that Max 7. Wait till the next update comes in, friends. That's going to be interesting to look at, Trips. But on that point, Yogesh, he gets dealt with. And right now, Team Tamilas, they also need to win this battle against WindGod. They are available, and Gokul gets decimated by Kaushik. What has happened to Kaushik? The focus, look at him move inside the lobby. He's just going in, connecting those shots and getting knockouts and elimination all over the places. He has 7 eliminations already.
Yeah, he's locked in, bro. He is locked in. Even in the Bermuda game, when Team Tamilas won the final fight, they won it without Kaushik, but he was the MVP of that game with 8 eliminations. And once again, he won the MVP title for himself. GG Instinct are also on the same warpath. They are taking down all the names that they can see. That being said, though, there's no one particular MVP over here. Everybody is contributing equally. Arsh, meanwhile, while we are talking about the MVP, Arsh becomes the damage king, and he clearly wants that title for himself.
Wait.
They thought that he was invisible. But they find him.
Oh no!
And that's the end of EMZ. No, man. Their journey will come to an end. And unfortunately, you don't need a calculator to figure out that they're probably not going to make it to Ahmedabad.
Oh. Okay. Well, Revenant XSpark and Godlike, they're still fighting. Arsh, he gets taken down. X-Divine, he has that mini launcher, so he would need that distance. But wait, Yogi finds him from a distance, breaks his head. And with that AWM, you see him taken down. Now, Vincent, he has always been that support player, but now he is feeling that pressure. Nancy, with that Winchester, what is going wrong with Revenant XSpark? Now, if EMZ has gone out, and if Revenant XSpark also goes down, which would mean that Reckoning Esports and Team Tamilas would be interested.
Yeah, Team Tamilas are interested, and because they flew in, they have now garnered the attention of Godlike Esports, and Roshan is just hoping that because Team Tamilas have jumped in, this would be a worthy enough distraction so he can escape from there. He sees Khonshu also flying in.
Wow.
Good. Even better. Now Team Tamilas have to bear the brunt against Godlike Esports, and they're the ones in a lot more riskier situation. So Revenant XSpark has made it to the vending machine. Roshan got all the players alive, so the hope for Revenant XSpark is still alive. But Team Tamilas, can they survive this onslaught against Godlike Esports? Kaushik has been doing really well for himself, but can he deliver even more? Khonshu comes through with 2 knocks of his own, but Kaushik is barely clinging to life. He's using the inhaler as he runs out of the zone, hoping to find a different angle, hoping to be the insurance policy for his team, because Khonshu has no way of making it out of this fight. He's cornered. They have corralled him into this little spot, and Godlike really worked the elimination on him. Hold up though. He's going ahead towards the other side of the wall. Okay, he's trying to avoid that battle. I was really thinking that they might just run into Roshan over there from Revenant XSpark, but I guess he stayed hidden. Team Tamilas now outside the zone. Same with Revenant XSpark. That one member of their team is taking so much blue zone damage, and at the 4th circle, you can't afford to do so. While all of this is happening, Godlike is just gatekeeping the hell out of everybody.
iQOO XSG, and meanwhile getting eliminated in 7th spot. No, not to worry. They, definitely they have made their way towards Ahmedabad, but the race is still on. Revenant XSpark and Team Tamilas are in the race. Both the teams identified the wrong team. Exactly. Both the teams have identified the wrong teams, right? Both the teams ended up fighting against Godlike, imagining that that's Team Tamilas, or Team Tamilas imagining that's Revenant XSpark, and barely surviving in those fights. Again, Revenant XSpark in a very difficult spot. This time it's Reckoning Esports. We almost forgot about them. Grapes, they already have 12 elimination points. Aerobotz getting eliminated. And this is...
All of them are tied at 12.
Exactly.
All the 3 teams who are in the spotlight right now, Reckoning, Revenant XSpark and Team Tamilas, all the 3 teams who desperately need as many points as possible are tied with 5 teams still alive and the final boss Godlike still in the mix. These 3 teams will have to face the wrath of the final boss. At least Reckoning Esports have all 4 of their players alive. So they have a much better chance than Revenant XSpark and Team Tamilas. But that being said though, we've seen Khonshu and Yogesh pull off some insane clutches. We've seen X-Divine keep the hope alive. Roshan gets trapped in a fight against Marco, but Yogesh gets taken down. Hold up. Somehow Godlike Esports ignore Roshan and they are now fighting Revenant XSpark. X-Divine goes down.
The stealth.
Khonshu tries to turn around and the stealth helps him with nothing. Team Tamilas are out. Revenant XSpark outlive Team Tamilas and they fall just
They're
a
out as
few
well.
seconds later. So yeah, while the eliminations are almost the same, they might just be making it to Ahmedabad on the difference of elimination points simply because he stayed alive a few seconds longer. But Reckoning Esports are the ones who want to take everything for themselves.
Crips, they need that booyah. You have to remember that they cannot tie things up with Revenant XSpark and also with a team like EMZ because they don't have the number of eliminations and also a booyah. So they need that booyah desperately. Otherwise, Reckoning Esports won't be able to, or else they climb up with a maximum number of points. GG Instinct have closed in the distance. Swaroop and Power, they're holding on those rail tracks. Reckoning Esports, how would they want to play this out? Few melters being utilized, but they still have that control under the bridge. They're holding their spot. Power, he wants to get an angle onto him or probably anyone from Reckoning and give that damage or that knockout, but that knockout is not found yet. Look at Tiger's positioning, he's exposed with so many utilities and that almost taking him down. Godlike also wanting that opening, but still that question is unanswered. Reckoning Esports, the only team who can make it towards that top 6. They need that booyah and all those elimination points available.
Reckoning Esports have Godlike in front of them and GG Instinct above them. They are cornered and a cornered mouse always fights back. Tiger gets eliminated, but GG Instant do not need to worry. They have already made their way into the zone and Reckoning Esports are following them hot on their heels. Hemu goes down to Power. The Drogon singing the songs of death gets the confirmation, so no more revives available. Sabo gets shot down by Yogi from literally across the other side of the circle. Luckily, that reinforced UAV is helping him get the res on, and Ash also almost went down. Both the teams are now turned their attention towards Reckoning Esports. It's almost like they can sense the desperation. They know that Reckoning Esports need these points more than anybody else. So GG Instinct are using that bus as the permanent cover so that Godlike can't shoot them. And they've also got the UAV light to make sure that Reckoning Esports have a very difficult time. Nancy, Marco are eliminating Reckoning Esports. It's all down to Ash. And will everything burn around him and turn into ash? Will his hopes also crumble like the rest of his team? There's a question that's rhetorical. The answer, you don't want to find it just yet. And everybody is shooting at him. His HP is dwindling and so are the hopes of his qualification. He pops that blue wall once again, but how much can you possibly survive over here? Yogi moves in for the elimination. Marco gets it. And in a fair 2v2 battle between GG Instant and Godlike Esports, the outcome is fairly inconsequential. All the teams who were in danger have already been eliminated. So this is now Godlike just proving that they are the final bosses. They don't need the points, but do they want it? Yes, they do. Swaroop tries to deny them the pleasure of winning that battle. Nancy jumps out of the time turner to get the knock onto Swaroop, and it's all up to Power. Can he be the all-powerful god over here and take down Godlike? Or will the Angels of Death prove their dominance once again? No, they cannot. GG Instinct gets the booyah, but with this booyah, we are still stranded in suspense. We are still not sure which team made it to Ahmedabad. We know for a fact that we will see GG Instinct over there, but then we already knew that, didn't we? We already knew that they are going to Ahmedabad. Our questions are still unanswered, and unless you've been sitting here with a calculator, I think we'll just have to wait for the overall standings to find out.
Exactly. And yeah, they are allowed to do their celebrations because they secured their 4th booyah of week 3 in the knockout stages. What a team they have turned out to be. And I remember Lucifer saying the fact that they have always managed to qualify, right? Whenever, push comes to shove. But Ash, I was so surprised to see that both the teams, GG Instinct and Godlike, ignored each other and focused on the last member or probably on Reckoning Esports. I got remembered about the fact that Sabo was the player who said that Godlike a free elimination. Yeah, now I think that was probably the plan from Godlike Esports. That okay, you said us, now we have the driver's seat, we have the control, and we are not allowing you to come to land.
Yeah, but it would be so funny. Like, imagine Reckoning outlive Team Tamilas, they outlive EMZ, they somehow managed to get more eliminations than Revenant XSpark, and despite doing better than everybody else in the last game, if they still don't make it, it would just be heartbreaking.
Exactly.
On the other hand, if they do make it to LAN, I would love to see Godlike versus Reckoning Esports on LAN when the players can literally look into each other's eyes and they're like sitting 10 feet away from each other.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing taken away from GG Instincts. Once again, they deliver. The consistency is there with 24 eliminations in the last game.
Oh
wow,
my God.
absolutely amazing. That is huge from them. 36 points now. They had the buoy, of course, so 12 points secured. Godlike, again, delivering in the very last game. We know that what Godlike can do. They peaked at the right time and again qualified. We saw the interview in both the days. They secured the team of the day in day 1 and day 2 of week 3, where iQOO and Nobita and Yogi all mentioned the fact that Godlike has qualified, and they did it confidently. They knew that even though day 3 would have been 0 for Godlike, they still would have made it. I think the only team who have secured 300 plus points, and they did it with a swag.
Yeah. They did it with swag. They did it for the extra 10k bonus of being the team of the day. I don't know if Godlike have done enough to be the team of the day, so they might not get that extra 10k, but they already got like 20,000, so I think they'll be happy. Now, let's get down to business. Let's get down to the numbers. Reckoning Esports, 13 eliminations, tied with Revenant XSpark. And the Booyah situation for Reckoning Esports still remains the same. So if at all push comes to shove, Revenant XSpark might just make it, because overall their eliminations were higher.
Exactly.
Even though Reckoning Esports is like 1 point ahead of Revenant XSpark now, I don't think it will matter in the overall standings. Team Tamilas at 18. They were ahead of these two teams, but is that going to be enough to keep them afloat? I don't know. So even after this nail-biting, suspense-inducing last game, Reckoning Esports, Revenant XSpark and Team Tamilas still are shrouded in mystery about their LAN situation.
Exactly. I mean, this man is not stranded. This man knew what he was doing. He is the most valuable player in the map of Nextera. He absolutely was, to be honest, a treat to watch with that M590, with the Oscar's active ability. He dashed in. He was right up there in the faces and definitely got 7 eliminations, 6 assists. And again, a rusher delivering 4,909 damage. Wow. I mean, after we praised snipers, it's the rushers who are showing that, okay, you guys can talk all about the snipers. They are the players who are at a distance, but these are the players who put their bodies on the line and are always the first line of defense, and, putting them in a situation and converting 5,000, almost 5,000 damage there just shows that how, clear-headed this player was.
Yeah. I guess that's just the theme of the day. All the rushers are taking the spotlight away from the snipers, and honestly, I'm all for it. When you have a little more skin in the game, when your own bodies are on the line, things do become a little more entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
But the team composition is pretty standard, nothing new over here except for maybe just 2 R1s. So they might be lacking in information a little bit over here. But then again, GG Instinct never rely on information, do they? They only pick up fights when they know for a fact that there's multiple teams present and there's a third-party opportunity. So they don't need the information as much because they can deduce it with just their own game sense. You got Patlu as a dedicated grenadier wielding the tactical market. Again, nothing new over there. Swaroop has a little bit more focus on survivability as well, not just the rushing part. He's got Joseph and JB to keep himself alive along with the team booster. And with that Dreki, he can, just keep scouting. The Oscar helps him, stay sharp. Tiger, he's been one of the best users of Morse that we've seen in the tournament so far. And I want to see if he can continue using the Morse on LAN, or will he be, forced to change up to Skylar or something more conventional. Power, using that time turner really well. I can't say that he's the best time turner dancer. There are people who use the chrono better than him, but he's still better than most. And, it's still quite a respectable amount of damage that he's dished out today. 1943 damage, 7 eliminations with 8 knockouts. That's pretty nice. Swaroop has somehow the same amount of eliminations as Power, even though he has like double the damage. So yeah.
I'm like, he has definitely stolen few of them, and that's absolutely legal. As long as you're collecting points for your team, you're doing well. So as a team, I would say that they once again have delivered in a position where they had to, because they were not been given so many chances. Absolutely, when I stated before this game started that they played the LAN last year in TEZ FFMIC 2025, they again have done it this year. So, consistently building up and showing character is never easy when nobody is talking about you or nobody is throwing the limelight. Probably it's a process, as I mentioned, and GG Instinct are following through.
GG Instinct. I think they've done more than enough follow through, bro. They've done way more than enough.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at the circle analysis, but for once, I'm not gonna focus on GG Instant, okay? Or let's focus on the teams that actually need those points. You see, Team Tamilas started in New Zealand.
Correct.
You have EMZ starting in Mudside, literally on the opposite ends of the map. So while these two teams were trying to stay alive, Team Tamilas actually stayed outside the zone to fight a lot more, get the reses and get the fights, and then they fought against Team Godlike, which put them at a bit of a disadvantageous spot. Reckoning Esports, while that was happening, they stayed on the northwestern end of the circle, sorry. And that position actually net them quite a lot of kills in the fourth circle. Reckoning Esports were able to get like 4 eliminations in the fourth circle because of that northwestern position. But the moment the shrink shift came through, these guys were screwed, and then they could do basically nothing but surrender against Godlike in GG Instinct, focusing on them.
Yep. I mean, you looked at the last circle, right? Khonshu was using his more stealth mode, and he was trying to buy time, and it was so desperate to look at him. I was feeling bad. Absolutely. See, we have been following these teams since day one, and now we are emotionally invested as well, and definitely the fans are more. So being Team Tamila, right now would be so much pressuring for them, because Khonshu at that very position where while he was using that stealth mode, they would be praying that nobody spots him, but he had no way to run, and it was Reckoning Esports who did manage to spot him after that stealth mode went in vain and it was taken down. But then if you see how Reckoning Esports journey went down in this map as well, it was Ash, the last man surviving, and both the teams, GG Instinct and Godlike, were focusing on Reckoning Esports. So probably what Khonshu felt, Ash felt as well. And see I don't want to use the word karma, but then it came back in the same game.
Oh my god, that's actually a very good storyline right now. I did not expect the forces of nature and karma to come into this one.
Yeah.
I thought that, these teams, they can't see each other's names. Their names are anonymized on the elimination feed, so they don't have like a very good way of tracking their opponents, except for just taking an educated guess as to who's on the other side of the wall, who's on the other compound that they're rushing in. And sometimes we saw that, right? We saw like how Team Tamilas, Reckoning Esports, all of these teams, they were the teams were in active danger and trying to fight against each other, and somehow Godlike just end up over there, and they're like, "Hello, we're here. We hit a third party on you," and then both the teams had to like scatter and disperse. So yeah, karma is sometimes a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's just meticulous tracking of where opponents are.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it's difficult, but then it's good to be in iQOO OGxTSG shoes. Monkeys are off the back, Cribs. I mean, they will be super happy finally to get to play a grand final, to be honest, and they will have a chance to, go at the trophy this time. Nobody would say that they are the chokers, because they have carried that for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, this would finally be the chance to break that choker's tag. That's what happens when you are a consistent person to appear at the LAN, but then somehow when everything is going right for them, they end up crumbling. That's what happened to Godlike the last time. And how Godlike was dominating this entire week. A lot of people were saying that they probably wouldn't have been able to dominate this much if Total Gaming was in the lobby. So yeah, all those people, I have to say, you don't need to speculate anymore. Just come to Ahmedabad, buy your tickets, and then you can see the Godlike versus Total Gaming battle happen once again. It's the best possible way to build up this kind of a storyline, because these guys are like destined rivals at this point. So yeah, that would be like a cinematic level of rivalry going on. But for now, there's a cinematic level of suspense that is weighing down on my shoulders. You can see like there's a little bead of sweat on my forehead because I'm trying to crunch the numbers. I'm trying to figure out which one of these teams will make it to the LAN. Revenant, XSpark, EMZ, Team Tamilas, Reckoning Esports are all still too damn close to each other. I can't wait for the overall standings. I can't wait to find out who is gonna make it to the LAN.
I mean, while we are
why am I feeling nervous? I'm not even in danger. I am going to Ahmedabad, but I'm still feeling nervous on behalf of all these teams.
That's what happens. That's what happens when we are also invested from day one itself. But we forgot about the fact that there is team of the day which is gonna come in right here, right now, and they are definitely getting that extra 10,000, and that's GG Instinct. What a team they have turned out to be. I mean, they played consistently throughout this week 3 of the knockout stages. They got that booyah in the last game, converted converted that game, and look at their stats. 2 booyahs throughout the week 3, of course, in the 3 days and the 18 games they have played. 79 eliminations, 121 total points. I mean, this is of course today's matches. This is the stats of 6 games they have played. So converting 121 points in the day 3 in itself shows the kind of potential they have, to be honest. And again, if I remember correctly, they also got 100 plus points yesterday as well.
Yeah, they got like 100 plus points yesterday, which is why they have been able to play so freely today. They know that they were gonna make it to the LAN, and it was pretty obvious that from today's performance as well that we will definitely see them in Ahmedabad. But hey, kudos to them to deny Godlike the triple team of the day status. They also walk away 10,000 rupees richer. Godlike wanted that extra 30k. In fact, the joke that was going around in the community was that Godlike deliberately stayed till the 3rd week so that they could get like an extra 30k in their kitty. So yeah, they deny that. They deny Godlike the pleasure of being team of the day 3 times in a row. And 121 points is actually very impressive with 43,000 damage and 79 eliminations. What's even more impressive is that they managed to get 2 booyahs today. So instead of denying Godlike the pleasure, which they always set out to do, they have also probably denied a couple of other teams their spot in the finale. I mean, the fact that both Godlike and GG Instinct just turned their focus onto Reckoning Esports in that last game just tells you everything you need to know. They don't want these big names coming to LAN.
Exactly, and I mean, that's so good to see, a player like Patlu, Swaru, Power, Rabadi and Tiger, and I mean, all these boys again would be so proud of themselves that they have once again delivered and shown the world that they are not just a participant, they always are here and definitely showcasing their journey. They started from city qualifiers, they played so well, again showcasing that 2 of the city qualifiers team, I think one of them, GG Instinct, we know that for sure are coming to LAN, but there is still a chance of Team Tamilas, which we don't know yet that they are again making it towards Ahmedabad or not. We will get to know eventually, but GG Instinct, one of the city qualifiers team, have finally made it.
Yeah, they finally made it. Congratulations to GG Instinct. I know that these guys have been working really hard across the years and they've done really well for themselves in all the third-party tournaments, but making it to an official LAN always hits different.
Yeah.
And some of these players are used to the pressure, but most of them have never been on a stage as big as this.
Correct.
So yeah, it's gonna be a very new, very fun experience for them. I want to see if they can handle the pressure against some of the repeat contenders like Godlike and Total Gaming also in the mix. But now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment of reckoning is upon us, and I mean that quite literally. Can they make it? Let's take a look at the overall standings and see who has made it into the top 6. Reckoning and Revenant XSpark ascend into the LAN finals. They overtake Team Tamilas and EMZ Esports.
Absolutely, Krebs. They have taken 224 points, and I mean, we were expecting that they will tie up and we would have come down to those tiebreakers. They said nope. Even though Godlike and GG Instinct deliberately probably targeted them, they can now do it in LAN, and we will definitely see that storyline brewing up much more in an interesting way. But then Godlike Esports with 360, I mean, absolutely amazing how Godlike played in this week of the knockout stages, totally decimating all the teams. 248 eliminations. Wow, I mean, we don't see that many points with look at Revenant XSpark's total points. They have 229 and Godlike have 248 eliminations.
Oh. Yeah, that's a massive disparity.
Exactly.
I mean, these two teams, even though they're traveling to the same tournament and to the same city, they are still miles apart from each other. 360 points.
That's huge.
Across 18 games is ridiculous. If my math is not wrong, it's like an average of 20 points per game. Meanwhile, the other teams over here have been struggling to get an average of 13 points per game just to make it in. And Godlike are on a whole new level. At this point, Godlike are not even competing against the teams on this current point standing stable. Their target is only on Total Gaming right now. They want to get their revenge. GG Instinct and Aerobotz Esports appearing for the first time on LAN. very, very happy for them. iQOO OGxTSG, oh my god, can you believe how many
Exactly.
more people will come to Ahmedabad just to see them?
Mhm.
They are one of the most popular teams in India, and up until now, they have never graced us with their presence at any location. They've barely got any more accolades to their name. But now, despite whatever the haters have said, they have silenced the haters, and now they've made it to land. They can actually see their fans in person. That would be a game changer for their career arcs. Revenant XSpark, they tried to do well in the last LAN, and now that they're coming here again, they should probably be able to handle and adapt to the pressure in a much better way. But for Reckoning Esports, even though this organization was present in the tournament at the LAN last year,
Yeah.
these players are going to be going to the LAN for the first time ever. So yeah, it is a breath of fresh air to see such a good mix of top tier teams and fresh faces that will be gracing their presence at LAN.
Yeah, Team Tamilas falling short. Khonshu, he tried his level best. The desperacy was, pretty much clear, loud and clear to be honest. Falling short by 4 points. EMZ, they had it in them, right, Crips? But they, slipped away at the second half. They could not convert those crucial moments. With 217, they also would be expecting that they should have, got that position and maybe qualified. But to be honest, the kind of learning curve a team like EMZ Esports got, they are also a fresh face. They again, if I correctly say, they were the 17th and the 18th position team. They got an opportunity to play in week 3 itself. So again, being at the 17th and the 18th spot in week 1 of the knockout stages, you don't get to play in week 2. You come back in week 3 itself. So much pressure, only 6 spots up for grabs, and you still deliver. Falling short of this much points, again, a little bit difficult, but then they will learn from this and they would experience this and they will come back stronger, which I feel, to be honest, is going to be EMZ Esports.
Yeah. Now, while EMZ Esports, for their first ever official, considering where they came from, a team coming in from the FFC mode qualifier, the fact that you managed to score more than 200 points in such a stacked lobby itself is a massive achievement. EMZ Esports were practically nobodies before this tournament.
Exactly.
It's okay if they don't make it to the LAN. The fact that you managed to get 200 plus points in a lobby like this itself is an achievement which most players can never do in their entire careers. So regardless of what happens, EMZ Esports and WindGod, even Forehands for that matter,
Correct.
they should pat themselves on the back. This was just their first ever appearance in an
Yeah.
official event, and given all the odds that were stacked against them, given the difficulties they faced, I think they've still done a phenomenal job. Now that they've got like a taste of what official competition looks like, I think they will be much more prepared in the next
Exactly.
tournament. So when the next tournament rolls around, which let's be honest, given now that FFMI has also been announced, that these tournaments are going to keep coming in regularly.
Exactly.
When the next tournament comes around, I'm hoping to see them again.
Yeah, look at the overall standings, right? This is the best 18 teams. Even though we have the best 12 teams who will fight it out in Ahmedabad, but this is the best set of 18 teams we have witnessed throughout these 3 weeks of knockout stages, and definitely they're getting a chunk of the prize pool that's there. So their efforts not went in vain. They will achieve something, and they can, again, as you mentioned, that they can pat themselves right now and again be prepared much more in a better way, so that they can, while they come back, once they are given the opportunity, once the open tournaments come in again, they take it with 2 hands and they showcase that they are a better version, like how FireEye Gaming, how Aerobotz Esports are delivered.
Correct.
And even Reckoning Esports, to give context, they were known as NXT, right? Aerobotz Esports, they were known as Arise Esports. The kind of players we got, Sabo, a character, Matt God, the kind of storyline we have got in this year's stage, FFMIC 2026 Spring is so amazing. But right now, we'll have an opportunity to talk to GG Instinct with our friends in the Hindi desk.
ने इस बार मिल का डिसीजन लिया तो मिल चले गए बस, ऐसे ही। ऐसा कोई किसी को एलिमिनेट करना ऐसा कोई इरादा नहीं था।
क्या बात है। इस बीच में हमारे साथ टीम जीजे इंस्टेंट के पतलू भी होने वाले हैं। कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस, क्वालिफाई कर रहे हैं आप ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए पतलू, और साथ में आज टीम ऑफ द डे भी बन चुके हैं। बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी होगी मन में। पर आज के दिन में आपका आखिरी मुकाबला था, आप लोग आपको शायद पता ही नहीं पता, आप गॉडलाइक के अगेंस्ट थे एंड वहाँ पे पावर ने काफ़ी कमाल का प्ले करा है। पर 2 बूयर्स कल भी सिक्योर करे हैं, आज 2 बूयर्स सिक्योर करे हैं। डे 1 में काफ़ी पीछे चल रहे थे, डे 2 में रिकवरी करी, डे 3 में रिकवरी करी। क्या था वो प्ले स्टाइल, के एजेंडा लेकर के आप आए थे?
नहीं, हमारा जो प्ले स्टाइल रहता है वो ज़्यादातर पैसिव ही रहता है, तो हमने डे 1 पैसिव खेला था, उतना कुछ अच्छा हुआ नहीं। फिर हमने थोड़ा सा एग्रेसिव खेला, स्टार्टिंग में किल्स वगैरह करे, बस इतना सही खेला
बस। और बस स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड वो 2 बूयर्स, मतलब बस एलिमिनेशन और पैसिव खेला, बस उसमें निकल गए। मुझे तो नहीं लगता है कि ऐसा ही हुआ है, कुछ अलग से भी आपने कुक करा है जो बताना चाहे तो बता सकते हैं।
ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है, बस हो गया
स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड, सिंपल। ये तो आई भी, ये तो काफी स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड आंसर। बट मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा, वैसे ये सवाल लास्ट टाइम एक टीम आई थी, हमने उनसे पूछा था, कोई ऐसी टीम जो आपके लिए इजी एलिमिनेशंस होने वाले हैं, ऐसी कोई टीम है आपके लिए फॉर द ग्रैंड फाइनल?
नहीं, सारी अच्छी टीम है, मैं नहीं बोल रहा कुछ।
डॉज कर लिया, उड़ते हुए बुलेट को डॉज करा है।
पतलू यहाँ पे बिल्कुल सेफ प्ले करते हुए। बाय द वे देखिए, बहुत ही बढ़िया आप खेले भी हैं, और जिस तरीके से कल का दिन गया था, कहीं ना कहीं माइंड में चल रहा होगा कि क्वालिफाई तो कर ही जाएंगे। बट बात करते हैं ग्रैंड फाइनल की, तो आप लोग ग्रैंड फाइनल तो जा रहे हो, तो कितना कॉन्फिडेंस आपके अंदर है कि आप वो जो टाइटल है जहाँ पे iQOO टोटल गेमिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स ऑलरेडी बैठी है, उसको उनसे छीनने वाले हो?
हम अपना बेस्ट देंगे, लास्ट टाइम वाली गलतियां नहीं करेंगे, देखते हैं फिर क्या होता है।
क्या बात है, कोई गलती यहाँ पे होगी भी नहीं हो रहा। और नोबिटा, देखिए आपसे भी एक सवाल रहेगा, बिकॉज गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स का कहीं ना कहीं वो #2 का कर्ज या फिर उस ट्रॉफी को उठाते उठाते रह जाने का कर्ज रहा है। चाहे आप बात करें यहाँ पे पास्ट फ्री फायर मैक्स इंडिया कप 2025 के क्लैश स्क्वाड की, जहाँ पे वो भी आपके हाथ से गया था, या फिर हम एशिया इन्विटेशनल्स की बात करें पिछले साल के, वहाँ पे भी आप भारत के लिए ट्रॉफी लाने वाले थे, वो भी हाथ से मिस हुआ। तो उस चीज़ के लिए किस तरीके से तैयारी करी है, और उस फेज से आप कैसे निकलते हो? बिकॉज वी नो कि काफ़ी ज़्यादा डिसअपॉइंटमेंट होती है, बट अभी जो गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स नज़र आ रही है वो तो एक अलग ही लेवल पे नज़र आ रही है। तो क्या आपके इसके ऊपर पीओवी है?
बस अभी यही है कि डिमोटिवेटेड नहीं होना है। अभी मैच गंदा भी जाए, हमें मतलब नया मैच नया है, मतलब ऐसे सोच के खेलना है। डिमोटिवेटेड पिछले मैच का या पुराना सोच के ऐसे नहीं खेलना है हमें। अभी एक मैच खराब गया, अगले मैच में हम सोचेंगे बुया करेंगे, ये मैच अच्छा निकालेंगे, ये माइंडसेट रखना है हमें, यही फोकस करेंगे, यही करेंगे। अभी देखते जो भी होगा, भरोसा रखते हैं कि जीतेंगे।
वैसे आप लोगों को पता है ना, हमारा फ्री फायर मैक्स एशिया इन्विटेशनल 2026 स्प्रिंग भी आने वाला है, और बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होने वाला है, इस बार वापस से होने वाला है स्टार्ट। तो मतलब आप लोग तो काफ़ी क्लोज आ चुके हैं उसके लिए। तो मैं जानना चाहूँगा कि अब उसके लिए भी कोई स्पेशल प्रिपरेशन है, या फिर सेम हमारे तेज फ्री फायर मैक्स इंडिया का 2026 स्प्रिंग की वही सेम प्रिपरेशन है, या फिर कुछ अलग प्लान करें, क्योंकि अब आप इंटरनेशनल टीम्स को फेस करने वाले होंगे।
पहले ये ट्रॉफी लाते हैं, फिर उसका प्लान बनाएंगे।
पहले ये
स्टेप बाय
फिर
स्टेप।
वो।
बिल्कुल।
मतलब आपकी कोई तैयारी?
इंटरनेशनल में नहीं कूदना है,
पहले ये वाला फाइनल, आगे का
पहले ये इसमें फोकस करेंगे पहले।
अच्छा आईबी, मेरे पास एक और सवाल है, एक छोटा सा सवाल है। आप लोगों का कोई फैंस के लिए मैसेज रहेगा? और मैं आप दोनों से एक चीज पूछना चाहूंगा, आप दोनों के नेम काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है, नोबिता एंड पतलू। इसके पीछे कोई रीजन है वो भी बताइएगा, और अपने फैंस को एक मैसेज भी दीजिएगा। पहले नोबिता आप।
तो ये पहले नाम का बता देता हूँ। नाम ऐसे ही मैंने उस टाइम में नोबिता डोरेमोन देखता था, तो ऐसे ही रख दिया। फिर दोस्त लोग सारे नोबिता नोबिता बोलने लग गए, तो फिर उसको चेंज करने का भी मन नहीं किया, तो फिर वही रख के कंटिन्यू 5 साल से वही खेल रहा, तो फिर चेंज भी नहीं किया। और फिर हमारे फैंस के लिए यही बोलना चाहूँगा कि थैंक यू फॉर सपोर्टिंग अस, ऐसे ही सपोर्ट करते रहो। और तमिल में भी बोल देता हूँ, கைஸ் எங்களை சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ரொம்ப நன்றி, இப்படியே பண்ணிகிட்டே இருங்க, உங்களுக்காக கண்டிப்பாக ட்ராஃபி கொண்டு வரோம், இப்படியே சப்போர்ட் பண்ணிட்டே இருங்க.
पतलू
बस
आप
गया पतलू भाई।
मेरा नाम का तो ऐसा कुछ सीन नहीं है। मेरा एक दोस्त भी था, वो भी मोटू नाम रख के खेलता था, तो मैंने पतलू रख लिया बस ऐसे। इतना कुछ सोच के नहीं रखा था।
नाइस।
वैसे वो
और
कार्टून
fans के लिए
देखते थे आप
message?
लोग, मोटू पतलू?
फैंस के लिए बस इतना ही बोलूंगा कि हम बेस्ट देने वाले हैं फाइनल्स में, आगे का देखते हैं।
क्या बात है।
क्या बात है।
सो आई थिंक यहाँ पे काफ़ी सारे सवाल, काफ़ी सारे जवाब यहाँ पे दिए, एंड वंस अगेन कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस जीजी इंस्टिंक्ट एंड गॉडलाइक ई स्पोर्ट्स, थैंक यू सो मच एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स।
थैंक यू सो मच।
और ये थी हमारी टीम, और अब हमारे साथ यहाँ पे जुड़े हैं एरोबॉट्स ई स्पोर्ट्स के योहान और iQOO OGxTSG के लेजेंड। तो सबसे पहले कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस टू बोथ ऑफ यू। कुछ सवाल यहाँ पे जरूर रहेंगे। सबसे पहले लेजेंड, आज लेजेंड बहुत टाइम बाद आज बेंच नजर आए, तो पंडित को एक मौका देना चाह रहे थे कि वो भी थोड़ा सा बैटलफील्ड को एक्सपीरियंस करें, बिकॉज उनकी भी नीड कभी भी पड़ सकती है, या फिर कोई और स्ट्रैटेजी थी?
नहीं, मतलब मैं चाहता था कि पंडित खेले, मतलब वो पीछे से इतना सपोर्ट करता है और बूट कैंप पे भी रहता है इतने टाइम से, तो मैं चाहता था वो भी एक बार खेले, बस इसलिए।
क्या बात है,
क्या बात है। बाकी योहान, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर द ग्रैंड फाइनल। सेम गोज टू लेजेंड, आपको भी काफी अच्छा लग रहा है आप लोगों से ग्रैंड फाइनल में मुलाकात होगी। पर योहान, आज के दिन काफी कमाल का आपने प्ले करा है मैड गॉड के साथ, एंड कितना ज्यादा एक्साइटेड फॉर द नेक्स्ट फेज, एंड आज का दिन कैसा रहा? मतलब कोई एजेंडा था आज के दिन की स्टार्टिंग में कि ये करना है? क्योंकि एरोबॉट्स बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन पे ऑलरेडी चल रही थी, पर आपने और भी जरा रंग डाला है आज के दिन में, 100+ पॉइंट्स एक्वायर करे इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग। तो क्या रहा आज के दिन?
तो स्टार्टिंग में तो वो पॉइंट गेप इतना था नहीं, क्लोज ही थे सब, तो अंदर से था एक डर कि मतलब होंगे नहीं होंगे। फिर बाद में स्टार्टिंग के 2 गेम अच्छे पॉइंट्स, मतलब स्टेबल एनफ पॉइंट्स निकाल लिए थे। फिर एक गेम हम मर गए, फिर मतलब पूरा मोमेंटम थोड़ा स्लो हो गया था। फिर मतलब सब अपने आप को पंप कर रहे, भगवान का नाम ले रहे और पंप कर रहे एक दूसरे को कि हाँ कर लेंगे, कुछ नहीं होगा था ये सब। और फिर वो मैच निकला वो सोलारा वाला, नहीं अल्पाइन वाला। फिर तो बाकी उसके बाद तो हो गए थे, तो सब खुशी थे। फिर लास्ट मैच तो ऐसे ही मजे मजे में खेले।
क्या बात है। मतलब आप अगर देखेंगे एरोबॉट्स ई स्पोर्ट्स वो अंडरडॉग का फेज बनते जा रहे हैं। मतलब एक तरफ फायरएस गेमिंग, दूसरी तरफ यहाँ पे एरोबॉट्स ई स्पोर्ट्स। और मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि आपके खिलाड़ी तो सभी काफी कमाल के हैं। एक तरफ मैड गॉड है जो इतना चैलेंज मिलने के बावजूद भी यहाँ पे रियल लाइफ में वो यहाँ पे खेलते नजर और परफॉर्म भी करते नजर आए। इसके अलावा बात करें अगर आपके आईजीएल की, तो कुणाल, उनके बारे में बताइए, बिकॉज उनकी भी एक हिस्ट्री रही है। वो पास्ट में रशर रहे हैं, हमेशा अपनी टीम में आईजीएल नहीं रहे। चाहे हम रेवेनेंट XSpark जो करंट लाइनअप है, उस पहले हेडहंटर नाम से खेलता था, वो उसमें थे। फिर पिछले साल वो जॉन्टी गेमिंग से खेले, तो वो आईजीएल के रोल में कभी खेले नहीं है। लेकिन आप लोग के वो आईजीएल है, तो किस तरीके के वो आईजीएल है और उनको क्या चीज सबसे स्पेशल बनाती है?
वो एक्सपीरियंस तो था ही उनपे, क्योंकि निवेश भाई के अंडर खेले हुए हैं वो। और बाकी तो वो हमको मतलब जगह पे ले जाते हैं, बाकी फाइट तो वो हमारे ऊपर छोड़ देते हैं कि तुम मार ही दोगे। फिर उनका भी फायर पावर बहुत अच्छा है, और वो फाइट्स में मतलब हमको लीड कर ही देते हैं मोस्टली। और बाकी प्रोडिजी हमारा स्नाइपर है, वो कवर दे ही देता है। और कुछ दिक्कत भी आती है तो कुणाल भाई संभाल लेते हैं, ज़्यादा दिक्कत नहीं आती मतलब वैसे।
क्या बात है। वैसे मैं लेजेंड की तरफ आना चाहूँगा। लेजेंड, देखिए एक कर्स की अक्सर चर्चा करी जाती है कि iQOO OGxTSG के साथ एक कर्स चलता है। फाइनली ब्रेक हुआ है वो कर्स, एंड एक बहुत सॉलिड ऐतिहासिक कमबैक है। तो मतलब नेक्स्ट फेज के लिए, फैंस के लिए आपकी तरफ से क्या मैसेज रहेगा? क्योंकि एक लंबे समय तक उन लोगों ने आपको इतना ज़्यादा सपोर्ट करा, इतना ज़्यादा मोटिवेट करा है, एंड हर जगह पे आके स्टैंड लिया है। तो मतलब ये पूरी जर्नी बताइए थोड़ा सा कि अब क्या है आगे, और थोड़ा सा जर्नी करें बताइए, थोड़ा सा आगे बताइए कि फैंस के लिए क्या मैसेज है, और हम ग्रैंड फाइनल में क्या नया देख सकते हैं आपकी तरफ से?
जर्नी तो मतलब पता ही है सबको, डाउन वाली रही है, अभी थोड़ा अप हुआ है, बट वही फैंस का सपोर्ट कभी कम नहीं हुआ। हाँ मतलब अब पहले से कम हो गए फैंस, बट जो लॉयल थे वो स्टार्टिंग से अभी तक हैं ही। बट अब जब हम हुए हैं क्वालिफाई, तो फाइनल्स में भी हम दिखाएंगे कि देर आए दुरुस्त आए।
तो पिछले साल अगर देखें तो जिस तरीके से वो एलिमिनेशन आपका हुआ था, मुझे वो एग्जैक्ट मोमेंट भी याद है, मुझे ऋतिक की वो स्ट्रीम भी याद है। बिकॉज देखिए, आप लोग जितना उस चीज से दुखी थे, ऋतिक इवन मुझे लग रहा है उससे ज्यादा उनको वो चीज फील हुआ था, और स्ट्रीम भी बंद कर दी थी उन्होंने उस सिचुएशन में। और अभी के लिए मैं कहूंगा, जब आप लोग डिमोटिवेट होते हो तो एज अ बिग ब्रदर बोले या फिर एज अ टीम के मेंटोर बोले, तो ऋतिक किस तरीके से आप लोगों को ना यहाँ पे मोटिवेट करते हैं? बिकॉज वी नो कि आप लोग किस फेज से जुड़े हो। वो इंटरव्यू भी आपका देखा था, जिस तरीके से आपने खुद अपने शब्दों में वहां पे बताया था। तो किस तरीके से उन सिचुएशन में ऋतिक आपकी हेल्प करते हैं और आप लोग कैसे मैनेज करते हो? और इसके साथ साथ यहाँ पे आप दोनों से ही जानना चाहेंगे फैंस के लिए कुछ मैसेज। पहले लेजेंड।
हाँ, मतलब स्टार्ट से ही ऐसा ही रहा था। जब ऋतिक यूहान साथ के वाली टीम थी, उससे पहले भी हम लोग नहीं हो पाते थे क्वालिफाई, और कोई ना कोई स्टेज पे आके चोक हो जाता था, तो डीमोटिवेट बहुत हो जाते थे ऐसे तो, और यही बोलते थे कि बस अभी गेम छोड़ देते हैं। बट फिर वही 1-2 दिन में आ जाते थे वापस खेलने। बट इस बार ऐसा ऑप्शन था ही नहीं, मतलब अभी और कितना ही ऐसा, मतलब मेरे पे तो आ गया था कि जब और कितना ही खेलूंगा, तो इस बार जो भी है सब लगाना ही है। और ऋतिक का भी वही था कि वो भी और कितना ही मतलब ये सब में देखेगा, तो हम दोनों ने वही किया कि इस बार जो हम पहले हो जाते थे डीमोटिवेट होके हार जाते थे, तो ऐसा नहीं होना है, फुल ट्राई हार्ड देना है।
कांग्रेचुलेशंस लेजेंड, आप फाइनली वो ग्रैंड फाइनल में पहुंच रहे हो और वो लैन एक्सपीरियंस करने वाले हो। वी नो कि आप वहाँ पे अपना बेस्ट दोगे। और आपने बोला था फैंस का जो सपोर्ट है कम हो गया, मुझे नहीं लगता। फैंस आज भी उतना ही सपोर्ट दिखाते हो, और लाखों की तादाद में यहाँ पे iQOO TSG के फैंस है। योहान, यहाँ पे आप भी कुछ आखिरी वर्ड्स फैंस के लिए बोलना चाहे?
ऐसे ही सपोर्ट करते रहो, बहुत सपोर्ट मिला है हमको, और ऐसे ही सपोर्ट करते रहना। फाइनल्स में भी ट्राई करेंगे अपना बेस्ट दे, बाकी जो है भगवान के ऊपर है।
क्या बात है, मतलब कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस अगेन, एंड आप लोगों से बात करके बहुत अच्छा लगा। लेजेंड योहान, ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स। अगला फेज और भी जरा टफ होने वाला है, पर थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। अब ये तो है हमारे साथ टीम iQOO TSG एंड एरोबॉट्स, पर अब हमारे साथ 2 और टीम्स जुड़ रही हैं जो हमारे साथ जाएंगी ग्रैंड फाइनल की तरफ, और ये होने वाली है टीम रेवेनेंट XSpark एंड टीम रेवनेंट Esports। मैंने एक बहुत कमाल का लेट्स गो सुना है, वो किसने कहा था? ऐश आपने या फिर वाइपर आपने?
नहीं, हमारे साइड तो नहीं बोला किसी
ये वाइपर की तरफ से। कांग्रेचुलेशंस गाइस, आप अब अगले फेज की तरफ जा रहे हैं। एंड मैं शुरुआत करूंगा ऐश आपसे कि यार आप बहुत लंबे समय से इस कम्युनिटी के अंदर है, इस सर्किट के अंदर है, आपने हार्डशिप्स भी देखी हैं, आपने अप्स एंड डाउन्स भी देखे हैं। सेम गोस टू रेवेनेंट XSpark। पर आज के दिन वो आखिरी गेम बहुत जरूरी था, क्या कॉलिंग्स रही थी? क्योंकि एक समय के लिए लगा था कि अब पता नहीं क्या होगा, हमारे पास भी कोई आंकड़ा नहीं था, पर लास्ट गेम किस तरीके से प्रिपेयर करा आपने?
नहीं, अपने 5 मैच के पॉइंट पूरा काउंट वगैरह कर लिए, ठीक है। तो एंड मैच था कि हाँ हमको एंड के लिए जाना है, एंड हो जाएगा, ज्यादा कुछ नहीं रहेगा, इतना हो जाएगा ऐसा। तो बस उसके अकॉर्डिंग स्टार्टिंग फाइट लिया पूरा। मतलब वही कि हम लोग बैठे नहीं फालतू का कैंप वगैरह करके, अगर वैसे करते तो फिर नहीं हो पाता। स्टार्टिंग से मारा पूरा, एंड फिर जोन पकड़ा, एंड कन्वर्ट कर लिया। बट लास्ट में एंड में आके चूक कर दिया थोड़ा सा, वो थ्रो हो गया।
ओके, तो देखिए वाइपर की तरफ आने से पहले मैं एक और क्वेश्चन यहाँ पे ऐड से करना चाहूँगा। पिछला साल जिस तरीके से रहा था, आई नो कि बहुत मुश्किलें रही थी, ऐसा मोमेंट आ गया था कि बस अब मुझे मतलब शायद क्विट कर देना है, अब चीज़ें ठीक नहीं होंगी, वो परिस्थितियाँ आ गई थी। और वहाँ से निकलना हर किसी के बस की बात नहीं होती है। बट ऐश ने यहाँ पे भले ही चेहरे बदले हो, टीम बदली हो, लेकिन हार नहीं मानी। तो उस फेज में क्या फील होता था, और राइट नाउ आज जब आपको ग्रैंड फाइनल का टिकट मिल गया, आप कैसा फील कर रहे हो?
उस फेज का तो मतलब वही लग रहा था, लाइक लास्ट टाइम मेरा आपसे बात हुआ तो आपको ज्यादा ही पता है, मतलब पूरा इतना क्लोज आके एकदम पूरा लास्ट 4-5 मैच तक क्लोज आके एंड में थोड़ा सा सब चीज एकदम थ्रो की, तो बहुत ज्यादा गलत, वो डिमोटिवेट टाइप था बहुत ज्यादा। बट फिर वही था कि अंदर से था कि कर लेंगे, तो फिर कर लिया। गॉड्स प्लान।
क्या बात है,
गॉड्स प्लान।
वाइपर
आप
जी, और पहले सवाल
पे
पूछेंगे वाइपर से।
हाँ, मैं ना काफी ज्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ उनसे क्वेश्चन पूछने के लिए। गॉड्स प्लान पे तो आप भी बहुत ज्यादा भरोसा रखते हैं, अक्सर आप कहते भी हैं गॉड्स प्लान। पर आज के दिन मेरा एक थोड़ा सा क्वेश्चन है कि आज के दिन पूरी टीम का शुरुआती पलों में परफॉर्मेंस ड्रॉप होता हुआ नजर आ रहा था। प्लेसमेंट्स बहुत अच्छी एक्वायर कर रहे थे आप लोग, पर उसमें एलिमिनेशन ही नहीं थे। हमने अर्श को 2 एलिमिनेशन के साथ MVP बनते हुए देखा था। क्या था वो पूरा सिलसिला एंड किस तरीके से आपने इसको ओवरकम करा?
टू बी ऑनेस्ट, मैं ये नहीं कहना चाहूँगा कि हमारा दिन खराब था या हमारी किस्मत खराब थी, बिकॉज जब किसी के मैचेस अच्छे जाते हैं तो कोई आके नहीं कहता कि किस्मत अच्छी थी इसलिए हम क्वालिफाई हुए या फिर मैचेस अच्छे गए। तो हम खराब मैचेस के लिए भी किस्मत को ब्लेम नहीं करेंगे। इट्स जस्ट हम चीज़ें ट्राई कर रहे थे या फिर बेसिक्स को स्टिक करने का कोशिश कर रहे थे, बट वो वर्कआउट नहीं हो रहा था। बट आफ्टर 3 गेम्स वी डिसाइडेड कि अब कुछ हटके करना पड़ेगा। एंड अगर लास्ट गेम के बारे में बात करें तो पास्ट फ्यू इवेंट्स में हमारे साथ ऐसा हुआ था कि लास्ट गेम तक हमारी क्वालिफिकेशन जाती थी बट नहीं बन पाती थी। तो मैंने पूरी टीम को सीधा बोल दिया कि हम एलिमिनेशंस पे खेलेंगे, एलिमिनेशंस निकालेंगे। भले ही अगर अर्ली एलिमिनेशन हो गया चलेगा, क्वालिफाई नहीं हुए, लैंड नहीं जाए चलेगा, बट लेट्स चेंज, जिसकी वजह से हम हर बार चोक करते हुए आ रहे थे।
बिल्कुल, क्या बात है। देखिए, रेवेनेंट XSpark आपके लाइनअप की बात करें वाइपर, तो हम जानते हैं कि जब भी नॉकआउट स्टेजेस होते हैं या फिर आप उसको लीग स्टेज बोले तो उसमें आपकी परफॉर्मेंस टॉप नॉच रहती है हमेशा से। आप या तो टेबल टॉप करते हो, पास्ट टाइम्स हम देखते आ रहे हैं, बट ग्रैंड फाइनल में आके एक कर्स आप लोग को है कि वहां पे आके चोक करते हो या कहें करते थे। तो अभी क्योंकि यहाँ पे आपको स्ट्रगल हुई है नॉकआउट स्टेज में क्वालिफाई करने में, क्या लगता है इस बार जो ट्रॉफी है वो आप उठा रहे हो, रेवेनेंट XSpark ये ट्रॉफी लेके जा रही है? बिकॉज अब मुझे लग रहा है कर्ज तो ब्रेक हो चुका है।
उठा सकते हैं डेफिनेटली, बिकॉज अभी परफॉर्मेंस थोड़ा सा डामाडोल जरूर चल रहा था, बट वी हैव सम टाइम टू रीसेट आवरसेल्व्स फॉर द फाइनल्स एंड खुद को प्रिपेयर कर सकते हैं, अच्छे से टीम्स को स्टडी कर सकते हैं। सो कर सकते हैं, डेफिनेटली चांसेस है। एंड सेकंड फैक्टर एक और डिपेंड करेगा कि जब फाइनल्स के लिए कंटेंट शूट वगैरह होता है तो उस टाइम रॉकी भाई हमारा नाम लेते कि नहीं लेते।
बिल्कुल,
डर लगता है ना वैसे ऐश आपको भी?
मुझे डर लगता है, मैं ऑनेस्टली बताऊं, जब मैच वगैरह के बारे में आता है कि इस टीम में किस कास्टर का क्या प्रेडिक्शन है, मेरी पूरी आइज रहती है कि रॉकी भाई ने किसका नाम लिया, हमारा नाम प्लीज।
ओह माय गॉड।
अच्छा, मेरे पास ना एक काफी इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन है, इसको डॉज मत कीजिएगा। पिछली बार ना रेकनिंग ई-स्पोर्ट्स से शाबू आए थे और उन्होंने ना एक काफी इंटरेस्टिंग बात बताई थी कि इजी एलिमिनेशन। भाई पर मैं आपकी टीम से जानना चाहूंगा, कोई ऐसी टीम जो ग्रैंड फाइनल में आपके लिए इजी एलिमिनेशन होने वाली है?
नॉट एट ऑल। पास्ट कुछ मंथ्स में लाइफ ने काफ़ी हम्बल कर दिया है मुझे, तो अभी के लिए तो बाकी की 11 की 11 जो भी टीम्स है सबको इक्वल रिस्पेक्ट है। हमारे लिए सारे सेम नज़र में, डज नॉट मैटर उनके पास कितने सालों का एक्सपीरियंस है या फिर 1 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है। गिव देम द रिस्पेक्ट, सबके लिए इक्वली प्रिपेयर करो एंड जो होना होगा वो होगा।
ओके तो आप दोनों से मैं एक चीज़ जानना चाहूँगा। सबसे पहली चीज़ कि कोई एक ऐसी टीम जो ऑलरेडी ग्रैंड फाइनल में है जो आपकी सबसे बड़ी राइवल है, दोनों से ही मैं पूछूंगा, और इसके साथ साथ फैंस के लिए एक मैसेज जो आप लोग देना चाहें। पहले वाइपर।
फैंस के लिए तो पहले यही कहना चाहूँगा कि थैंक यू सो मच फॉर सपोर्टिंग एंड ऑल्सो क्रिटिसाइजिंग ऑन आवर बैड परफॉर्मेंस, बिकॉज समवे और दी अदर वो भी हमें थोड़ा बहुत हेल्प करता है। मे बी आपने थर्ड पर्सपेक्टिव से ऐसी चीज़ें लुकआउट करी होगी जो हमें नोटिस नहीं हुआ होगा। एंड ऑल्सो मैचेस जब खराब होते तो आप प्लेयर को मोटिवेट करते हो, तो थैंक यू फॉर डैट एंड आई होप फाइनल्स में आपको डिसअपॉइंट नहीं करे। एंड अगर राइवल की बात करूँगा तो बहुत सारी राइवल्स हैं हमारे जो फाइनल्स में आ रहे हैं, बट अगर मेरे को एक नाम लेना रहे तो चलो डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस का नाम लेते हैं। लेट्स टेक द डिग ऑन टोटल गेमिंग ई-स्पोर्ट्स।
ओके, नाउ ऐश।
हम लोग का ऐसा कुछ तो है नहीं, बट फिर भी गॉडल वाले हमारे दोस्त ही हैं बहुत ज्यादा, तो फिर गॉडल के ज्यादा भाईचारा है।
स्टिल इजी एलिमिनेशन।
नो वो तो मजाक मस्ती में चलता रहता है, थोड़ा सा पोक करने एक दूसरे को।
ऐश, एनी मैसेज फॉर फैंस आपके?
गाइस लव यू बहुत प्यार दिखाते हैं, बहुत प्यार। मतलब कुछ ऐसे लोग से एनएक्सटी ड्रिफ्ट करके मतलब बहुत अच्छे बंदे हैं, बहुत सपोर्ट करते हैं, तो लव यू ऑल। ये सब आपके लिए था।
क्या बात है, थैंक यू सो मच रेवेनेंट XSpark के वाइपर।
बिफोर वी रैप मैं कुछ कहना चाहता था एक्चुअली। तो काफ़ी स्ट्रगल करके हम लोग लैंड के लिए क्वालिफाई करें, तो दिस क्वालिफिकेशन वी वुड लाइक टू डेडिकेट इट टू आवर फॉर्मर टीममेट मार्वल, and I hope he is with us in the finals as well। and वो एक जो बोलते हैं ना, एक spiritual energy हमारे around, he carries this with us। last time he played superb इस बार हमारा फर्ज बनता है टू प्ले सुपर फॉर हिम।
क्या बात है, ये
क्या बात है।
बहुत एक इमोशनल एंड पे आपने हमें डाल दिया, पर ऑफ कोर्स मार्वल always the part of this community. And thank you Viper, thank you Ash for joining again. Congratulations for the grand final. इस बार बैटल और भी ज़्यादा टफ होगी, पर थैंक यू। अब चलिए, ये तो थे हमारे साथ रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क और रेकनिंग ई स्पोर्ट्स, पर जितने दर्शक हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं आज, आप लोगों ने एक नहीं, दो नहीं,
This
Damn, bro.
is esports, Crips. This is esports, and that's why we love it. And it was a very, what do I say? I would let that sink in, to be honest, with that thought of how the gesture was shown. It was already shown when they got a booyah in the group stages itself, and now again, Viper remembering, and we know how hard it has been for Viper and the whole team. And now, congratulations, big congratulations to them that they have made it to land.
Yeah, I mean, I was smiling ear to ear before this interview. I was happy for
Exactly,
all the
same.
teams. I think everybody was happy. And like in the last second, Viper came down and humbled all of us. He did say that life has humbled him quite a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, last year he was in SHUL Elite, and now that he's in Revenant XSpark, SHUL didn't qualify. Things are never what they seem to be, and just because you're on the top one day doesn't mean that you won't be trampled down the other day. And all these teams have been through all the trials and tribulations, but through all of that, they've made it to the land finale. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we wrap up, let us take one last look at all the teams that will be coming down to Mahatma Mandir in Ahmedabad for the TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2026 Spring. These are your 12 finalists. Gyan Gaming and RNX being one of the first teams to qualify through the second week of the knockout stage. Then you've got the defending champions iQOO Total Gaming, followed closely behind by Team Hind, who have proved all the doubters and all the haters wrong. Then you have perhaps some of the most aggressive teams in the country, God's Reign. They were known as non-stop pros, and they were unstoppable in the last tournament as well. They were the demons and the Kingslayers on land. But now another team who is equally as aggressive as them, Fire Eyes Gaming, will also be joining them. Godlike Esports have already proven that they are a force to be reckoned with. They couldn't achieve their dreams on land last time, so they took out their wrath on every single team this time, and they destroyed this entire lobby. I expect them to do something similar on land this time. GG Instinct making it to the land for the first time. Very, very cool affair from them. They've been a very smart team, very calculative, and on the polar opposite end of that spectrum, a very aggressive team like Aerobotz have also made it to the LAN. For both of these teams, it's gonna be a life-changing experience to play in front of a live audience. So I hope that they are ready for that experience. And then at long last, after years of trying to live up to their reputation and after years of trying to please the thousands of their fans, iQOO OGxTSG will finally come down for their LAN after a very long and deserved hard work stint.
Revenant XSpark, I mean, we already know how this team and the journey paved in for Revenant XSpark and Reckoning Esports. They are also a team to be reckoned with. Absolutely, among this 12 set of teams, 6 are going to be making their first impression on LAN, and 6 have already played, and 1 is a defending champion playing in a home ground advantage in Ahmedabad itself. What more, right? What more? And what more is, I definitely would want to say that the tickets are live. You guys can take a screenshot of the QR code and get your tickets right here, right now, because I'm not sure that if you keep it for too long that you'll be getting the tickets at the last dates or not.
Yeah, actually, I mean, there's a pretty good chance that these tickets will get sold out very quickly. So go ahead and grab yours while you still can. I mean, A, most of the young people will have their summer vacations during this time. And B, Ahmedabad is a relatively easy city to travel to, even if you're not actually from Ahmedabad. The travel to that city is quite affordable. So go ahead and book your tickets right now by scanning that QR code. And yeah, that's all that I want to say, because it's been a very long and challenging journey for these teams ahead. And if they've been facing all these difficulties up until now, then I can't even imagine what's in store for them at the LAN. I can't even imagine what you all as audience members are going to experience on LAN, because the storylines are insane. The rivalries have been brewing up since a very long time, and there's some teams over here who I never expected to see on LAN, but they have disappointed all the other top tier teams who thought that their LAN qualification was secure, but they caused a massive upset and they have made it to the LAN instead. Plenty of underdogs in the making, and there's still a lot of other top tier teams as well who want to defend their honor against these rising underdogs. It's gonna be a beautiful mix.
Absolutely, Cribs. 12 teams, one final destination, that is Ahmedabad. The stage is set. The stakes couldn't be higher from Cribs and Oro. This is where we sign off from the online stage, and we will definitely see you at LAN. You guys are watching TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2020-2026 spring, and you guys will be definitely getting an opportunity to again witness a broadcast that is Road to Finals that's going to happen in next weekend, and it's going to be very interesting because before the LAN finals happen, right, Cribs, it's going to be very, very interesting to watch out how things pan out and how things are shaping up, because these teams are preparing and they're going to be preparing very, very hard.
Yeah, on 12th of April, keep in mind we have one more bonus stream for you guys, one last stream before the finals come around, and this particular stream will have all the cool 1v1 duels. They will have an all-star showdown as well, and then you will get to truly see which team is actually prepared for the LAN and which team still needs more homework. And then after that, you will get what you've been waiting for since the last few months, the grand finals happening in Mahatma Mandir in Ahmedabad. I cannot wait. In fact, I'm gonna go start packing my bags right now because I know I have a lot of shopping to do as well. A lot of preparations need to be done. So I hope to see all of you in person in Mahatma Mandir. See you guys and have a great time till then.
Been running this since I popped in. Y'all know me, I'm locked in. One hand on the game, one hand on the street. Gotta get it out the mud, no problem to me. Keep on rocking, tell them this is heavy metal. My baby's watching, let them know I never settle. And you know I got the keys to the wheel, hands on the wheel when I'm driving this. I spend a couple bands on my wrist, just to show them that my time ain't free as a gift. Show them that I'm clocked in, I know that they watching. Thank God I bet it on me, cause I ain't had much options. I gotta go ahead, show 'em. I cannot miss and I aim for the top of my brothers. I know that I gotta go get it by any means. I cannot lose, that's word of my mother. Give me respect and give me a check. I'm about to put on and get back to the bro. Cause if I'm winning, then they winning too. That is the law, can't switch on the code. They wanna hold me back, I said they must be joking. Look at me cool and calm collected, yeah, I'm coasting. You ain't stop me, yeah, I got some motion. I got some motion. They wanna hold me back, I said you must be joking. And I ain't missing none of my shots, don't leave me open. They ain't stop me, nah, I got some motion. I got some motion. They wanna hold me back, I said you must be joking. Look at me cool and calm collected, yeah, I'm coasting. They ain't stop me, nah, I got some motion. I got some motion, okay. Take my spot before they take me to the grave. Swear it's been too long, yeah, I can't recall your name. I've been working so hard, I'm just trying to get away. Tell me what you doing, won't you tell me where you been? If you got an issue, we can go and solve it then. I've been making M's, got this money I'ma spend. Ain't seen you at the start, you ain't coming to the end. Yeah, we been going way up, yeah, we like the view. Riding in the Benz, I might drop the roof. I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Said it's impossible, I had to go out and do it. It's getting hot, yeah, now it's humid. Feeling like Floyd, I'm 50 and no, can't dispute it. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Told them get out of the kitchen, I'm chefing it now. They try to start with me, dog, while I'm ending it now. They used to laugh at me, dog, who is laughing right now? I got M's in the bank, I got M's in these streams, so they text on my phone and they begging me now. I don't got time for it now. Feeling like step when I ball. They try to get to me now. I cannot let them at all. I ain't wearing nothing on the wrist. That's just how I started, I can switch. I just told myself that's how it is. I just pulled a clutch and I can miss. Trying to tell me everything I know. If they get a shot, they bout to choke. I was looking at them from the back. Now I'm looking back and they ain't close. I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Said it's impossible, I had to go out and do it. It's getting hot, yeah, now it's humid. Feeling like Floyd, I'm 50 and no, can't dispute it. I had to do it myself, damn. I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming.
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, From the same ones say they love you, late and funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this my designer flow, Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too close. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, late and funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest.